Nephilim, right? If we were to begin creating these beings for our pleasure and our leisure, we might well remember the Nephilim. I'm not saying there's a direct correlation, but there might be, and if there is God looking down, that might be the final straw. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Eric, this is Kurt in Grover Beach.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Okay.
Curious, why the David Blaine photograph on the website?
Well, because someone sent it to me, and I looked at it, and I said, wow, he's levitating. Well, that's why. It blew me away. I can't see where he's standing on a toe. Can you?
Well, this particular, I'm a magician myself, and this particular subject has been covered extensively since the show aired, which was, I think, a couple of years ago.
Well,
and essentially, I'm not going to give any secrets away here, but what he was doing is called Balducci levitation. And in person, I assure you, it does not look like that. That particular shot, which is the only shot that you actually see of the levitation being performed by him on that show, was rigged.
But sir, this isn't on the show. This is on a sidewalk. The shot I've got is on a sidewalk.
No, correct. But that particular image was taken from the show that was aired on ABC.
Okay, well, whatever.
So anyway, the point being is that.
All right, I'll tell you what. Listen to me. The point being, after the break, if you can hold on.
Sure.
All right, hold on. Hold on to what you I just want to talk to David Blaine. It just looks to me like he's levitating. Maybe it's a trick. From West of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may recharge at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To recharge on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. He thinks he's a lonely boy now, just let mom and dad send in the clone. It's a weird time we're about to enter. It is. Would you like to feel 10 years younger in 10 weeks? Now there's proof. The effects of aging can be slowed down and even reversed with HGH, Human Growth Hormone. For some time now, you've heard me talk about the incredible age-reversing benefits of HGH. Well, according to thousands of articles, higher HGH levels can help you look and feel younger. That's why I take Ultimate HGH, a natural formula to help boost my body's own production of HGH. If your goal is to help improve energy, stamina, lose unwanted fat, diminish wrinkles, enhance memory, immune function, and vision, then Ultimate HGH is for you too. Why let Mother Nature get the best of you? Call today and order Ultimate HGH. And when you order 2 bottles of Ultimate HGH, you get the third absolutely free, about $33 a month. Now that's a tremendous savings off the typical $100 a month for comparable products. Plus, with your order, you'll receive a free book on HGH, a $20 value, absolutely free. So, call my good friends at Great American Products and order Ultimate HGH today at 1-800-557-4627. That's 1-800-557-4627. 1-800-557-4627. He sounds like somebody from the legal department, doesn't he? All right, back to my caller. You're back on the air, sir. Go ahead.
Well, anyway, I guess my point was to just enlighten you a little bit on what exactly occurred there, and that is that the show that they taped, David performed that levitation in front of a whole bunch of people. They showed a bunch of different clips of people reacting,
right?
But they only showed him do the levitation once, and that is from the shot that you see on the show.
Okay.
And what it is the actual levitation he's doing does not look like that in person. they did an enhanced rig shot for the purpose of the show. And to this day, everyone kind of wonders why he did that.
Well, okay, here's what I'd offer up. I had a caller a little while ago who said he was there and saw this when it happened, and he was 10 feet away from the guy's legs.
Right, that's true. Well, I actually do this myself. I perform this levitation. In fact, I'm actually considering doing a quick time little video for you of myself doing it, and I can email it to you.
Do it.
I will.
Do it. If it's good, I'll put it up.
And you'll be able to see what it actually looks like from.
Am I going to see your toe somehow touching the ground?
It is a very, very good illusion. It is a perfect illusion. But it's all about the psychological setup. Like I'd say 80% of it is about what is said to the individual who's about to see it prior to doing it.
No, see, I can't buy that because I looked at this photograph with nobody.
Correct. Yes. You are correct. Regarding that photo, you are correct. But that is because that photo again was coming from a rigged situation. And again,
but how do you rig walking on water? How do you rig being in midair?
Well, in this particular shot that you're looking at on your website, there is a fulcrum that was set up that's going around his waist, under his shirt, going forward, past, beyond him, to a point of the sidewalk that you cannot see, and a counterweight that is lifting him. Either that, or it is cables that were lifting him. Whatever.
All right. Now see. But all right. Look, I appreciate your call, but you sort of gave yourself away. You don't really know. You're imagining it's got to be this or it's got to be that. There's got to be something out in front of them where there's got to be wires hanging or something or another. You don't really know. You're just imagining because you have no explanation for it, and I don't either. That's my point. I would like to talk to Mr. Blaine. Oh, this is an ABC picture. See, it says ABC there. I hope they're not upset with us. I just noticed it says ABC. Bill Lara sent this to us. Well, I suppose you better go look at it before ABC jumps down our throat and says we're not supposed to put it up. Well, he looks like he's in midair. I would like to talk to him. That's all. I don't. But of course, that's the object of magic, isn't it? A magician's magic that you're not supposed to know how he does it, but I mean, right, this is right. Sidewalk. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning, Art. My name is Bridget, and I'm calling from Niagara Falls, New York.
Oh, the honeymoon capital.
Yes, happy December 1st and healthy December 1st, and all of that to you and all of your listeners.
Thank you.
I have a thought that I'd like to share with you in the imagination about cloning.
Okay.
I know that you're a very imaginative avant-garde person, and you can imagine souls waiting for humans to become so that they can come to Earth and experience being human beings.
That would be the Guff.
The Guff?
Yeah, they call it.
And I wonder, I like to ask you, is it possible to imagine souls waiting for clones to become so that they can have the experience?
Sure. I can imagine souls swimming around and wherever they swim around and like a bunch of guppies just waiting
for all kinds of things.
Sure.
Thank you. I wanted your thoughts on that because
you're very welcome. It could work out that way. It could be that a clone engineered by a human being would simply be a receptacle for a soul. Yeah, sure, it could be.
Of a certain sort.
The problem though is we don't know, do we?
No. I'm using my imagination, and I wonder if that's possible in your imagination.
Oh, of course. Oh, I can easily imagine that. Yes.
Yeah, there may be souls who are waiting for that.
Could be. All right. Yeah, there could be a whole pool of souls that are ready to inculcate themselves into human clones, and it may be that we are supposed to clone. It may be that we are supposed to become the masters of our own design. Maybe. I mean, I can look at that aspect of it, and I can agree with the lady and say maybe it is meant to be. If God will allow us to do it, then perhaps we should be allowed to do it. Or maybe not. It could be a big maybe not. But yeah, it could go either way, sure. Wild card line, you're on the air. Hi.
It's Mike in Seattle.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, I read an article on David Blaine, right? And
Okay.
before all this got kicked off, he walked in and talked to the executives of ABC. They gave him $1 million contract on the spot.
They did.
So he's not just pulling a rabbit out of the hat. All right, he must have done something pretty spectacular to get that kind of money.
Yeah, if you could go into like an ABC executive office, you know, with a bunch of the big wigs sitting around smoking their cigars, if you can still do that these days, and if he levitated on off the floor for them, I can imagine them writing $1 million contract right on the spot.
I was wondering if you get to talk to him, can you be in the same room with him when this goes down, or are you in like?
Oh, this is radio.
There's no way to get him up to where you're at.
Well, yeah, there's always ways to do everything. I don't know. If I were to see somebody actually levitate in front of me, I'd probably lose my cookies. I mean, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I saw the guy on TV. He has more than one TV show.
I mean, here I've got the photograph. I think it's interesting enough that I would like to have him on. And I've already given him $1 million in publicity tonight. But, you know, maybe he deserves it. I mean, if you really can do this, what can I say? I'd like to ask him about it. Wouldn't that be an interesting interview?
Yes, he's done more than one special, so I've seen him do it more than once. There's people, they pan the camera from the people right to him, and it's happening. It's not like they're splitting up the segments.
Well,
it's all one even flow.
Okay, well, that's my point.
All right.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you very much. Yeah, the photograph. I hope that ABC doesn't yell at us. They probably won't. I mean, it's good publicity, right? Look at this photograph. How to look at the photograph, everybody? We can't see the photograph. Go to artful.com. What's new? And the first item there is David Blaine levitation photo. The second item is the beginning of the orb collection. People sending orb photographs. And the third is Ghost in Indonesia. The Ghost in Indonesia. Oh, my. It's got to be one of the top 1% ghost photographs we've ever received. I reject, as I said last night, about 99.9% of them, and send on to Keith the ones that I consider to be particularly interesting. Some just fairly interesting. This one, high interest. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art.
Yes, sir.
This is John from Goodland, Minnesota.
Hi, John.
What's really not a speculation or an illusion is the change in the weather that's really been frightening me. I'm a hunter up here in northern Minnesota, and I'm 52 years old, and I've been watching the weather pretty closely for a number of decades now.
It is changing.
In November, the high is normally about 36 degrees, and the low is about 15, 16 degrees or so.
Right.
What we normally do is shoot a deer and hang it up in a tree, and when we get around to it, we'll cut it up, 3 days later, or who knows when. But the first half of November up here was 50 and 60 degree temperatures for the first full half of November.
Right.
It was just frightening, and it keeps sparking off thoughts in my mind. When I remember the people you've had on, like Ed Bain, mentioned the word ice age. What goes up must come down, and also the coming global superstar, of course, and the Master of the Keys talked about that. And then I was looking at Sean Morton the last time he was on, and I was kind of in the hospital. My wife was having a baby, and I was running in between rooms here trying to catch you, But anyway, Sean Morton.
Trying to catch my show?
Yeah.
While your wife's having a baby in the hospital?
Well, yeah. I found a room. I couldn't pick it up except for one doorway in this one hospital.
I appreciate the devotion, but that's really pushing it.
Well, it was the right labor at the time. So anyway, but the thing about Sean Morton, though, is he affirmed the coming local superstar at one point that I heard talking about that there was a military report saying nuclear testing has thrown the Earth's rotation off a bit, and it's going to precipitate a pole shift about 2012.
Many believe that, yeah. That would also count for the end of the Mayan calendar.
That's pretty much what I caught from that, but he was affirming that whole scenario too.
Yeah, anybody who thinks the weather isn't changing is out of their mind. We're slowly boiling frogs here. The weather's obviously changing. In fact, I think it's such a done deal that we should begin imagining how we're going to shift the farming to account for it. And that process should begin now. That'll prevent a lot of starvation. The weather is changing, so we have to change with it. But I think the argument about whether or not it is changing is over. It is. Global warming is occurring. A cycle is changing, whether you want to believe in a natural cycle or you want to believe man's hand in there sort of pushing it along a little bit. Either way, it's a done deal. It's a fact. So we should begin dealing with how we're going to modify what we do to maintain our good lifestyle. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm talking to Report.
And that would be me.
Okay. This is Patrick and Kingman. I would like to add a little bit to the program and just confirming that there are a lot of people around that do believe in spiritual abilities such as levitation, disappear here, reappear there, as in dematerialization and rematerialization and levitating objects and even causing objects to disappear and reappear, et cetera, et cetera.
It's just that usually there's no real solid proof for it. That's the problem. I understand there are a lot of people who believe in it, but there's very little except anecdotal evidence. Now, getting a photograph of somebody doing it, well, you know, that's a little movement away from anecdotal evidence toward, more like toward, oh my God, look at that. Here's some photograph. It really is. Yeah, I've got to talk to him. I've really got to talk to him. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Is that Bell?
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question.
No. Turn your radio off.
Oh, gee, sorry about that. Hold on a second.
All right. Holding one. We bring you on the air right away, you know, so you've got to have that radio nearby to turn it off quickly.
You there?
It's called radio on the fly. Yes, I'm here. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. I got a question for you. You know, ever since the recent capturing of the cities in Afghanistan,
Yes.
I'm a little bit off the topics.
There is no topic.
Well, that's debatable. All of a sudden, we've noticed that the focus has kind of shifted from the capture of bin Laden. Nobody seems to be talking, well, the media especially are not talking that much about the capture of bin Laden. I just wanted to get your comments on that. I was wondering what you thought of that.
Well, I think if they don't get bin Laden, it's not going to be considered a success. They either have to get his dead body or him, one way or the other, or there will be complaints forever and ever and ever about this whole thing. So they'll get him.
Well, okay. Another question.
Sure.
If they get bin Laden, and a lot of people may or may not agree, it's not going to be the end of that. And the Al Qaeda obviously, well, not obviously, but in my opinion, has networks all over, including the United States.
Our government firmly believes that. You're absolutely right, yes.
So, I mean, why do you think our government is so hit on just getting bin Laden when they should
Well, I think it's a good beginning because I think they believe that he ordered the attacks on September 11th, sir. And so I think there's good reason to get bastard and do whatever.
Okay.
All right. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be the end of terrorism, and they're saying that. You know, they're being pretty frank about that. It's not going to be the end of terrorism. But if this guy ordered that, then I hope he goes straight to hell.
Yeah, well, so do I. One last question. Here it is. Now, I understand that a lot of the abortion clinics were getting messages, and not just messages, but mail, threat mail, about, what was it? The big scare, the anthrax. Now, all right.
I haven't heard that at all.
Well,
the abortion clinics get threats and bombs go off and get burned down all the time, but not anything to do with the 9/11 stuff.
Well, exactly. I'm talking like 96, 97.
Yeah. Okay.
They got, you know, stuff in the mail about anthrax and stuff, and of course, nobody really responded too much about that.
Well, for one concern, nothing ever happened. I don't see the connection between the two. Nothing ever happened. As far as I know, there was never any anthrax sent to any abortion clinic. It was usually pretty crude stuff, burn it down, blow it up. That's what they were doing. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing, Art?
All right, where are you?
I'm actually in Canada, Edmonton, Alberta. We got about 1.5 feet of snow tonight.
Really?
You betcha.
Okay.
We want to talk about cloning real quick.
Sure.
And I know it's your show, and I want you to do the talking. Just thought I'd throw you away for an idea.
Well,
I know you're a fellow boat rocker.
a clone could be instructed to shovel snow, 12 hours a day.
Well, that's what kids are for. We just passed on 21 chromosomes apiece.
Those kind of clones. Oh, yeah, okay.
I really like the imagination that the lady earlier, a few minutes ago, had.
Well, she's right,
She is.
but it could go either way.
Well, I got a curveball to carry on from her idea,
Okay.
which would be, we are a bit of an arrogant species, first of all. And I just want to know what you think about this idea that maybe there could be souls waiting for bodies that just might be clones.
Yeah.
But what if we scientifically proved that everybody's born with a soul, so that it doesn't come from somewhere else? It's a physiological thing. There are stranger things that have happened. So that none of us really have souls. It's a metaphysical or physical thing that exists in our body already. And
What if we prove nobody has any souls?
well, that's part of the point. The other point is maybe we are clones.
Uh-huh.
You think that?
Well, sure, I thought it. Relatives of the Anunnaki.
Well, I don't have to convince you that there's other life in the universe.
They were all gold diggers. Relatives of gold diggers, right?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, we come in our idea of what is reality.
Yeah, I always thought there was something to that. I mean, that we were bred to dig gold. The Anunnaki bred us to dig gold. Now, what's the foundation for that? Nothing solid, but consider the human reaction to gold. You know what they call gold fever? It'll happen to you. Try it sometime. To hold some solid gold in your hand. I don't care whether it's a solid gold coin or it's a solid gold nugget. Hold it in your hand, and a weird feeling will come over you. A little bit of that gold fever. It'll come over you in a wave. Humans have got something about gold. Call Art Bell in the Kingdom of Nye from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. And the wildcard line is open at 1-775-727-1295. To reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nile. My website has rotating front pages. You know, you get a new picture almost every time you click. And I just happened to click on it this time, and it shows a simulation of human DNA, the human DNA strand. That says Art Bell at the top, then the bottom. Over the DNA strand, it says, "Wanna take a ride?" Oh my God. Think about that. That's going to be a ride, all right. It's going to be a ride for the whole human race. Strange times ahead, folks. No thunder before it's time. All right, back to the lines. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
This is Paul in District Heights, Maryland.
Hi, Paul.
I've been listening to your program since Hale Bosch came by.
That was a while ago.
And you've had some great guests on.
Yes.
But one of my favorites is Dr. David Jacobs.
Oh, well, me too.
And I've read his book, The Threat.
Yeah.
And I've read it twice, actually.
Well, I happen to agree with Dr. Jacobs. I know there are a lot of people out there who think these visitors inevitably are going to be advanced, spiritually pure, wonderful creatures who are going to lead us into the golden age. However, I do think so. I think there's every possibility they could have ill intentions. And all of the history on Earth proves that. Every culture we've touched, we've polluted and or ruined. So why would we think that our culture being touched would be such a good thing?
Yeah, and he's very serious. Anyone who's read his book, he's very scared about this phenomenon of abduction and what it means.
Yes.
And so I'd like to, anything that the public, I think it's something to be taken seriously. Betty and Barney Hill seem to be a serious people, you know.
I talked to Betty Hill about a month ago.
Oh.
And I'm eventually going to have Betty on. She doesn't stay up late. She'd really like to tell her story on the show, and I'd really like to have her do it. So I keep checking back with her, and she's a really nice lady, and she really wants to come on. It's just a matter of staying up.
That would be great. Yep. That would be fantastic.
Yep.
Also, Robert Ghostwolf is another great guest.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't heard him for a while.
It has been a while, hasn't it?
But thank you for a fascinating show, Art.
And thank you for your call. Take care. Yeah, Betty Hill is a very, very nice lady, and we've had quite a few talks. I guess I've never told you about this, but she just doesn't. There are people, you know, who don't keep these hours that we keep, and to ask them to come on the air, she just had some a recent surgery, and you know, she's a day person, and it's kind of tough to stay up, but I'll talk her into it for these nights. Wildcard Line, you're on the air, huh?
Yeah, Art, how are you tonight?
Okay.
Okay, we're all talking about cloning tonight, so the question is, they say that the clones won't have a soul, but if you have a male clone and a female clone breed, will they create a soul with the baby?
These are questions that we have no answer to. My guess is that if we successfully, and that's really a big if, successfully cloned human beings, I kind of think they would have souls, or we would think they have souls, because they would appear to be as you and me.
Yeah, but they say, well, let's use them for spare parts. Well, isn't that like opening the Pandora's box?
Well, you know, the spare parts argument would have to include genetic manipulation. In other words, you would create a being with all the physical proper parts in the right place, except for the brain. There'd virtually be probably nothing but a brain stem there, you know, not a full brain, and so they would make the argument that this person would be ideal for organ donation.
Or for a super soldier?
Or for a super soldier. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of dark areas in clothing.
Oh, yeah. And okay. By the way, this is Charles on Driving Across Oklahoma, listening to you on 1200 WOAI.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The second question is, well, there hasn't been that many UFO sightings. Do you think they're just sitting back and seeing what's going to happen with what happened on 9/11?
You're actually wrong about the UFO sightings. And we kind of talked a little bit about this last night. There's been a lot of UFO sightings. In fact, right here in Pahrump, Nevada, where I am, there have been many, many recent UFO sightings. It's just that since 9/11, nothing else has been in the news, save this program. And even we devoted a very great deal of time, of course, after 9/11 to the whole thing. And continue to some degree. But it wiped everything off the news. Everything. And as I explained last night, UFO stories, even big ones, tend to be not the lead items on newscasts. Right? In fact, a lot of times they're kickers. So, UFOs have been wiped so far off the news slate that you just don't hear about them. But trust me when I tell you, the reports have not diminished. In fact, perhaps the contrary. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Oh, yes. Pleasant good morning to you from Oklahoma.
Oklahoma again. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, well, I was wanting to talk to you and maybe let your listeners know a little bit about some rare occurrences in the night sky coming up this month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, earlier, a lot of people may have missed it. They may have seen it. The moon occulted or passed in front of Saturn. It was earlier in the evening. This is going to happen again if those people get out there, and if they already have a telescope from Hardin Optical, they get one for Christmas, December 28th. It will happen again.
Oh, now that is fortunate timing. I mean, if one were to find a telescope under their Christmas tree, or perhaps in the case of the Hardin scope supporting the Christmas tree, they would have 3 days later a rare opportunity, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes, and the moon won't quite be full, so Saturn will slip behind the moon rings first, and you watch it in a telescope. It's a spectacular sight because the rings just slowly disappear from the planet and the rest of the rings.
Yes.
December 14th, of course, the night of 13th, 14th is the Geminid meteor shower, which they're known for their fireballs. Not that many, maybe 35, 40 if you're out in the real dark area.
Yeah, but fireballs are really cool.
Oh, they are. They are. And then on the evening, or towards the sunset of the 14th, Pete, your listeners on the East Coast are going to see a partial solar eclipse as the sun sets. Of course, the sun will be higher as you get west, but there will be a partial solar eclipse. Depending how far north you live, it'll be better further south the listeners are.
Up to about what percent,
Okay, in your area, it's going to probably run around 20%.
Uh-huh.
As you get up towards Canada, I think the northern limit is just over the border into Canada. Probably down around, say for northern Montana and the Dakotas, 10%.
Well,
here in Oklahoma, it'll run about 30%.
Well, that's a pretty good lineup of events on the way.
It is.
I'll tell you what I've always noticed about solar eclipses. You would think partials, or even very good partials, would only sort of look like dusk coming on. But to me, a pretty good solar eclipse has always looked like the air has suddenly become thin.
Yes.
That's the only way I can describe it. Like, it's not like sunset. It's like the air gets thin. It's weird.
You will notice it if a person who's used to being out in the sunlight will notice that. Just like I think it's on December 30th, 2 weeks later, we're going to have a lunar eclipse, but it'll be what they call a prenumbral, which means that the Earth is only going to be, the moon is only going to be in the partial shadow of the Earth. And people who's not used to looking at the moon will never notice it. It just dims a little.
Did you hear about NASA's plan to move Earth?
Yeah.
You did?
I don't think that's such a wise idea.
As a possible way to handle global warming, NASA actually is proposing moving the Earth further away from the sun. Now, try and imagine that for a moment, assuming they could do it. If it can. Assuming they could do it, that's exactly what would occur. The sun, as we moved our planet, God, what a weird thing. The sun would begin to get smaller and smaller. The air would get thinner and thinner looking. It would be really weird. And their idea is to move the Earth away from the sun for a period of time to adjust the climate, reduce global warming, and then when the cycle reversed, they would move the planet back toward the sun. Now, I don't know why, but I have this feeling that it's the old nothing can go wrong scenario. And they would begin moving the Earth either away from the sun or then later closer to the sun. And something would go tragically wrong. But imagine what it would be like to wake up every day and see yourself farther from the sun because the whole Earth was moving. NASA seriously proposed this. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Bill in San Jose.
Hi, Bill.
How you doing? I got a take on that NASA moving the Earth. What, they're going to tell everybody to lean left so shift our orbit? Move it back, everybody lean right?
Actually, if I recall properly, the plan is to get a gigantic rock headed toward the Earth, and it wouldn't actually hit the Earth. NASA would arrange to have it just graze our atmosphere.
Oh,
In order to nudge us out of our present orbit and move us a little bit further away from the sun.
and these are the same people that can't send a small little probe to Mars to take the pictures. So let them throw a big massive rocket at.
It would be the same people.
Okay, I had a quick, new take on the cloning project. Now, let's say, the FBI, they have, say, that hunk of hair we're talking about for cloning. Now, what if they had evidence on a crime scene of DNA, but they don't have any idea what the person looks like? Couldn't they use that to clone the person to know what they look like?
Sure, I guess so. I mean, you mean you get a sample of the DNA?
On the crime scene of this murderer that killed X amount of people, they don't know what he looks like, but they have his DNA. Couldn't they make a copy of him so they know what he looks like, so they know who they're going after?
Okay, now the possible fly in that ointment would be that you would now have an exact clone of this serial killer, let's say.
This is true.
Axe murderer, whatever. And while you might then find out who he is, you would now have copy number 2 on your hands.
But even though it will be an equal copy, will it still have the same bad traits?
Well, pretty good chance it would, since it's an exact clone.
Will it have a brain, though? We were talking about just a brain stem. So it would just be, say, just a shell.
Oh, I see.
But we got our fingerprints from it. We got our pictures. We got the criminal.
Huh.
That's just a new take on it.
So we would grow a brainless exact copy in order to identify precisely who that's really.
Yep, fingerprints, photographs, everything.
Well, all right. Thank you very much. You have really helped me make my case. Does that sound like a horror show or what? Even though it would catch a criminal eventually. Does that sound like some kind of horror show? To grow a brainless copy of a serial killer so you could ID the serial killer. Do we really want to begin creating human life for these kinds of purposes? Well, it's going to be possible. And unfortunately, if it's possible, we'll probably do it. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
All right, where are you?
This is Joe from Midwest.
Yes, sir.
And I was just waiting to hear about Dean Kamen's new invention he's got.
Oh, well, the big announcement is coming Monday by Diane Sawyer, I am told.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear that.
What do you think it is?
I'm not for sure.
What would you like it to be?
Some kind of new engine type that produces power.
Yeah. I'm personally going for an anti-gravity personal transport vehicle.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like.
Yeah, I know this inventor. He's working on this bladeless turbine engine.
Yes.
And he's got it working at a major power producer right now. and they're supposed to make electricity at like tenth the cost of what electricity is being produced at now.
Yeah, you know, earlier today I was talking with a friend about something, and I would like to drop this on all of you, and I know it's probably a stupid idea, but there are these new wind turbines, only they're not turbines, they're like tunnels. You will see them soon. It's a cutting-edge technology, and they're like tunnels. And I was thinking, if you have something that will produce power that is a virtual tunnel, then why not mount something like that on an automobile? Now, how are we going with automobiles? We're getting to these hybrids, right? Half electric, half gas. Well, if a car is going down the road at 60, 55, or 60, or whatever, miles per hour, and you were to insert one of these tunnel devices somehow on the car, or in the car, or it would be going through the car, or I don't know what, and there's not as much drag as is associated with traditional turbines, wouldn't it be a natural form of generated energy, not free energy, mind you, but something that would generate rather significant amounts of electricity as the car went down the road and the wind went through this tunnel-like turbine? It was just something that we kind of chewed around, a friend and I, a little bit earlier, and I thought about that. Why not, if they really have these special tunnel turbine things, put one on a car that's going down the road pretty fast anyway. Not free energy, but it sure would cut down on the amount of power you needed, right? There's probably a big hole in that idea. I have no idea what it is, but there's an idea for you. Your family, the Kingdom of Nine, from West of the Rockies, dial 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may recharge at 1-775-727-1222. Or use the wildcard line at 1-775-727-1295. To recharge on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have to dial 800-893-0903. I love the song with the message. Good morning, everybody. This is Open Lines, Friday night, Saturday morning. Anything you want to say or talk about is fair game. And when I say open lines, I really mean open lines. Hey, Keith, if you're listening out there, this is one freaky photo on the website. It really is. I am so wrapped up in this whole cloning thing. This is one strange picture. Pretty cool picture, actually. Somebody took it. It looks like Eminem stuck to a thing that looks like, anyway, the whole thing looks like human DNA. And it just says, want to take a ride. If you can freeze that picture for about 24 hours so everybody can see it, maybe I'm asking too much. It's really freaky. I don't know why. I've just been giving so much thought to it. I thought, I'm sitting here thinking, what a ride this is going to be. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hello.
You are there. Good.
How's it going?
It's going.
Hey, I want to talk about gun control a little bit.
Really? What kind of control?
Well, I'm going down tomorrow to purchase a handgun.
Well, then, so then your control is holding it steadily.
Well, the deal is, there's a 10-day waiting period, and there's a background check, which is in a 10-day period.
Right.
and I have to pay $20 to the state
Yeah.
to let them say, okay, you can handle a handgun.
Yeah.
Is that good? Is that bad?
I think it's probably good. In other words, you're paying for the check. And I suppose, yeah, I think on balance it's good. I think that you should have the right to get a gun. If you're not a felon or whatever the other reasons are, that you should be able to get a gun. But I don't think criminals ought to be able to get guns.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree completely, but...
So how do they decide whether or not you're a criminal?
Well, by the background check, I would assume.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
But it just, you look at the amendments and what have you, there was no, you have to go in and give the state some money, and...
Yeah, I know, but I still think it's a small bitch. Really, I want to protect our right to have guns, but I really don't want bad people to have guns. If we can keep them out of their hands, then it's probably worth the $20 or whatever.
Well, then, you go back to the 3-day deal, gun fair. Well, what is that keeping out of anybody's hands?
Well, so why aren't you going to a gun fair and buying a gun there?
You know what? I don't know why I'm not.
I don't either.
Because I'm just a law-abiding citizen, and I'm going to go down and get a gun.
Well, you can, as a law-abiding citizen, you can go to a gun fair and get one too.
I still have to do the 10-day waiting deal, though, don't I?
I don't know. I've heard that you don't.
I don't?
Well, I don't know that for sure, but that's what I've heard. I mean, people complain that you can go to a gun fair, and of course you can buy, you can look in the newspaper and somebody advertise you can go buy a gun privately. No waiting period there, right?
True. Yeah, that's true.
So, you do have options, but if you want to contribute, it seems to me, to a safer environment, then you will go through the background check. You can buy guns underground. There's always that option too, but why not contribute to a safe environment, a safer environment? It's never going to be safe, but safer. If we keep hundreds of thousands of guns out of hands of bad people, then that's a good thing. I don't see it as a really serious infringement on your right to possess a weapon. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, Art. Jim at Mobile, WNTN News Talk.
Yes, sir.
I started dialing in a previous life. I wanted to talk to you about David Blaine.
Okay.
The difference with David Blaine is that he's strictly a street magician. He never performs before a huge audience.
Okay.
He always performs, and his shows are made up of video and film.
Well, that's a pretty serious difference.
It is. And when he does his levitation, and I'm a fan of magic, and I video every magic show that comes on.
Mm-hmm.
And on stage, you can see the sleight of hand sometimes. And the reason you can't see it with David Blaine is that he edits. They edit. And he does his levitation before maybe 8 or 10 people. And he chooses the location, so the lights and the distance and everything is good for his levitation.
Mm-hmm.
And then he performs it, and it wows them, and it looks great.
Mm-hmm.
But he was exposed.
Well, how do you fool the camera?
Well, how do you fool the camera? The picture you're talking about?
You're charging that this is an edited picture, that somebody went in with Photoshop or something like that and edited the photograph.
Not a photo.
Okay, well, here's the problem I've got with that. Again, I just talked to a guy a little while ago who was 10 feet away from the guy when he did it, standing there.
Sure.
So if it's a Photoshop deal, then what did this eyewitness see?
No, when you see him do it, it was done like that magician that was on that you said. It's done on one toe. Now, he was exposed by this masked magician, his levitation trick. And they showed how he did it. He set up the same scene and was next to a building, and he had a rig set up on top of the building. This was after everybody left.
and he had the same wires that Copperfield uses when he flies. And it lifted him off the
Out in the middle of the sidewalk, huh?
right.
What's bothering me about what you're saying, sir, is on the one hand, you're saying it's a Photoshop trick, that he really isn't levitating. And then on the other hand, you're telling me there were wires that actually lifted him up. Now, if there were wires that lifted him up, they wouldn't need to mess around with Photoshop, would they? That just doesn't make sense to me. Now, I can understand you might think it is a trick in some way. Fine, go ahead and think that, but the way you presented that doesn't work for me. If they were lifting him with wires, there would be no need for anybody to play with Photoshop. You sound too anxious to explain away what you can't explain away. The picture is somewhat astounding. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Where are you?
I'm in Winchester, Virginia.
Okay. That is really beautiful country. I spent some time at a friend's house in Winchester, and it's beautiful.
Well, I'm glad you like the area. Unfortunately, the deer won't stay out of the road.
Well, there are worse problems to have.
True. My first name, I think you still don't take last names.
Right.
My first name is Mike.
Okay, Mike.
And, two things I wanted to talk about. First, if we catch Osama bin Laden alive,
Yes.
I hope they make him watch the NASA archive video footage of the STS-93 mission.
Why?
Of the 5 astronauts on that mission, 2 of them, including the mission commander, were women.
Well, yeah.
And they have this thing about how women have to be treated like...
But don't you think that for him, that would just reinforce, what he believes? He would just believe that it's an atrocity that he's viewing, and so I don't see what it would do to him.
Well, after we show it to him, we're going to tell him that we're going to show the same film to every Islamic woman in the world. Thereby giving them the idea that they too can do more than be treated like cattle.
Well, this sounds somewhat cruel, but I have much more in mind for him.
Okay. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was cloning.
Yeah.
I think it all depends on what you do with it. You can do good things with it, you can do bad things with it.
Right.
And I, for one, would like to see them clone girls.
Well, what kind of girls?
Lots of them.
Lots and lots. So in other words, as to even disrupt the present general relationship percentage-wise between the sexes, so that say there were 2 or 3 women for each guy, something along that line.
Something like that, yes.
Would there be any particular? Would you clone varying types of women, or do you have one type in mind?
Some variation.
But not too much.
Some variation, but all somewhat attractive.
Why just somewhat attractive? Why not extremely attractive?
Well, what most of us can agree on what's somewhat attractive, but we have a harder time agreeing on what's extremely attractive.
Well, let's go by you. What would you say would be extremely attractive?
Okay, let's see. Blonde hair, blue eyes, stands 5 feet 2 inches tall in stocking feet, and measurements of 24. Measurements of 36, 22, 38.
Wow. Well, I wanted to let you finish that up for that exact reason. Now, Ladies and gentlemen, you now have in front of you one of the gigantic probable problems with cloning. The guy was honest. You know, he wants to clone babes. Now you just know there's going to be a lot of opposition to this, right? Women have the vote now and everything, and it's just not gonna go. It's not gonna go. But you can believe that there will be some who will endeavor to do this. As you can create supermen and good soldiers and whatever all else you might create, you can indeed create babes. And more people than would admit, as this gentleman just so bravely admitted on the air, more people than not would like to do exactly what he wants done. And you know they're going to do it. You just know they're going to do it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, what's up?
Well, you at the moment.
Okay, cool. I'm Wendy from Burley, Idaho.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, and I have to say that you've kept me awake many times. I work graveyard shifts, and I appreciate your program.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I had an incident. My daughter was 16 months old at the time, and she was really sick, and so I put her in bed with me. And, I was sleeping, and all of a sudden I heard the baby cry. And so I woke up, and my daughter, she was asleep. Well, about a minute later, she started crying too. And so I figured that she just cried and woke me up. Well, so she went back to sleep, and I was watching for a while. I heard a baby cry again.
Yeah.
But my daughter's mouth was closed. It did not have come from her.
Oh, and you mean it was as close as your girl?
Huh?
As close as your little girl, in other words, a close cry?
Exact. Because about 5 seconds later, she cried exactly the same way. And this happened like 4 or 5 times.
Yes.
I just watched her and I was like, wait, cool. And I tell people about it, but they don't believe me.
You just said to yourself, way cool. I mean, her mouth was closed and
I heard her cry. And then she'd wake up and cry the same way. She'd cry herself awake. And it would be the exact same way. It was very cool.
Maybe.
I don't know if it's telepathy or what.
Well, either telepathy or telepathy. She was projecting a cry that was about to happen. Pretty cool.
And it had to be her because the only child that was close by was like a 6-year-old boy. And he was like a block and a half away.
Well, that's pretty weird, all right.
He's the only one. And I have another thing.
Sure.
About this cloning.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the egg. The genetic material is taken out of this egg,
yes,
and it's replaced by other material. Well, about this genetic material, let me get my thoughts on it here. I didn't expect to be on the radio.
Well, the way I read it was they just took DNA from an egg, only the DNA, and then like a hank of hair or a skin scraping, I believe it was, from the male donor, and combined them, and it would have grown into a human if they had let it go, but they only let it go so far. I mean, that is some kind of serious achievement.
It is. It's pretty impressive. But what makes people think, look at it from a religious perspective. What makes people think that they know more about what should go into that egg than the genetic genes that were predetermined by a superior being? And if you look at it as an evolutionary way, what makes people think that they know more than what nature has evolved for thousands and thousands of years and just take it out and put something else in there? What I feel is that what they're essentially doing is depriving a potential person of half their genes.
Well, we're going to do it, huh?
I know, I understand that point. But I object to it on that basis. It doesn't seem right.
And I wonder, what kind of weird position are we in the U.S.? This technology is going to go forward, going forward to Great Britain and all around the world right now. But we're considering laws against it. No research here. Do you think, dare we pass such a law and not do it here while the rest of the world does?
If we were to find it morally offensive, then I think that we would have no choice but to. in order to keep our own conscience cleared, no matter what other countries were doing. But it would put us behind medically, you know.
Not just medically, but even militarily.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what after all, if another country breeds the ultimate soldier?
Well,
and we
that's what
don't.
we got nukes for. That's what we got those big old tanks for. I have faith in the U.S. military. I think that we can pretty much take care of anything, including genetically superior clones marching towards us.
Well, I hope you're right. I mean, they could be genetically, intellectually so far ahead of the game that our nukes might not mean as much as you think. I mean, it's a very serious area of research. I have incredible reservations about it, but I also see the possibilities, and it's one of those things like we've got to be in the game, don't we?
Yeah, if we were going to clone them, I would sincerely hope that we would try to do the best that we can. The idea of clones running around with just a brainstem, I find that offensive also. You might as well make an entire person if you're going to do it.
They would not be running around. They would be sort of probably in some sort of suspension, you know, hanging somewhere or floating in something or in a bed or, you know, whatever. They wouldn't be doing anything except
just floating there waiting for their heart organs to be harvested.
Waiting for harvest time, that's right.
Yeah, but I don't like that. I think that if you're going to make a person, you might as well make a full-blooded, breathing, living, thinking person.
But they wouldn't be aware they were, you know, waiting for harvesting. You know, they wouldn't know that.
We would know that, though.
We would know it, yes.
Yes, we would. How could we live as a society knowing that there's that of people?
Did you hear the young fellow on before me?
Yeah, I did.
And what he wanted for a clone?
Well, that sounds like my sister's, but it sure didn't sound like me. I don't know, I think it was kind of, well, you know, there's also another idea.
You wouldn't like that, would you?
Well, I don't know, I think a bunch of big old Arnold Schwarzenegger type guys would be kind of cool right there.
See, both sides. Both sides. We're going to do it. I can tell we're going to do it. From the high desert. See you Monday. All right. What, Whitley Graycell, is the Millennium Group? I mean, I was, as you know, I was on the TV show Millennium, and I know what the Millennium Group there was.
Well, this is a whole different ball of wax.
Okay.
Their website, by the way, is www.milenngroup.com.
Yeah, and I assume we have a link up.
Right, good.
Sure we do.
And what you're looking at here is, I think, one of the most interesting and innovative scientific websites on the net, and it goes far beyond where you may think when I say scientific website, because this is nothing less than a coherent and really supportable but completely new view of the way everything works. But it's not abstract. It gets down to some very straightforward things, and you end up with a reinterpretation of things like data from the Solos satellite. They have got, I believe, what is something very close to proof, if not proof, that there is a new object orbiting the sun inside, very close to the sun. We're going to discuss that later in the evening. But before we get into that, and we're going to discuss all kinds of fascinating secrets, by the way, I had another conversation today about NASA and secrecy that was really startling. And I want to ask these gentlemen who know a great deal about NASA what they think it means when we get to it later on.
All right, now, coming up is James McKenney. The information you sent me on James, June, is that he has a master's in solid-state physics from Tulane, taught physics, math, computer science, and astronomy at the university level, was canned from Cornell Physics Department in 79 for his heretical views about the nature of the solar system, then rehired by their math department, then fired again at the insistence of the astronomy department. That's right, interesting. And the other gentleman we're about to bring on is Earl Crockett, a scientific generalist with a passion for quantum mechanics and of the universe. And so I've got those two gentlemen standing by. They are the Millennium Group, I guess, or at least some part of it. Jim, welcome.
Good evening, Art.
Did you really get hired and fired and hired and fired?
I think I may hold the record for for being fired twice from the same location.
Oh, we'll ask you about that. And then also, Gary, Earl, you are a scientific generalist with passion for quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics, I understand. What is a scientific generalist?
Well, Art, I have a great deal of interest in many things. I'm a businessman, first and foremost. I've been a self-employed financial management organizational consultant for some 25 years. I kind of grew up in Silicon Valley when it was first starting, doing venture capital startup things and so forth. And I've always had a great deal of interest in the environment around us. I also have a great deal of interest in truth, particularly in science.
All right.
So I've taken that interest and beginning about 2 years ago, met the other key founder of the Millennium Group, Gary Goodwin. And between the two of us, we started an investigation together around the object Hale-Bopp that has led us now to bigger and better things. Not the Hale-Bopp.
We just can't let that go. Let's for a second return to good old Hale-Bopp. What did the Millennium Group conclude about the entire Hale-Bopp fiasco?
What we concluded is that there's a whole story to be told that still isn't told.
Well, if anybody in the world wants to hear that story, it's me. And the other guy is Whitley.
Right. Well, we have some things that we can get into later on in the program that may be of great interest to you. I think it's high time the whole message be revisited.
Listen, no offense, but the hell with the rest of the program. If you have information on Hale-Bopp, I want to know about it. I'm serious, and either one of you, both of you, are welcome to spill your guts on what you know about this.
Earl, should I start out?
Well, we have a little background that will lead right into this. For one thing, what we stand for at the Millennium Group more than anything is that we have a great deal of issue with the way that science is being conducted, primarily by NASA, by the astronomy community.
Do you think they're being dishonest?
Well, I think there's dishonesty, but I think that there's also something that's involved more like a paradigm whose time has passed. That there's a mindset. They're working on an old model of the universe.
What do you mean by that? A paradigm whose time has passed? You mean the old expanding universe, Big Bang, that whole trip?
Well, yes. We people in cultures like ourselves want to assume somewhat in an arrogant manner that if people have thought differently in the past about their universe,
right,
that they were just dumber than us, that we've got all the answers because we have the science and technology. When before Newton, we had the Earth being the center of the universe, and we have social institutions that model that. We have the king and the subject. That was overturned. That was overturned for scientific models, one of an objective, verifiable, independent existence. And we've operated on it now for some 300 years.
Jim, is this Jim?
Yes.
Okay. Then I guess that I've got to learn my voice.
Oh, no, Earl was talking.
Earl, okay, Earl. Okay, that helps the audience as well. Earl, what makes you think anything has changed? I mean, if you look at what happened to Jim, hired, fired, it was the paradigm, obviously, that got him.
Absolutely. And this paradigm now has brought along with it a picture of our universe, of our total existence, called the Big Bang.
Right.
Something that had a beginning and is now having a middle and will someday have an end. In other words, that all we see was created from nothing, ex nihilo, somewhere between 10 to 15 billion years ago. And
Something smaller than a quark suddenly and mysteriously became everything we now know. And
well, something unimaginable, something that was nothing.
What we had also called nonsensical physics. That's what I call it.
well,
It's something ridiculous.
it is true that whenever you get a good physicist on there, and I've had some of the best, you ask them about the Big Bang, and they say, "Oh yes," and you ask them, "Well then, how did it occur? From where did all of this come?" And there's a real long silence on the line, and they say, "Well, actually, that's something we don't know."
Well, they say things like, well, that's a ridiculous question. That's like asking, where's a mile north of the North Pole?
Right.
but the fact is that the story goes on to say that 5 billion years after the creation, there was a supernova explosion, or many of them, creating carbon-based heavy metals and such, that became eventually vast clouds of frozen dust. These vast clouds of frozen dust then begin to congeal, and when they got massive enough, the gravity, by gravity alone, is, remember, all we're dealing with is Newton, and all Newton dealt with was gravity. When they got enough, then they created nuclear fusion and became like our sun. And the other ones who didn't get enough mass became planets. And then even other ones who didn't quite even get that point became dirty snowballs, comets. Yes. So when we say we don't think Hale-Bopp and Shoemaker-Levy 9 and a few other things were dirty snowballs, we're not just making a surface statement into this scientific establishment.
Well, what is it you are saying they are, if not dirty snowballs?
Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Earl. That was a very good introduction to the existing paradigm. And just to be direct about Hale-Bopp, which is a good example of a comet which in no way, shape, or form could have possibly been a dirty snowball. And there's many reasons for believing that, and I can guarantee you the top ranking officials at NASA know that better than all of us put together.
All right. Well, I'm going to know it, and so will everybody else when we get back. It is again the top of the hour. This is not a hook. It's just that everything we're talking about right now has a hook, because it's so interesting. So when we come back, obviously, we'll explore, if not a dirty snowball, then what the hell are those things? What's the Millennium Group saying these things are? Now, we now know a little more about our members of the Millennium Group. Not lightweight. Jim has a master's in solid state physics from Tulane, taught physics, math, computer science, and astronomy at the university level, and he'll be right back with Earl and Whitley Strieber. This is Coast to Coast AM. Good morning. All right. Back to Whitley Strieber and Jim McCanney, and Earl. That would be Earl Crockett of the Millennium Group. And everybody's back on the air again. Let's pick up exactly where we are supposed to. If comets are not dirty snowballs, gentlemen, what are they?
Well, this goes back to my theoretical work in the 70s, Art, and I was working on two aspects of theoretical problems of celestial mechanics, which is the mathematics of how planetary and lunar objects move and around the sun and asteroids. Yeah, that entire topic. And the other topic was plasma physics, which is the physics of gases, electrified gases in outer space. Okay. And I was combining these, and for fun, or whatever, I included electric and magnetic fields in these. And at the time, I didn't know where they would come from, but I did it just as theoreticians do those kind of things. And what I noticed was that I I gained quite an understanding of how these things work, and they're very subtle, and they only come into play at certain times, and it's something that had been totally overlooked in previous theoretical work. So at any rate, being at Cornell, I had access to an incredible amount of data that was coming in from the spacecraft, primarily Voyager and Pioneer, and at that time, data was freely available. NASA has a depository of data at Cornell, and now data is locked under, isn't under lock and key, so that people like me cannot see it.
Now, why would they do that?
Because they want to have to say on what it says, they want to interpret it, and they do not want anybody else to interpret it for them.
All right. So you had access.
I want to break in here just a second, since NASA has been brought up. And I would like to get a reaction to the following statement made to me by somebody whose credentials and knowledge I have reason to respect. Okay? Today, NASA, if it allowed the truth about what is happening right now around the sun to get out, the whole institution of NASA would begin to crumble as one scandal and piece of suppressed information after another came to light. Two questions, guys. First, do you think that's a valid statement? And second, what in the world is going on out there around the sun that they would be playing these games? The first answer is yes.
Yes, that if we were to become aware of what was around the sun right now, NASA would virtually crumble one scandal after another about suppressed information. You agree with that statement?
Well, absolutely. And in fact, I'm amazed they've kept the bottle on this long. They have kept the cork on this one for 20 years.
Kept the cork on what, guys?
Yeah.
Now, we were discussing comments, but let's get cut to the chase here. Kept the cork on what?
So the basic thing we're talking about here is that comets are an electrical plasma property around a nucleus, which is not an ice ball, but just an asteroidal body, rocky body. And it's through electrical processes is dragging in the cometary tail.
Dragging it in, not, in other words, not ice as we believe. The regular paradigm says, well, comets get close to the sun, they're made of ice, the sun begins to warm them up, they then begin to throw off this tail made up of, I guess, vaporized cometary material, right?
Right, and the bottom line is they have spent $1 trillion in a 20 to 25-year span pursuing incorrect science that they were told at the beginning of that they were barking up the wrong tree.
Well, we just launched a rocket to get in a comet's tail and pick up the material to figure out what it is, didn't we?
Well, we already know what it is, and that's another thing is the
let me see if I'm clear, please, on what you're saying is. You're saying a comet has no eyes at all. You're saying a comet is nothing but a rock, virtually,
yes,
that as it passes near the orbit of the sun, begins to emit an electrical it's discharge of some sort, or draw something into it as a result of the orbital mechanics.
Yes, let Earl jump here. Let me jump in just a second. The missing thing in the ingredients right now is that you have to first understand that the present paradigm, cosmology, Big Bang, whatever,
yes,
in the field of astronomy, and you have to also understand that the solar system, our solar system, as someone has said, only astronomers deal with this in here, the solar system. Astrophysicists and so forth, you're out there someplace else. So what goes on in the solar system is only astronomy. Astronomy has not changed since Newton's time.
Right.
The only law they have is gravity. So Jim is saying, no, there's electromagnetic forces, and the biggest electromagnetic force
is nothing else than our sun.
The sun is in fact, I'm sitting here with a release, it's a NASA News release that came out February 3rd, 1999. This is actually a vision. This is exactly what my predictions and my theoretical work stated had to be, and this was published in 1979. Now, let me explain briefly, and this, once you understand the science, all the rest of this will fall in place. So let's get right to the core of this right now. Because we're talking about paradigms and whatever. The essential property of the sun is that it is giving off a solar wind, we know that. Yes. The common belief has always been that that wind was electrically neutral, that you have the same number of protons as electrons, and this is what you call Chapman physics, that space is electrically neutral. And what my theoretical work showed, and the data from all these spacecraft was showing, although they weren't even designed to measure it, that I knew what the side effects would be. What the spacecraft data was absolutely stating without question was that there were electric fields, and the only source of power to generate that electric field was the sun. So there had to be, because of the configuration of comets and the way things were working, because I knew from my theoretical work how this would look, it had to be that the sun was giving off an excess current of protons, the positive charge.
All right, so now let me interrupt you, Jim, please. I want to understand, you're going to cause people's eyes to glaze over out there a little bit if we keep up the way we're going here. You're saying that, please pause a second, Jim, that a comet is not a snowball, that a comet is, go over it with me again, a rock, and as it passes by the sun, it begins attracting what?
Well, the sun builds up a capacitor.
Yes.
And the positive wind coming off the sun in the form of a solar wind,
yes,
squeezed out material in the inner solar system, so it holds it back. And we've seen these donut-shaped nebular regions around other nearby stars. And that nebular zone is positively charged relative to the sun, which is left with a net negative charge. And there's a balance set up within the solar system. Now, when one of these rocks comes in, it crosses through that capacitor, and it discharges that capacitor, and it's the material flowing into the comet nucleus.
All right.
Okay, cometary.
Okay, Jim, let me ask a question here. Sure. It has to do with something that happened last spring.
Yeah.
That worried me a lot. It worried me because I didn't think NASA was telling the truth about it, or maybe didn't know the truth about it. A cometary body, or it might have been two of them, impacted the sun.
Absolutely.
Yes, two of them, I believe. They were little dirty snowballs of allegedly no consequence to the sun. Right. A few miles across, right. It turned to steam long before they even reached the sun. But gobbled it up without even thinking about it. But what occurred immediately thereafter was the expulsion of one of the largest solar flares ever seen. That's true. That's now.
And that should have happened.
Hold on. Sure. Not like this. That worried me. What worries me more is the combination of that and the fact that so many large, unexpected comets are appearing in our solar system now. I want you guys to explain to me in a layman's terms what happened out there and why it was no coincidence that the comet and the solar flare were related, and what is going on that all of these large objects would suddenly start coming into the inner solar system where they have not been before.
Yeah, as a layman, here's a good theory that I think we can go back just a step here and say that besides the cometary science and the solar system science that we're talking about, the plasma discharge science, we also have a picture on our webpage, a story on our webpage that relates this to things that are going on here on Earth. And the genesis of this paper, the Planetophysical State of Life on Earth, says by Alexei Dmitriev, our Russian colleague, that our solar system since 1962 has been moving into a highly charged region of interstellar space.
Meaning junk.
More energy. And that energy,
And more electrical in it.
has come into our solar system, and it is energizing our sun and all the connections it has with all the bodies that are related to it. And we say that besides the planets, comets are energized by this new energy, and possibly the calling card is put after them, bringing them in.
Earl, let me explain and answer directly the question, Eddie. First of all, when you understand that comets are in fact themselves electrical discharges, and you looked at the sun on the day that those two comets came in, the sun had already a large flare, and it was just a streaming thin flare. One of the comets flew by it, and the other one hit directly through that flare off the surface of the sun. And you can see the discharge from the comet trail down through the solar surface and explode, and then the flare comes out of the sun.
All right, how could that possibly be accounted for? In other words, a snowball should surely just be totally gobbled up by the sun, as Whitley said, without even a second thought. It would just totally vaporize before it ever got really very far to the sun at all. Right? And yet, you're suggesting that the impact caused the larger flare or ejected from the sun. How can that be?
Well, it's like a spark plug in the sense that the solar flare, which was a current of photons primarily,
Right.
just was already there. Now that the comet has its own electrical discharge, and when that flew through the flare, it just augmented it. And now you have to understand something too, that the standard solar model is totally incorrect in that what is really going on is that the sun's energy is being produced high in its atmosphere by electrical discharges. That's what's kicking off the fusion reaction.
All right, then,
So you're dealing with a lot of new concepts here, and when you put them all together, what it says, and this is getting back to Hale-Bopp has an electrical connection with the sun for a period of 6 years.
okay.
What it was doing on a daily basis was pumping up the sun. Now you have to understand that the current movement here is at a certain level.
Pumping up the sun, or the sun was pumping up Hale-Bopp?
Well, both. Now the sun has built up this capacitor over a period of eons, because we haven't had any big comets in the solar system for at least 100 years, not the size of Hale-Bopp. And so this capacitor was built up, and Hale-Bopp came in and was draining that capacitor, and that energy was going back into the sun via the current sheet that connected Hale-Bopp to the sun. And so that's why we have been experiencing all of this incredible weather on Earth. Just want to insert one fact here also. We now know that the sun produces far more energy electrically than it does in the form of visible light. So if you're looking for our weather to be explained in terms of visible light or light coming off the sun, then you're missing the boat, because the sun puts out far more energy electrically, and the Earth, in fact, is acting as a comet also. It has a long tail, and we are involved in this electrical dance with the sun.
So then, what are you saying this means for us?
Well, the bottom line,
it's been missed all along that a comet portends change. I mean, that's been handed down from generation to generation.
and it sounds like that's exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, it does. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And what kind of change? The small comets, and of course the ones that we've seen and even visited recently, the last 10, 12 years, have been teeny comets. Hale-Bopp, which is a terrible shame that in that time frame we couldn't have gotten a few spacecraft together and sent up there to look at a distance and really observe this.
All right, we didn't do that. In fact, hold on. We'll be right back. We're at the bottom of the hour. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, we are going to cut to the chase. Now, we are going to stipulate for the purpose of this conversation that the sun is, in effect, a giant generator. And we know that on Earth and other planets, there's energy that cannot be accounted for. that I think easily can be understood to be the sun's interaction with the Earth and or whatever other planet electrically, that there is energy coming from inside the Earth that can be accounted for by the sun. Stipulating all of that so that we don't have to run through the theory again. Jim and Earl, I want to know, number one, what all this means to us and how it means NASA's been lying about everything.
Well, it means first off that this comet, like Hale-Bopp and like Shoemaker-Levy 9, is not a dirty snowball.
We got that.
In fact, it's 180 degrees,
Okay,
and it's like a giant.
okay, see, you're going over ground we just went over.
Let me ask a question.
Well, so what
A different question, if I may. In August, you said that we began to go into an area of a higher electrical charge in the 60s. Now, in August of 1972, there was an enormous magnetic storm, and it involved two bursts of gamma rays passing across the Earth. The first one nearly denuded us of the Van Allen belt, I believe that's right, of our radiation barrier. The second one came a few days later, and if it had come just hours before it did, much of that energy would have reached the surface of the Earth. Now, this happens in the universe all the time. We see stars sterilizing, in effect, with various types of intense flares. If they have any planets around them, they're routinely sterilized, and we're still here. Now, we are told that the solar maximum coming up in 2000 is going to be the biggest ever. And in fact, over the past 30 years, the sun has been getting more and more active. What does this mean to us? What should we expect from this solar maximum? Is the weather going to change? Are we in danger of having another situation like happened in August of 72 or worse?
Well, if that energy in August of 72, the second wave had hit us, what would have happened?
Well, the side of the planet that it hit would have been to a greater or lesser degree sterilized, depending on how much of the energy had reached the surface.
You two gentlemen agree with that?
Yes, we just posted a new paper on our website called Fire in the Sky. It basically confirms exactly what we're talking about.
Are the two of you aware that Israeli scientists believe the extinction of the dinosaurs was not a bolide impact, that they believe that they were irradiated and instantly killed?
Now, there's a number of theories there, but, more recently, and in fact, in the past couple of years, you were asking about direct Earth effects and weather.
Yes.
Yes, we've had incredible changes in weather, and the weather-related institutions, NOAA and the downline into our local weather stations, they're completely at odds as to how to explain this. In Minnesota here, we had a tornado that ran over 100 miles on the ground and destroyed city after city.
We would spend the rest of the night talking about how the weather has changed. Yeah, there's no question about it. You're saying
now this is a direct effect, and what we've discovered is exactly what is causing these storms, including hurricanes.
A direct effect of?
What it is the ionosphere is charged up, and there's a vertical electric field from the surface of the Earth up to the ionosphere. And what happens is when clouds form and they raise up far enough, they become like a finger sticking up electrically. And when you get an electrical current attached to them, what happens is there's a current that is actually dragged up vertically, and something has to give. That's the cause of the low pressure cell at the center of these storms. That's why at the center of a tornado or a hurricane, you see this tremendous updraft.
Explain this one.
Hurricane Gilbert. Remember Hurricane Gilbert? I believe it was either early this year or late last year during the hurricane season, a big storm. It had storm cells that formed above it and, went all the way up into the stratosphere, farther than any storm cells they had ever seen.
It was an extremely unusual situation. What does that mean? Does that have anything to do with what you're talking about?
Well, the fact is that the sun has pumped up electrically, and that filters down through our 5 layers of magnetic field, and it's pumping up our ionosphere to a level above normal. And meaning that we're going to have stronger and stronger storms. Absolutely.
Yes, exactly. Which explains the virtual hurricane that just went roaring up the Pacific coast this last
Wasn't
night.
that incredible? That was so incredible that nobody even mentioned it.
Well, now the scientists, the weather people are saying El Nino, La Nina.
Well, that is ridiculous because those temperature variations fluctuate, and it turns out that those things are actually byproducts of what we're talking about here, which is the overall effect.
All right, I think I can accept that. There is an object that you claim is now orbiting our sun, and that we have the SOHO satellite out there. It studies the sun somewhat sporadically, and it occasionally takes photographs of things that shouldn't be there. What's going around our sun that we don't know about?
Well, we believe that it's probably those 2 comets that came in that you mentioned earlier, and that they were trapped. We never did see what happened to those 2 little items, or it could be some other ones. And it's like I believe Whitley said.
Well, I thought Whitley just said that one hit the sun.
No, it hit the flare going out from the distance.
It's true. I was wrong. Okay. Let me ask you guys this. On your website, there is a picture of the sun with a huge flare coming off of it, and that flare is fuming back around to the back of the sun. And you say on the website that that's because this object is at that point behind the sun, and that it is drawing the flare back behind the sun.
That's unless you can absolutely prove it by seeing it from another angle. We don't know for sure, but NASA does have the Ulysses spacecraft, which is looking at the sun from a different angle, and of course that data is not available either.
So what we can say going on with NASA, this data is also that NASA has gotten into the habit, like it did with Mars, with the infamous the Pathfinder mission that just went up, and they took picture after picture to the point where JPL apparently internally was complaining that Michael Malin was taking so many pictures of the face that they couldn't get their other projects completed in time. Well, we had a little pressure on them.
Well, here's some input on the situation that I got yesterday.
They never released it. And Hale Bopp's another excellent example. Here are the high-res pictures of Hale Bopp that must have been taken.
They have literally millions of them in all wavelengths taken with the Hubble Space Telescope, and we know they do. We know the contract numbers.
Why wouldn't they release?
Because they prove unequivocally that comets are not the dirty snowballs.
Well, in other words, what you're saying is it's gotten to the point where NASA just doesn't release something if it doesn't fit acceptable science. If there's nothing they're finding, that is the opposite of science. That's there's got to be a motive for doing this that goes beyond shattering paradigms. It's not different from what the church was doing in the 15th century, where they wouldn't allow their own experts to look through Galileo's telescope. But the mission of science has got to be the truth. And if they are collecting truth that they're not saying they're lying to us, then there's got to be a motive that goes beyond, well, it just would ruin somebody's some astronomer's pet theory.
Here's an input that I got today from one of our reliable sources. It's the quote reliable sources.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll read it to you. It says, and this person who's writing this now is someone who likes our page, someone who's retired from the military intelligence service,
Right.
still very connected in the international scene, and still very much interested in what's going on, that wants to change the system.
All right. What is that?
He says, one of my sources indicated that a new object in our neck of the woods has everyone upset at NASA and JPL. Particularly that you guys came out with the information prior to them making any type of statement. Now they are not sure how they're going to handle it. If they admit it outright, then they have given full acknowledgement of your observation. If they announce it and give a date prior to your posting, then they will be questioned as to why they waited so long. Then, if they just without any knowledge of the object, and it is proved later that you were right, it might just be their undoing. Actually, in any case, it may be their undoing. For this reason, the military side may start a smear campaign against you. My comment back to my source was, let them try, and I will come forward with my knowledge and where I got it from. So keep up the good work, and I'll support you.
All right, where's the meat? Where are the photographs of this object?
We've got a few of them, but there again, Soho shuts down. We've been lucky enough to trap them. And let's list what they're saying is Soho, when the object appears, it has a 5-day orbit. Yeah. When it appears, the satellite has doors that can be closed on it in order to avoid it's protected. It's protected, yeah, or whatever. They close the door. And then when it's gone, they open them. You know, they say it goes offline because of something they call space mode, a gyroless space mode, in which they're operating the spacecraft on propellants and not using the gyro stabilizer.
Right, I'm all aware of what safe mode is. It's sort of like Windows 95 going into safe mode. Same
yeah, but the amazing thing is we're wondering where they're getting all this fuel to do all these burns. They've had some burns that
all right, but they took some photographs that did get through. You got those?
We trapped them before they had shut it down.
All right, so what exactly are in the photos?
Well, we've got 3 objects which we believe we have confirmation of. 2 of them are within the orbit of Mercury, so they're very close to the sun, and we believe possibly it's those 2 comets that came in we spoke of earlier. Now, are they going to eventually fall into the sun? We think one of them actually did the other day because there was an enormous iron flare that came off the sun. And what is an iron flare? It was iron. Iron. We know that there's iron in the solar atmosphere as a trace element. So this was a flare, literally. Now, millions of are iron flares frequent? Do they happen? No. Often? No. Has there ever been one before? I am unaware of any iron flares of this magnitude or this kind ever happening before.
I have a question. With regard to comets and their dirty snowball theory, they claim to have spectrographic analysis of the cometary tails that shows moisture.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And what do you think? What mission is not in question?
So what do you think? That's a lie?
No. That the composition is not the question. It's what direction that material is flowing is the question. Is it flowing into or out of? In every spacecraft they've designed, as with all their other theories, the spacecraft are designed to confirm their theory, and they're not out there testing.
Okay, let's say you're right, and that this is material virtually being drawn toward the comet, or collected and drawn toward the comet. How would there be moisture? We're talking about space here.
No, it's just that, well, you see that. In fact, Hale Bopp is a perfect example. We've got pictures with a Swan filter, which were taken by a gentleman in Florida.
Yes.
And a Swan filter has ionized hydrogen and ionized oxygen. And that's the only thing it keeps. It filters out everything else. It was invented by a guy named Swan. And what you see is highly ionized oxygen and doubly ionized hydrogen. This means that there's a tremendous amount of energy that is stripped off the electrons. And these are independent before they've made water. And they're making water as you observe in the picture.
Yes.
These are coming in tightly bound helical streamers.
Okay.
The one we have 17 individual streamers of water cycling in a magnetic helical pattern into the comet nucleus, and it's tremendously hot.
All right. Now here's a very important point, and again I'm going to say this, and I want a good straight answer. Other than the fact that it would ruin some astronomers' pet theory or even paradigm, there has to be a motivation why NASA would lie and lie and lie and lie, as you accuse, about all of this, about the objects, about so many other things, so many lies that it would unravel before our eyes. Why would they do that, gentlemen?
Well, Art, I've written a list of what I call kind of like David Letterman. I've got the 20 top reasons why NASA was hiding data.
Why?
Besides the fact that their theories are totally incorrect.
What I want is your best shot, your best reason. Why are they hiding data?
And here's my best one. I'll start with one. They're hiding data because everything that we know that's even being confirmed as close as recently as 2 days ago is that instead of being 25 miles diameter, it's in fact 2,500 miles plus in diameter.
What is?
Hale Bopp?
Yeah.
Hale Bopp nucleus.
So instead of an icy snowball, what we have is a new planet in our solar system.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
wait a
still
minute.
gotta reach the harvest.
Wait a minute.
So it is just you spent, now you gotta understand historically in the 70s, NASA spent incredible effort. In fact, Carl Sagan's fame came from the fact that he led the entire astrophysical community to insist that there was a controversy about Venus being a new planet.
Well, hold on a second. You said Hale-Bopp would then be a new planet at that size. They were trying to strip Pluto of its planetary status, and Pluto's bigger than Hale-Bopp, even at your stated dimension, right? Right, gentlemen?
Well, they're about the same.
Yeah, so you see, there's no definition in between. Either you're planet size, or you're an asteroid, or you're some dirty snowball.
So you're saying that Hale-Bopp was as big as Pluto?
And the other thing is, we have a picture that came out of the South American, one of the South American European Space Agency observatories. That's the only place you can see Hale-Bopp now. This shows a volcanic plume coming off the surface of Hale-Bopp's nucleus. Well, this was within the last 8 months or so.
Volcanic?
Yeah, the volcanic plume, just like you see off of Eel. And you can also see the secondary nucleus in that picture.
All right. Then you have not yet still given me, other than the paradigm change, any motivation for hiding all of this information. Again, I ask, why would they hide it?
I'm not getting a motivation either. Well, you don't understand the mentality of the people at NASA and the incredible amount of work that they went through to establish those paradigms in the 70s. And the amount of
Wait a minute.
effort.
NASA is a space agency.
Well,
NASA
really,
sends out missions to Mars and, as you pointed out earlier, some into deep space for exploration to try and determine what the truth is. Why would they lie to us?
Well, yeah, one of the reasons is that it's been a long time since they've been even close to being a civilian agency devoted to peaceful purposes.
I have to tell you this, and I want to get into this when we come back from the break. I think there's more to this than just trying to conceal the fact that their model of the universe doesn't work.
All right, we'll be right back. I've had many people on here talking about the sun and ejecta and what's coming from the sun. Ed Dames, many others included, Gordon Michael Scallion, many people warning about what's going on with the sun. So I want to pursue this a little bit, but here's the way I want to pursue it. Gentlemen, I need quick answers to these questions because we don't have a lot of airtime tonight. I'm out of here an hour early. Here's the fact. Just answer it for me. Art, wait a minute. This is from Daryl in Los Angeles. You mean that the only reason that NASA obscures this is intellectual egotism? That's really hard to swallow. So there's got to be another reason. What is it?
So they don't know what the answers are. They're going to look rather foolish if they come on and say, well, look, we've seen new planets here. Somebody's going to ask them to explain it, and if they can't explain it,
that's intellectual egotism.
Yeah, that can't be the whole answer.
In other words, gentlemen, you're saying, are you not, if I got this correct, that under the right conditions, there could be an ejecta, radiation from the sun that would virtually sterilize the entire Earth. Is that the reason?
Yeah, that's a good one. That in fact we don't live in a benign, neutral universe. That there's things that happen that could endanger us, and it looks like that the probability and possibility of that is increasing.
All right, now we're finally getting down to it. In other words, that from time to time, catastrophic events occur in systems like ours that virtually sterilize life, and then it has to start all over again. Is that it?
Yes. I'm going to quickly add something. Recently, there was an announcement that G-type stars, like our own star, are spontaneously novaing in other parts of the nearby galaxy. And the thing I want to add here is the comets that are in there pumping up the sun in that flare that you saw, those are the type of things that can cause stars to spontaneously nova.
Blow up.
They're not doing it, it explodes and we go away.
And look what we have already. We have evidence that says that 1998 was the most costly year ever on record. $79 billion was a damn
disaster. No, it's true.
And it does directly affect Earth weather. And as I was explaining, when the sun is pumped up and can lead down through our 5 layers of magnetic field protection and pump up the ionosphere, it is directly translated into Earth's surface weather.
All right, guess who I've got a fax from? Chuck Schrammick in Houston.
Oh, Chuck.
And he simply says, Art, what about the Hale-Bopp companion? Question mark. Well,
Yeah, I was going to ask that question too.
so guys, what about the Hale-Bopp companion? That whole story, that whole controversy, that whole disaster.
Well, here's the possibility why NASA and SOHO doesn't want to look at this new object out there or talk about it. What if it's the companion? Wouldn't that be a good reason for them not to want to talk about it?
Was there a companion? Well, the story is that coming out now is the companion is still with Hale-Bopp. And, but there are so many new
Wait a minute, hold it. Who's saying that?
This is Jim. Yeah.
Jim, I know. Who's saying the companion is still there?
I saw it in a photo myself. You can see it independent of the nucleus. Hale-Bopp's still visible, and occasionally we get seeds from South America, and the secondary nucleus is out there as a little comet.
All right, maybe then you'd like to comment.
So it's still the object's still there.
Yeah, but revisiting for a second, the first photograph Chuck Schrammick took, then the supposed university professor photograph that our friend down in Atlanta, Courtney Brown, Professor Brown at Emory, still will not tell us where he got. Let me ask you, the whole scandal, what the hell? You're telling us there is some kind of companion after all of that, after they proved with a photograph from Hawaii that the photograph that was given to us was fraudulent? We put those up, the real one, the fraudulent one?
And we've got 2 things. There's a new article on the Millennium Group homepage that discusses that issue. And the second thing is I was invited and then disinvited to a conference that was held over in the Canary Islands by the European Space Agency, which was subsequently taken over by NASA. And NASA people were the primary speakers as opposed to Europeans. And one of the topics on the list of topics there was the companion. I mean, it was the topic after Hale-Bopp concert. Because in other words, they just lied massively. What was their purpose? To drive people crazy?
It's more than a lie, because Professor Hynos at the University of Hawaii came up with a photograph of clearly minus the companion,
Well, yes,
which was an identical photograph.
the thing about that is that outside here, looking in at that whole operation, the photos released, they get posted on the Enigma page by NEP. The next morning, an astronomer calls, says it's a fake, and in an instant, every major newspaper in the nation had an article about Hale-Bopp being the fake, when in 6 months prior, they hadn't run one article.
No, I'm the first one who had it on air. That Hale-Bopp was a fake.
This just passed by. Was NEF? N-E-F-F?
Yeah.
Who is that? Was that the...
He posted on his webpage.
Who?
Neff did.
What's his first? I'm sorry, who's Neff?
He posted.
So who is Neff?
Neff had a website by the
You
name.
know what his name is? His first name?
Who is Neff, please?
Is it Bob Neff or Phil Neff?
Of Enigma, and he
Would you
posted.
please stop talking, sir? Who is Neff? What is Neff's first name?
I don't know his first name. There you go.
No, it's James Neff.
James Neff. Who is James Neff?
He's a person that operated a website called Enigma.
Enigma. He's the person who operated a website.
Is he associated with the University of Hawaii? Or what?
He operated a website called Enigma.
We got that.
He posted the photo that you released.
That I released?
Yes.
Okay. The one showing the companion that was given to me by Professor Courtney Brown.
Right.
Okay, he posted that, so.
Right. And he was contacted by CNOW.
Dr. Hynon.
Yes. And he told Neff that it was a fake. And the story generated from that website, to the best of my knowledge, and went immediately to all the major.
No, that's incorrect. Dr. Hynon, it appeared in no publication until Dr. Hynon called me. And I picked up the phone and called Whitley. Right, Whitley?
That's correct.
And we were the first to break the story that it was a fraud, that it was a fake. And I got personal communications from Dr. Heinot, and until I broke that story and put up the real and the fake photos, nobody else in the media had it.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you. You know it better than I do. I'm just saying what it looks like from an observer standing out here.
Well, okay, let's proceed. It doesn't matter whether Neff, whatever his name is, had it first or I had it first. The fact is, Dr. Heinot called Neff or called me, and we all put it up and said it's fake. All right?
Yes.
What information do you have that indicates that it was not fake?
Well, we had the photo analyzed by two different sources. The so-called fake and the so-called original.
And
we got two reports back. The first one says that they're both genuine. The second report came back and said, for sure, the photo that has the companion is genuine, but I think that the one that's supposed to be real without the companion's been altered.
based on what?
Based on their photo analysis.
What material did you give them to analyze?
Yes.
Gave them the two photos that were available on the web.
Do you know who put those up? I did.
Yes.
Yeah, I did. I put those photos up. I took the one that Dr. Heinot sent me, and I took the one provided by Courtney Brown, and we don't know anything about that because he won't tell us. And it seemed rather painfully obvious that in the photograph by Dr. Heinot, there was nothing behind Hale-Bopp. All the other stars matched perfectly. It was taken, obviously, from that telescope.
Well, then we have a paper on our page about some serious analysis of the whole situation that's gone on for the last year or so.
Well, tell me anything I don't know.
Well, the conclusion is that from the location that the so-called fake and original photo were taken, there are several other telescopes there, large ones in the same area. One of them, in fact,
according to Dr. Heinot, if you'll excuse me, it would have had to have been taken within a 10-minute period because of the position of the star.
Oh, absolutely. But here you've got a ridge there that has 5, 6, 7 different big major observatories, one of which uses 35 millimeter film.
Okay, and that's right, because Courtney Brown always did maintain that there was 35 millimeter film of it, something rather unusual.
Yes.
Right, but there is one that was shooting at that time, please verify, that was using 35 millimeter film.
What one?
Was one of the military scopes on at the Hawaii site.
So all we're saying here is an observer art.
Okay, we have confirmed that then, that there was a military site in Hawaii on the same rough piece that was using 35 millimeter film, correct?
Correct.
So what you are alleging here is that Dr. Heinot, not Courtney Brown, faked a photograph. Now, if I've got that wrong, stop me. Is that what you're saying?
We don't know who or whatever.
We actually have another name.
Oh, well, now,
But
gentlemen, Dr. Heinot called me.
Because it does point in a very weird way to the University of Hawaii.
Look, I've got the interview on tape. I could play it again. Dr. Heinot laid it all out. He said, we took that photograph. That is our telescope. It could only have been taken from here within a 10-minute period. And so if you're telling me that there's another photograph that is genuine, that shows the companion, then you are alleging that Dr. Heinot faked that picture or has on a fake picture to me. Now, which is it?
Unless did the companion, was it constantly visible with the comet? It wasn't. I know it wasn't because I saw an entry from the comet.
And before they shut down the Hubble, you could see the companion whipping around the nucleus.
That's true. You saw.
In other words, you could have taken two photographs in a very brief period of time, one of which would show it and one of which wouldn't.
From the other telescope.
Earl, let me break in here for just a minute. And one of the very interesting things is in celestial mechanics, if you have an orbiting object and you can determine the period, is exactly what we're saying here. You've taken successive pictures,
right?
With just that information, you can determine, and the radius of the orbit of that object throughout the central object, you can determine the mass of the central object. And immediately they knew that Hale-Bopp's nucleus was enormous.
All right, but look, I don't want to play around the rose bush here, guys. When I had Professor Courtney Brown on here, I didn't cut him any slack at all. I said, who the hell gave you that photograph?
Right.
Right? And I'm playing the same game with you guys here. And that is, if you're alleging that we were fed a fake photograph and that Courtney Brown had the real photograph, then you better come up with some names. Hello?
Say that again.
Okay, I'd be glad to. If you are alleging that in fact Courtney Brown had the real photograph and the one alleged said by Dr. Heinot to be the real honest photograph minus Hale-Bopp, if that one's fake, you better come up with some names.
Well, but you're not getting my point. Is that there were two telescopes that took two photographs.
I do get
both
points.
genuine.
I do get points.
They were both genuine, and the evidence that was provided saying that it was fake was actually false.
So what you're saying is both pictures were real.
Both pictures were real, probably from our. I mean, for sure, the companion. We got confirmation. The companion was not without anything in photo. The photo analysis that was say was altered. I'm not sure about the ones that didn't show that, but we're saying that the rationale that was provided, saying that the second photo was a fake, was faulty rationale, as is told in our paper on the page. You can read the paper; it has all the information in it.
So then you're not saying that Dr. Heinot intentionally labeled what Courtney Brown had as a fake. Is that correct? You're saying he did that unintentionally with a photograph that was real but just didn't show Hale-Bopp. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, I don't know what the motivation was. All I'm saying is the fact as we see it is that there was a companion. The photo appears to be genuine. It appears to be taken at a telescope right near the other one that was also controlled by the University of Hawaii with the 35 millimeters.
So then you're saying that, going back to who sent the fax here, Chuck Schrammick, that Chuck Schrammick's photograph was real.
Chuck Schrammick, as far as I'm concerned, the photograph was real.
And that also would mean that the photograph on the Japanese National Observatory website
Was real.
which appeared in April, many months before this controversy.
That's
was
right.
real.
That's right.
As well as the one done by the Italian astronomers that we have on our page.
Right.
All right, then. I guess it's going to be hard to ask you about motivations of a university professor, but why would Courtney Brown refuse to name the source of a photograph that was legitimate?
Yeah, which would have saved his bacon.
Well, I think if someone works for NASA in astronomy and they've taken money and grants, they've also signed a non-disclosure agreement that has very, very severe penalties to it. And if they're found out, there are implications beyond, I think, what we can even talk about.
So you're saying you believe this was sourced within the government, passed on to Courtney Brown, and protected by these secret agreements. Is that correct?
Or Courtney Brown may genuinely be in the dark about what happened. That's perfectly possible too.
But he knows who handed him that photograph.
So that's true.
Yes,
Let's go that.
but most likely the revealing of that name would be the end of that person's career.
All right, gentlemen, hold it right there. Whew. This takes me back to the Hale-Bopp days, all right? All right, stand and deliver time. Gentlemen, if I have this right, then you are saying that the Schrammick picture was real. You're saying the photograph that Courtney Brown foisted upon us was real. And you're saying the picture that Dr. Heinot gave us is real. And you're saying that Hale-Bopp, in fact, did and still does have a companion, and that NASA is hiding this from us. And ostensibly, I guess you're saying that somebody in NASA gave this photograph to Professor Brown intentionally to get that out. Is that about an accurate assessment?
I'd say someone under contract or under NASA funding, yes.
Gave that photograph.
You can get all the names and so forth on our page on the paper called There Was a Companion.
who gave the photograph to Courtney Brown?
On your page, wait a minute, give us the address of the page again.
Where's links to it?
Okay,
There was a companion.
there was a companion, in case people want to go to that, okay?
Oh, they'll go to it, all right.
It's under the comment section.
By the way, folks, we have also, right by your name, put a link to the real and the fraud photograph that I posted. I was the first to post, no matter what you said. And so we've got that link up. People can look at it again. But who gave the photograph to Courtney Brown?
You'll find that on There Was a Companion.
Why can't I find it here?
Earl, do we know? I mean, say it. Say it. I mean, it's on your website, so say it.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Well, you know, I'm
Who do you believe, allege?
stolen.
Who? Dr. Tholen?
Stolen.
Also at the University of Hawaii. Now,
Right.
Dr. Hynock's colleague, Dr. Tholen.
Yes.
The thing is that it wasn't the secret at first, in the sense that after we did our first show on this subject, I called a number of observatories. I know that Greenwich was one of them. I don't remember the names of 2 or 3 others besides that.
I remember.
And everyone I talked to, and there was also another listener, I believe, who called and sent you some faxes.
Yeah.
They were perfectly straightforward about the fact that there was something there. There didn't seem to be any controversy about it at all.
So you're saying Tholen was Professor Brown's secret source?
This is a suspicion.
Yes. I also want to point out that we'll be posting shortly a paper written by a JPL scientist called Zdenek Sakinian, called The Detection of a Satellite Orbiting the Nucleus of Comet Hale-Bopp. This is a JPL scientist, dated January 1998.
So now that the controversy has dwindled and the public has been disinformed quietly, the scientists seem to be admitting that it is there.
Well, I would like to know what substance you have to allege that Dr. Tholen is the secret source. What evidence do you have to support that?
Well, this paper that you've got on your website,
You know, how do you support it?
You need to read the paper. It's 3
well, give us
4 long
gist of it.
pages, and it's an analysis of the images and what was said by Tholen about the images.
Okay, so he said things about the images that suggest he might have somehow had some involvement in this.
Yeah.
Can you give us an example of what he said that would lead you to believe that?
Well,
regarding the location of the type shooting and the background stars and the resolution, the only telescopes that had that sort of resolution that could then, and also the fact that there were not star trails behind the comet indicating it was a rapid exposure as opposed to a long time exposure with a smaller scope.
That's right.
So on and on. There's a whole.
Yeah, but those are all things he would say to substantiate the fact that photograph, the original photograph, was only taken in one place, his place.
That's right. And with a certain scope of a certain quality and a certain altitude.
Bingo.
So
That all supports the fact that of Tholen's claim and Hynock's claim that it was taken there. What in all of that says they passed some sort of photograph to Courtney Brown? I mean, where's
the other part of it was that it was a 35 millimeter camera that took it. It could only have taken it through a particular number of scopes, and there was one scope that had 35 millimeter capability. It was photographing Hale-Bopp that night.
That night at the University of Hawaii.
That's right.
Yes, it's the Amos telescope operated by the Air Force.
Let me ask you this question. Why would they give this pick out of the whole universe of human beings, Courtney Brown, to give it to instead of Art Bell himself?
Yeah.
Well, all I can do is speculate over here, but looking from the outside in, I think there were 2 things going on. One, there was a report that there might be a companion from ceramic and so forth. And secondly, Courtney Brown was doing a viewing. From the outside looking in, to me, it looked like if someone didn't want that companion known, they had to discredit those 2 people.
That would be true.
A disinformation coup that was just
incredibly kind from looking from the outside in, because how did all of those stories suddenly wind up in every major newspaper the morning after it was announced when there hadn't been a story about Hale-Bopp for 6 months, maybe? How did that?
Well, that was what was so amazing to me. That there was no question about the companion until suddenly the thing blew up like a prairie fire, and all of the media jumped on it, and there was no companion when it had been on prestigious the websites of at least one very prestigious observatory as a non-controversial entity.
And the thing is, little snowballs are not supposed to have enough gravity to hurt something at a 25,000 mile radius.
There's another answer that we don't know yet. You guys may know it and not tell us. So I'm telling us, we don't know the answer to why NASA keeps all these secrets. That's not the answer. There's some other answer. It's not their egos. Well, if the answer is that these objects would, in effect, keeping it simple, possibly under the right circumstance, agitate the sun to the point that it would erupt in such a fashion as to sterilize the planet, now you might have a reason.
Yeah, but see, that was long before they had a clue of what Hale-Bopp was going to be or do.
Yeah, but if
big comets come in before the signal.
But if this would have been the unraveling of the whole paradigm that would lead us eventually to the fact that that could occur, that would account for why NASA might keep it quiet.
That's correct.
Yeah.
See, that's what I said before, and I think that comes right down to it. Is they realize now. I want to tell you, Art, I'm in communication with a number of locations, and I can pick up the phone and talk to various people inside organizations. And when that happened, I picked up the phone and I talked to a person within Goddard Space Flight Center who I talk to somewhat regularly.
Yes, and
that person told me, and at first I thought it was a big story that the person was talking about, and that person said, Hale-Bopp is big, it's huge, it's really huge. And there was a huge amount of activity at Goddard at the time. And what I thought the person was talking about was the news aspect of the town. What the person was really stating was that physically it was huge and they knew it.
Well, I remember early reports that Hale-Bopp could be, I think, 1,000 miles wide, and then it got whittled down to 100 miles wide, and then it got whittled down some more. I remember all that is where they stopped. 25, yeah. I remember all of that, sure. But what you're saying is it was a planetoid with something orbiting around it.
Yeah, you'll see too that Gary made a calculation. That's one of the first things he did is he took the distance to the comet, he took the triangulation, given the scale of the photos we had, and determined that the two, what we call the eyes, because the second eye kept popping up and then disappearing. Yeah, what was that? That was the companion orbiting, and it was orbiting at a 25,000 mile distance from the main nucleus.
Well, as a matter of fact, the eye photo showing the two side-by-side objects, Hale-Bopp and something equally large, or seemingly equally bright and large, these were posted on legitimate astronomy boards.
It was from the Hubble, yes.
There's no question about it.
Before they slammed the door on it. And it was right then where they did slam the door. Yes. And you could see that thing whipping around and the tail whipping around behind the secondary.
Okay.
Well, you're saying there were some people hung out to dry here. One of them is named Art Bell. One of them has my name. And it seems like you're saying possibly Courtney Brown might indeed have been the victim that you said he was.
Looks that way. It could be very, very plausible.
But why, again, would Courtney protect somebody and see all of this science and all of this paradigm shift and all of the rest of it that's involved with it, that Hale-Bopp really had a companion, go up in flames?
What if the guy is a friend of Courtney's and he said to him, look, I am going to lose my career. Of course, Courtney lost his thing. He lost his Farsight Institute. Is no more. And I think that it has to a degree to do with the fact that he was involved in it.
I know, but there are issues here larger than Courtney's friend's career.
Yeah, that's my point. There are indeed.
And which is exactly what you and I pounded on him about for so long.
On that.
Courtney, these are issues that go far beyond, he even speculated, well, it might have been some little lab technician who did this.
Yes.
Remember?
Yes.
And I said, come on, Courtney. You're going to protect the lab technicians, all of this paradigm changing, all of this important stuff, and you're going to protect the lab tech?
You know, we're about to go off for what has turned out to be an incredibly interesting night.
Oh, yes.
And I want to first of all say to you guys that you're fascinating people. I mean, this is really, you've got a lot going here that's really interesting and unusual. And this is kind of what number two work we do.
I agree with that. Yes, I agree with that. And also, if it seems like we've been coming at you hard, it's because what you're saying runs completely counter to another very tough show like this that we did with Courtney Brown.
And yet it's very solid. It has a solidity to it. And I mean, you've got things backing you up that you've described, and an incredible amount of corroborating evidence.
All right, we've got a link to your site. So anybody who wants to read about all this and come to their own conclusions, which I always urge my audience to do, for God's sake, folks, go up to my website, go down to the Millennium Group name down there, my guest tonight, and click on it and go do some reading and come back to me with your opinion on whether we have the AOBOT thing all wrong.
And we'll get your sugar paper after from the JCL people. And you know what you guys need to do? You need to sit down and think out the issues. Why all the hiding and the secrecy is really going on? Because I don't think you got that right yet. But I do think, Wedley, you know, we are not NASA, and we can only second guess them. I do think that you probably know enough about the significance of all of these objects and their theoretical implications and on and on. Now, all of that stuff, that we do know. Figure out why they would really feel an essential need to be silent about this.
Well, I think I hit it. If what they said at the beginning of the program is true, then when this all unravels, it would unravel to the obvious conclusion that there are, from time to time, catastrophic events that virtually sterilize all life and start it all over again. Now, that's worth hiding.
And if AOBOT had come 3 months earlier, it would have been just that event. 3 months earlier.
Maybe what it comes down to is this. They know that there are going to be a lot of these objects coming in, as indeed there have been and are. You can see them, and that any one of them could cause an extraordinary situation, and maybe even the sun to go into a nova.
Yeah, okay, that's bottom line.
Yeah,
something, and that's the reason why they might do all this.
And they might hide that.
But these things can possibly be prevented. We have learned how to dampen the energy going into a hurricane before it hits land. There's possibly a way we can affect larger objects with very simple means. We can change the orbits of comets simply by increasing or decreasing the flow of material into them.
Once again, gentlemen, we launched a rocket that's going to go chase a comet, get in its tail, collect whatever's there, and bring it back. Now, the fact that our scientists are doing that must say that they don't fully understand what the hell's in the tail, or they wouldn't launch a rocket to find out.
Well, there again, all of their satellites that have been investigating comets are backwards. They're expecting the stuff to be coming off the nucleus. Their sensors are pointed in the wrong direction. They don't understand the electromagnetic interaction, and they don't have electrical measuring devices on these. They simply don't have a clue what they're dealing with, and the satellites are designed wrong. We've got the wrong people in charge of the space program.
Well, that's been fairly obvious for a while. Ever since when NASA found out that we had the mission STS-80 video, they declined to go on the confirmation special, which I thought was a real cop-out. I mean, everyone's seen that video by now, or most of the listeners have, and it's an incredible, yes it is, it's just totally and completely anomalous, unknown objects, and they refuse to discuss them. To me, that's an abrogation of science. That's a fundamental failure on their part to address the public's right to know.
All right, look, to me, the whole Hale-Bopp affair remains, as Sam Friedman would say, in a severe gray basket. And I'm willing to accept what you've just said as certainly possible. And what I would like my audience to do, and we've got plenty of people in the astronomical community and plenty of independent rogue scientists out there who'll go up there and read your site and decide for themselves if what you're saying is legitimate. So I'll keep an open mind to it. I mean, I want to thank you. Thank you, Art, for coming on the air, and it's a brave thing to do.
Yeah, guys, it's been fascinating.
Gutsy.
I appreciate the airtime, and I just want to say one thing also is that the future of weather is going to be more severe in the next couple of years. We've had 5 hurricanes in the Atlantic at one time in the past year, and next year is going to be worse. We've had typhoons with wind speeds in excess of 300 miles an hour. That's right. So what we do to what we've been seeing here, and we now understand these things and what drives them, and we can do something about them.
All right. Gentlemen, we've got to hold it there. It's been extremely provocative. Thank you for the information. Whitley, thank you for bringing all this together, my friend.
All right, it's always a pleasure.
Okay, night all.
Right?
That's it, folks.
It is really going to be a rough first hour. I'm going to talk about my wife, Ramona. I'm going to tell you everything that happened. And so it's going to be rough. And that's the only way I know to do this is to come on and talk to you as I always have. Absolutely honestly. That's what you're going to get. And because of that, I would like to say, please, if you have children in the room or children are listening, I think it might be inappropriate. So please take the opportunity with the break coming up to get them out of the room. And it may be inappropriate for some of you too. I don't know. In the second hour, of course, we're going to interview Dr. Michio Kaku. I'm very much looking forward to that. But in the meantime, during the break, if you feel discussing my wife's death is inappropriate for the children or yourself, please take this opportunity to tune out and just come on back in the second hour. For those of you willing to listen, stay right there. Okay, here we go. My wife, Ramona, my wife of 15 years of, you hear people use the phrase soulmate. You hear people bandy the phrase soulmate around. Well, let me tell you, we were the real McCoy. We really were. Ramona and myself, from the moment we met at KWN Radio in Las Vegas, we never spent a day, we never spent a night apart, not one, ever. We really were the real thing. God, we were in love. We were so in love, and I never thought that would happen to me. But it did, and I swept her off her feet, and she got swept off her feet. And from that second, when I said, you're going to be my wife until January 5th, and it still goes on, of course, that it will never change. This love will last forever. Whoever might chance to cross my life in some way, no matter what might happen to me in the future, Ramona will always be with me and will always be my love. Anyway, I'm going to tell you the story now, what happened. Although, just one more, I guess, note before I begin. Ramona had very, very serious asthma. I'm sure that many of you who have listened through the years know that I've been off the air at times taking care of asthma, my wife's asthma attack, which would, I guess we probably went through, 30 or 40 asthma attacks in the time, 15 years we were married. Some very serious, some not. And I've seen her turn blue. Actually, her skin actually turned blue. And so as a result of that, we have everything here. We have what's called a nebulizer, which is a machine and augments the inhaler that you use too damn much. We have oxygen. We have everything short of what a hospital can do. I remember one time going to the hospital with Ramona during an attack, scared the hell out of me because the doctor said, look, I'm going to have to give her a shot, and it's a very dangerous shot, and I'm going to listen to her heart while I give this shot. And what they had to do was cause her heart to race and get more oxygen into her system. But it was such a serious drug that he was administering that he said he'd have to listen as he actually gave the shot. And that's the kind of thing we've been through. And I've learned many things, some of them just as recently as tonight. This is something that my wife's mom wrote. They were estranged for a number of years. And during that time, Julie, bless you, Julie, wrote to Ramona, and I'm just going to read about a sentence of this because it's really all that's relevant. It says, "Where's my little girl?" You know, it was an attempt to sort of patch things up. "Where's the little girl that I nursed through all those asthma attacks? Whom I rushed to the hospital almost every night when the weather was damp and foggy." That was Ramona as a baby, and as an adult, she's always had very, very serious asthma. Tonight, I spoke to Julie, her mom, and I was shocked to find out that Ramona's brother, one of her brothers, died at the age of 31. And I had, of course, known that. I knew that she had a younger brother who had died at 31, and that there had been some difficulty with him. He had a temperature when he was young, and at any rate, at 31 years of age, it turns out he died of asthma. I had no idea her brother also died of asthma, and at such a young age, 31. Found that out tonight. Anyway, here's what happened, folks. It was Tuesday, and we decided we were going to take a trip. And one of the reasons I retired, you know, was so that we could spend more time together and we could do all kinds of things. We loved Paris, we loved traveling, we loved the RV, you know. So we packed up. Somebody had suggested to us that we might go to Quartzsite down in Arizona, and said it was interesting. Well, it turned out not to be all that interesting to us. At any rate, we packed up the RV as we loved to do, and we took our two little kiddies, you know, our two smallest kiddies who were wonderful travelers in the RV, and we took off, you know, just to have fun. And instead of taking Route 95 from here, because we were in the RV, 95 is a rock and roll kind of road, up, down, round, all of that kind of thing. We drive all night. You know, I'm an all night person. So we went down Interstate 15 to San Bernardino, parked at 10, and went back to Arizona and Quartzsite. We drove all night long. You know, we're night owls. I'm being a night owl all my life, I suppose. We arrived in Quartzsite well after the sun had come up. And boy, were we tired. I mean, it was like all night driving. We were dead tired. And so we started calling RV parks while sitting sort of in a truck stop there in Quartzsite. And we found one and we drove in, first one, and we went up to registration. They were about to send us on, and actually both of our little kiddies poked their little heads up above the dashboard, and the guy who was about to admit us to the park said, "Sorry, no pets. Go next door." So we went next door to this other RV park that allegedly allowed pets, and we couldn't fit into the spot they had at the time in the morning. So off we went to, by now we're really dead, you know, tired. We went to the third RV park, which turned out to be nothing more than sort of a dirt lot with power poles in it. But, you know, by then, we were both so doggone tired, must have been 10:30 in the morning, that we just said, the hell with it. Let's plug in, get some sleep, and move on. Now, by this point, Ramona's beginning to have asthma. Kind of light at this point, but she was beginning to have it in the morning in Quartzsite. Nevertheless, we parked, we went to sleep, and woke up after dark. Now, Quartzsite was just not everything we wanted. It was, I don't know, a kind of a, it's very interesting, I'm sure, for some people, but for us, it wasn't our cup of tea. It was a giant swap meet with RV places all over, and we just, there wasn't a restaurant close to where we happened to be, and um, that evening, Ramona's asthma had worsened a little bit, so I said, okay, hon, let's go to Laughlin. Now, we know Laughlin, and went to Riverside. As a matter of fact, it's a beautiful place. They've got a very nice RV park there, and a restaurant, and with the asthma, she wouldn't have to cook and all the rest of that. We proceeded then, it was after dark when we left Quartzsite for Laughlin, and it took, I don't know, another 5 or 6 hours to get there. And when we got there, it was midnight, and by now Ramona's asthma is really kicking, and so I just sat with her from midnight until 5:30 in the morning. I just sat with her. And I don't know, some of you will understand what I'm about to say. Asthmatics, when they're having an asthma attack, they have to sit up at the very least. Either sit up or stand up and then brace your hands on a chair or a table or something like that to try and breathe. So by 5:30 in the morning, now we're, up to 15 or 20 hours of driving. We're really dead. And by 5:30 in the morning, Mona said, look, we're really dead tired. We've got to get some sleep. And I said, well, hon, are you sure? She said, yeah, I think it's a little better, and I can lie down. So to me, you see, a sign that she was willing to lie down meant, hallelujah, the asthma's letting up a little bit. She had taken a prednisone, that's an anabolic steroid that she would take kind of in declining doses, but right away when she began to have serious asthma. So she had already taken that. And I said, hallelujah, it's a little bit better. And she said, yeah, I think it is. And so we both climbed into bed, and I put my arms around her, and thank God, I said, as I always do every day, I love you. And she said, I love you so much. And we held on to each other, and I fell asleep promptly. I mean, just a whoom, fell asleep. And then I woke up at 1:30 in the afternoon. And I said, hey, hon, because Ramona would always get up before me. It didn't matter whether we were home or away. She always was up before me. And I just said, hey, hon. I'm still saying that, by the way. At any rate, I received no answer, and I got up and I went into the living room portion of the RV. And there she was in the middle of the couch, obviously dead. She was white. She was sitting with her head back on the couch, as though she was asleep, by the way, not a tortured look on her face. I want you to know that in a bit, because it's important to me. It didn't look like she was, gasping for her last breath. She looked at peace. I touched her, and she was cold. And I went, oh my God, and ran over and got dressed and ran down to the little office they have there at the RV park and said, my God, please call the police, the coroner, everybody, my wife has passed away. And from that moment on, I went directly into shock. And I mean, I went into really serious shock. That's the only state I can describe. I didn't cry. I cried very briefly when I called Ramona's mom and talked to her, and then I didn't cry again for 36 hours. In fact, I didn't sleep for 36 hours. The Riverside got me a room. I was with a man named Father Joe, who gave her her last rite. She was Catholic, what the priest at her funeral called a relaxed Catholic, but nevertheless a Catholic. And Ramona had been dead for quite some time, some hours. And here's what seems to have happened. When I went to sleep, she got back up again pretty quickly, I think. And she went into the living room and got out her nebulizer. We carry a nebulizer. It's a machine for asthmatics and an alternative to these damn inhalers. Anyway, she had the nebulizer out, and she had used 2 or 3 ampules of whatever it is you put in those things. I can't, I think, albuterol or something like that. She used 2 or 3 of these vials. I didn't get that good a look. And it appears as though she may have, according to the coroner. In fact, I had to bring the coroner from Las Vegas. They don't have one in Laughlin. I didn't know that, so it took some time. I was in this hotel in a room they had provided for me, and I'm telling you, I was in such shock. And I think the reason that I'm a very emotional person. However, well, let me give you an example. When Abby had his stroke, and he brought himself from one side of the house to the other, clawing with his front paws. Didn't really have claws, he had paws. And he made it all the way across the house and cried by my bed until I woke up. And then, of course, I carried him to the bed, and Ramona drove, and I just bawled like a baby all the way there. And then when he passed the next day, I bawled like a baby again. But in the case of Ramona, it was so over. It was so final. There was nothing that I could do. There was no last minute rush to the hospital. There was nothing, and there was nothing to do. It was just, she was gone, and I went into this deep, horrible shock. For 36 hours, I didn't sleep. After I slept, I went to the funeral home. The days get foggy after that. I went to the funeral home, and there I really lost it, and have many times since. But in fact, during the first week of Ramona being gone, I lost 8 pounds. 8 pounds. I didn't eat, what I ate was 1 hamburger and 1 bowl of cereal in a week. And so there you are. Anyway, this is going to come in pieces. I'm going to give you information in pieces. The coroner, and there was an autopsy, said the only remarkable thing in the autopsy that he had seen was hyperinflated lungs. Hyperinflated lungs, typical in asthmatics. Now, I'm not an expert, but apparently when the lungs get that large, due to the medicine, the inhalers, or just the asthmatic attack itself, I don't know that much about it, but at that point, you cannot exchange air, air in, other stuff out, the way it's supposed to be, and that just doesn't occur. Now, the coroner said, and I find some comfort in this, he said first the same thing, that she had a relaxed look on her face, and it was his opinion that she either fell asleep and then passed away, or passed out and passed away. And of course, one of my immediate questions was, why in God's name didn't she wake me up? And he said, well, she probably couldn't. My answer to that is, and why didn't she wake me up when she realized she had to get up and go get the nebulizer? But you can look back on this and you analyze the hell out of it, and nothing changes. And apparently that did happen. She either went to sleep and passed away, or passed out and passed away. The first tox screen is in, and there was nothing worth comment in the first tox screen. There's going to be more. They've got tissue samples now that they're studying, and I hope that they'll give us some kind of an answer, that they said anything could have happened. It could have been her heart. It could have been a lot of things. And I really hope that I really want answers. I'm sure you understand. I want answers. And maybe those tissue samples or analysis will give us some kind of answer. But she's gone. She's gone. She was buried, by the way, on the Wednesday following her death. Now, she had told me once, folks, that if she ever died before me, something I laughed off. I'm 60 years old. She was 47. I should have died and left her a rich widow, but we had discussed death. Maybe doing a program like this causes a couple to every now and then discuss. Well, asthma doesn't kill people. Oh, yes, it does. And if you want to give in her name to anything, make it the Asthma Foundation. God, they need to learn more about this damn disease. They really need to learn more about it. In fact, the coroner said something very interesting. He said that and you never know how much they're saying to comfort you and how much is real, but I think this was real. He said he was surprised she lasted this long. Asthma kills people. It absolutely kills people. And so, again, if you're going to give to any organization in her name, make it absolutely the Asthma Foundation. It certainly is a very little understood disease because a lot of people think, oh, people don't die of asthma. Oh, yes, they do. I think I'm going to talk to you a little bit about grieving now, and I'm going to be awfully honest with you. I'm lost without Ramona. I'm really lost without Ramona. In fact, I wasn't really sure that I had a reason to live. When she passed away, I went through, well, I've been through now many of these cycles. I guess it's a normal way for people to grieve, but the first giant black cloud that descends on you after you've lost, God, how could you be gone? After you've lost somebody so close to you, that you go into a series of these very black places. I mean, these very dark places. God, I cannot tell you how dark. Dark enough that I took out a big bottle of Valium and I sat down with it and I thought real hard. Yeah, it was real close. I thought real hard about joining my wife because I'm still struggling. I'm being very honest with you here. I'm struggling to have a reason to live, and I'll tell you why I'm still here right now. I have 5 kitty cats. 5. We had them, and Ramona loved them, and I love them, and they're one of the main reasons I'm here. And that, and Mona always told me, and she was a strong woman, very strong woman, as you know. God, she was a great woman, just an incredible woman. And she always told me that you are supposed to play out the hand you're dealt. I mean, we talked about this kind of thing. And she told me in no uncertain terms that you talk to your wife about this kind of thing or your husband? If not, you should. Anyway, it was her feeling that suicide was wrong and that you're supposed to play out the cards you're dealt. So my kitty cats and those words stopped me. Otherwise, nothing would have. And it was that close. And when you go into this first black hole, There's one for you, Michio. A black hole. When you go into this black hole, the first one is the most dangerous because you don't know that it's ever going to change. You don't know you're ever going to come out of it. And you think this is the way it's always going to be. And believe me, that'll get you to reach for, Valium or whatever. And then, I thought a lot about religion, and most religions prohibit it one way or the other. Seem to take your own life. But God, we had a dream marriage. We had a marriage. We had the best marriage in the world. My God, I miss my wife. I really, really miss her. I smoke. I'm a smoker, and by the way, so was Ramona. I really bragged on her about that. Her asthma, however, wasn't really affected, although it obviously cannot have been good for her. But it wasn't really affected by cigarette smoke. Her triggers were dust, temperature changes, perfume, humidity, and then sometimes nothing at all. She just got an attack, certainly when she had a cold or flu, we were always so careful to keep people with colds and flu away. I had to ask everybody before they came to visit, do you feel okay? You got a cold? Have you had flu? Because it was very dangerous for her. And now, I'm going to be as honest as I can. I am so lonely. I am so lonely. My God, I went from a woman, and she did everything for me, by the way. I also have a sense that she might have known that her health was worsening and not have said anything to me. I mean, an asthmatic always, they, they hack stuff up, and she had been doing a lot of that kind of coughing. And, after she passed, one of the things I had to do was go over our financial situation. I didn't have PIN numbers for my credit cards. You're talking to somebody who depended totally on his wife. She did all the shopping. She paid all the bills. She ran half the radio station that we both loved. She so loved KMYE. I'm going to try and keep it on the air. I thought hard about that one too, but she really loved that radio station. I mean, she was so proud of it, and so I'm going to try and keep it on the air. She really did love it. So all her favorite music on there, she just loved it. But God, folks, I'm so lonely. I'm so no good alone. So I went out. I checked my status of my bills and had to cancel her credit cards and go through all this kind of stuff. And I found out she had paid December 23rd. She had paid like $2,000 ahead on my satellite TV bill. She had paid $2,000 ahead on my credit cards. Hell, we've got a cell phone that's 20 something bucks a month. She had $1,000 credit. All my bills were paid way ahead. I'm wavering between wondering if she had a sense something was coming, or whether she did that all the time, and that tells you how little attention I have paid. I have since, by the way, decided that maybe she did it all the time because it's a pain in the butt to sit down and hell, I haven't written a check in 15 years. So it's a pain in the butt to sit down and make out all those bills, and if you pay them ahead like that, then you just get a little statement that says, well, you don't owe us anything, and you still got X number of dollars credit. But still, I think I had a sense that she may have had a sense that things were worsening. She had made some comments to her brother at Thanksgiving that, if I'm not around, I want you to keep Art as part of the family. She may have had a sense. My wife was very, very intuitive, and she would not have told me. She wouldn't have told me. Anyway, look, I'm going to try and deal with my life. All the things that meant something. I mean, when Ramona and I met, we had nothing. We had each had a few boxes full of things and a lot of debt, and we fell in love, boom, like that, and it never changed. And it's so damn unfair because she was 47 years old. She had supported me through going from nothing to a radio career that brought virtually everything. And every step of the way, she was with me, at my side. I think that those of you who are longtime listeners know that. She was there for me every second. And now all of it's so damn unfair. We have all of these things. I guess I'll be that way forever now. We had all of these wonderful things that money and success could buy. And now I find that I'm not enjoying them at all. In other words, you sit down and you watch a high definition TV and you watch a TV show, and God, we used to have a blast saying, "Isn't that cool? Look at that picture," and commenting on the program and so forth. But all of a sudden, when you don't have that person to share these things with, they don't mean a damn thing. They're just things. That's all. Just things. So, I'm going to miss this. I want to thank all of you, and I'm never going to be able to thank all of you who sent cards. 6,000 emails of condolence. People who sent cards, and those are going to be sent from California. They went to California. How can I ever thank all of you? I'd like to thank the La Cuesta family. That's Mona's mom, and she's got a couple of brothers and a sister. And of course, I mentioned the brother who died also at 31. I now find out about him. I'd like to thank Craig Kitchen, the president of Premier, who was at the funeral. Thank you, Craig, for coming. And so many others who were at the funeral. It was private, but you know how that goes. We had a lot of friends, and they called, and you're not going to turn someone down. So it got bigger than we anticipated. Here's something I found that I think will be helpful to some of you who may encounter a loss or have encountered a loss. I found out you need to stay busy. In fact, there are things in this house now that I have cleaned no less than 5 times, just because I keep walking around kind of in a daze, if you will, and just keep doing the same things, cleaning things, staying on top of the cat box and every little tiny detail in the house. You just make yourself busy so that you don't dwell in those very dark black holes. And by the way, having come out of that first black hole with my life, I learned something important. That is that you do come out of them. That doesn't mean they stop. They still come, and that they're still coming in waves. But now I know there's another side, that it can be, even though it's never good, it can be a little better. And so it's like there's a little light at the end of the tunnel. And so the next one you can kind of say to yourself in the middle of it, I know that maybe I'll come out of it. And then the third one and the fourth one, and pretty soon you can be pretty sure you're going to come out on the other side. So that's the way the brief thing has been working for me. It's these succession of black holes. So I'm having to deal with life now. I've now washed 2 loads of laundry, something I haven't done in 15 years. Didn't even know how to use a machine. I don't know how to use a dishwasher. I'm a social cripple. That's what I've learned. I'm a social cripple. In fact, Ramona and myself, because we have a couple of homes here, a house and a guest house and a radio station and all these little outbuildings that we have millions of keys. Each of us has a lot of keys and a lot of alarms on the keys, that kind of thing. We looked like a couple of janitors walking around most of the time. And Ramona would come home with groceries, just lots of groceries in her hand, and she would struggle with her keys. And I would be on her all the time because she'd drop her keys, And these were, you break a remote, you're not going to be able to get into a car or something anyway. She used to drop her keys, and I'd get all over about it, ask her why she couldn't hold on to her keys. Well, the other day I had to shop for the first time, so I came home. Here I am, my arms loaded with groceries, struggling with my keys. I get up to the door, and what do? Drop the damn keys. And I just stopped, and I looked up in the sky, and I said, yeah, go ahead, laugh. Have a really good laugh, because I just used to be all over her about that, and here I was doing the same damn thing. So I'm slowly learning, how to care for myself. So that was my fault. I let that beautiful woman do too damn much for me, and I barely know how to do it for myself. But I'm learning. I'm gaining on it. I've done all kinds of things now that I've never done before. Well, never. If you don't write a check in 15 years, it's a little alien to you. Believe me. I didn't, as I mentioned, I didn't know the PIN numbers to my credit cards. I didn't know where any important certificates, Ramona had them all placed around the house in special places that she knew about. And I had to go searching for an awful lot of things. I suspect that she's here now in some form and watching what I'm doing, and I hope she's happy that I decided to come back on the air. I think she would have wanted that. And so here I am. And by the way, as I mentioned to you, Craig Kitchen, President of Premier, was at the funeral, and I said I had learned, believe me, by then. As I mentioned, she was buried the Wednesday following her death, which was Thursday. So by then, a few days had passed, and I went up to Craig and I said, Craig, keep me busy. I think I need to be busy. And of course, doing a 4-hour interview on the show is going to force me to think about something else. And that's valuable time, thinking about something else every now and then, believe me. So it has been arranged so that I am going to be on every Saturday and every Sunday from now on. Ian Punnett, by the way, not unemployed or reemployed or anything else as a result of this, is going to be doing, this is kind of exciting, I think. He'll be doing the pre-feeds on at least 250 radio stations every Saturday night live. So instead of getting a repeat, you're going to get Ian Punnett live on Saturday nights. That'd be from like 9 o'clock at night to 1 o'clock in the morning, East Coast time. So that's the deal there. Thank you, Ian. And I'm going to be doing the weekends. And I think it's going to be a good thing for me as I try to, kind of keep life going. Let me read you something that a coroner investigator, Rick Jones, sent me. And I think it's appropriate. It says, Art, as we discussed, life can be short. So I often remind my friends, new and old ones, to do me these favors. We never know when things can change suddenly. So one, make certain that your circle of loved ones, family and close friends, know that you love them. Tell them often. Two, make certain that you never leave your circle of loved ones or let them leave on bad terms, harsh words, and so forth. I can't tell you the number of times that I have to notify a family that their loved one died, and all the family wanted to do is have one more minute to tell them how much they love them and or tell them they're sorry for what they said or did. 3, wear a seatbelt anytime you're in a vehicle. He holds the Henry Summit professorship in theoretical physics at the City College of New York and is a graduate and the Graduate Center of the City University of New York. He has lectured around the world, and his PhD level textbooks are required reading at many of the top physics labs. Dr. Kaku graduated from Harvard in 1968, summa cum laude, and number one in his physics class. He received a PhD from the University of California at Berkeley Radiation Lab in 1972, held a lectureship at Princeton University. In 1973, joined the faculty at City University of New York, where he's been a professor of theoretical physics for 25 years. His goal is to help complete Einstein's dream of a theory of everything. That would be a single equation, perhaps, as he likes to say, no more than an inch long about your thumb, which will unify all the fundamental forces in the universe. His current book, new book, is Parallel Worlds. And God, it's interesting. He starts out, when I was a child, I had a personal conflict over my beliefs. My parents were raised in a Buddhist tradition, but I attended Sunday school every week, where I loved hearing the biblical stories about whales, arks, pillars of salt, ribs, and apples. I was fascinated by these Old Testament parables, which were my favorite part of Sunday school. It seemed to me the parables about great floods, burning bushes, and parting waters were so much more exciting than Buddhist chanting and meditation. In fact, these ancient tales of heroism and tragedy vividly illustrated deep moral and ethical lessons which have stayed with me all my life. One day in Sunday school, we studied Genesis to read about God thundering from the heavens, "Let there be light," sounded so much more dramatic than silently meditating about nirvana. Out of naive curiosity, I asked my Sunday school teacher, "Did God have a mother?" She usually had a rather snappy answer, as well as a deep moral lesson to offer. This time, however, she was taken aback. "No," she replied hesitantly, "God probably did not have a mother, but then where did God come from?" I asked. She mumbled that she'd, have to consult with the minister about that one. I didn't realize that I had accidentally stumbled into one of the great questions of theology. I was puzzled because in Buddhism, there is no God at all, but a timeless universe instead, with no beginning or end. Later, when I began to study the great mythologies of the world, I learned that there were 2 types of cosmologies in religion. The first based in a single moment when God created the universe. The second based on the idea the universe always was and always will be. They couldn't both be right, I thought. Later, I began to find that these common themes cut across many other cultures. In Chinese mythology, for example, in the beginning there was a cosmic egg, the infant Han Hu, resided for almost an eternity in the egg, which floated on a formless sea of chaos. When it finally hatched, Honggu grew enormously, over 10 feet per day, so the top half of the eggshell became the sky and the bottom the earth. After 18,000 years, he died to give birth to our world. His blood became the rivers, his eyes the sun, moon, and his voice the thunder. Just a little taste, and boy, I'll tell you what, if you like that, you're going to love this book called Parallel Worlds by Dr. Michio Kaku, who will be here in a moment. Stay right there. Professor Michio Kaku, welcome back to the program.
Glad to be on the show again, Art. It's been a while.
It's been a while and too long, and I'm just very pleased to have you here.
Mm-hmm.
We have a number of things to talk about, but I want to ask a question.
Yes?
When my wife passed away, there was a Catholic priest there, thank God, who gave her last rites. And then I had an opportunity. He stayed with me for a number of hours, and we talked of many things. Of course, I was kind of in a fog, a state of shock, but he said something that I responded to. He said, "Art, I guess it's a standard line." He said, "Look around you. Look around you. Look at the flowers and the trees and the oceans and the sun and the moon and all those things that have to be here for us. For it has to be so perfect. And any one of these things weren't just so the human being wouldn't be here. So even down from the smallest seed and flower and the smallest speck of anything that we can detect, everything has to be absolutely perfect. And so there has to be a God," was his intention, for everything to be this perfect. Well, even in my shocked condition, I came back at him and I said, "Well, yeah, that's certainly one way to look at it. Uh, oh, great! I've got an alarm going off and no way to turn it off. So I'm gonna put this down and go try to turn it off. And maybe you can take a moment and try and explain to me, Professor, which it is you believe. Whether you think everything was so perfect and put here by God, or whether, well, it had to be this way, or we wouldn't be here."
Well, Art, you asked one of the deep questions between art and science. If you take a look at science, we have two basic paradoxical principles. One is called the Copernicus principle. The Copernican principle says that humans are not special in any particular way. That's the Copernican principle. And the more we discover about the universe, it does seem as if humans are not so special. However, there is another point of view, which has also survived every scientific challenge, and that's the anthropic principle. The anthropic principle is very simple, and that is that intelligence and life is so difficult to create, that you have to realize that, well, some people would say perhaps there's a creator, or perhaps it was a gigantic cosmic accident. Now, if you take a look at the constants of nature, for example, the mass of the proton, the charge of the electron, the lifetime of the sun, the strength of the nuclear force, you realize that they're tuned just right to make life possible. If the nuclear force were stronger, the sun would have burnt out billions of years ago and we wouldn't be here. If the nuclear force were weaker, the sun wouldn't have not ignited at all and we still wouldn't be here. If gravity were a little bit stronger, we would have had a big crunch and the universe would have collapsed billions of years ago. If gravity were a little bit weaker, then we would have had a big freeze and we'd all be frozen to death right now. So you realize that the laws of nature are tuned very precisely to make life possible in the universe.
So I'll tell you what, Professor, hold on a sec. I've got to tell my audience, and then we're going to pursue this. I got to tell you guys what happened. I guess some gentleman in Oregon took what I had to say in the first hour and called the sheriff's department here in Trump and said that I was in a bad way. So the reason the alarm went off is because two deputies from the sheriff's department came to my door and said, doing a welfare check. And they are the ones who set off the alarm. So I had to just go to the door and explain to those nice officers that I'm in the middle of doing a radio program, and honestly, I am okay. So please don't anybody else do that. I'm all right. I will survive is the name of the song. Anyway, that's what just happened. So you heard the alarm go off, and then there was a knock at the door, and I explained to the nice officers that I am just fine. Now, Professor Kaku, back to the interview.
Mm-hmm.
This is live radio, man. This stuff happens, I guess.
Okay.
Recap for me. It would be your position then, Professor, that everything that we experience in the world, being so perfect, is that way because it has to be that way or we wouldn't be here.
Well, that is sort of the essence of the anthropic principle,
Uh,
which is gaining a lot of credibility among string theorists, for example, which simply says that perhaps the universe was tuned very precisely to make us possible. Now, when I was a kid in second grade, my second grade teacher told me that God so loved the earth that he put the earth just right from the sun. Not too close, not too far.
Right.
If the earth were too close, the oceans would have boiled. If the earth were too far, the oceans would have frozen. Well, I was quite shocked being in second grade because that was the first time I'd ever heard of this principle that life is just right to make us all possible. The earth, the formation of the sun, the solar system is tuned just right to make life possible.
but that sounds as though there was someone doing the tuning.
Right. However, now we've discovered 150 extrasolar planets orbiting other star systems where these planets are too close, they are too far, they are frozen, their waters did evaporate, and they're lifeless as far as we can tell. Now, when you talk about the universe seems to be tuned just right to make life possible.
Yes.
The nuclear force, the electromagnetic force, the gravitational force, all of them are just right to make life possible.
Tuned by intelligence, Professor, or tuned by winning the lottery, the cosmic lottery, and having
Well, that's the whole ball of wax, isn't it? Either there is a God who loved our universe so much that he put our universe just right so that we have mild temperatures and a universe that is long enough to create DNA and so on and so forth, or there are other universes. Or there are dead universes where the sun never ignited, or universes where the stars burn out very rapidly, universes where the universe expands so rapidly that everything gets cold, or universes where the universe collapses with a big crunch, everything dies in fire. So, in my book, Parallel Worlds, I lay out the fact that in string theory, the theory that I work on, we have a problem that we have many solutions of string theory. All of them seem to be self-consistent mathematically. And so we have this problem. Perhaps the way to choose our universe is that our universe is the only one that allows for life. All the other ones are dead universes, universes that consist of lightning bolts, universes that consist of photons, light beams, but no DNA, no living matter. So, in other words, our universe could be quite special among all possible universes. We now believe in something called a multiverse. A multiverse is an ocean of parallel universes. Think of soap bubbles.
all right, but again, Professor, back to the question that you agreed was the whole ball of wax, and I guess I just want to know what you believe. Is it your belief that everything, in fact, is so perfect because it had to be because we won the cosmic lottery? You believe that, or do you believe that there is a God's hand in the formation of everything that is admittedly so perfect?
Well, right now, I'm an agnostic on that question. But I kind of lean for the idea of a cosmic lottery. That
I had a
the
feeling.
universe is tuned very precisely. It didn't have to be this way. The universe could have been random, chaotic. It could have been a mess. The universe is tuned very precisely to allow for mild temperatures, DNA, and life to get off the ground. That's very difficult. I try to create a universe in the morning when I wake up and I try to play with different equations. And I realize it's quite difficult to create our universe. Our universe is tuned very precisely.
Well, you keep using that word, and the implication of that word is that there was a hand doing the tuning.
Well,
But that isn't what you believe.
Attitude too.
You seem to believe the cosmic lottery theory that it just all turned out right, and therefore here we are.
That's right. Because if it didn't turn out right, we wouldn't be here to talk about it to begin with. There may be dead universes consisting of dead matter and no life. However, if this theory is correct, it also means that there are other universes that are just like ours, except for one cosmic tiny difference, one cosmic ray that separates us from another universe. If a cosmic ray went through Hitler's mother, for example, then Hitler may never have been born. The mother may have had a miscarriage. It only takes one cosmic ray to
create a miscarriage? Or what happens if that cosmic ray went through Churchill's mother?
How convinced are you? How convinced are you there are other universes where there are subtle but important differences in the way the way the world is proceeding?
Well, this gets us into what is called many worlds theory. In quantum theory, which of course is the architecture for all of our existence, all of electronics is made possible by the quantum theory. In the quantum theory, we have this bizarre paradox that cats can be dead and alive simultaneously, both dead and alive simultaneously. In which case, perhaps in one universe, your wife is still alive. And one cosmic ray could separate us from a world where some of our loved ones are still alive. And like I said, just one cosmic ray separates us from a world where we're all speaking German.
Well, not too much really separates you from I don't know, the concept of a creator. As I listen to your words, it's sort of there, but when pressed, it's not there. I don't know. There's two parts to you, aren't there?
Well, I'm an agnostic on that question. My attitude is I go where the data and where the equations take me. Wherever they are.
That's like the scientific version of no comment.
Well, I'm open.
Taking the fifth.
You see, some people, there's something called the giggle factor. When you ask the scientists about flying saucers, about God, about evil, and stuff like that, their reaction is basically to giggle. I don't believe in giggling. I believe that we should take some of these questions very, very seriously, and we shouldn't simply snicker like unfortunately some of my friends do. And I think it's very disrespectful, and it's very close-minded to simply giggle or snicker.
Because it is possible that there is a creator.
It is possible. It is possible that there is life in outer space. It is possible that we're not alone. And these are real, legitimate scientific questions. So, unfortunately, I think that a lot of scientists tend to retreat rather than try to engage the public.
Well, you want to talk about giggle factors. Yes, it's possible we're not alone. It's even possible, for example, that we're being observed. It's even possible that the people who see these craft that are simply not possible with the technology we know we have or anywhere close, that, it's conceivable, Professor, that we are being visited.
Right. And I think the correct scientific attitude is to try to, test some of these theories. And I should point out that in 2008, in just 2 years' time, we may be able to settle many of these questions when the Kepler probe goes into outer space. It's scheduled for launch in June of 2008.
And its mission?
Its mission is to find Earth-like planets, twins of the Earth in outer space.
Wow.
Not dead Jupiter-sized planets that are too close, that are too far from the sun, but planets that are just right in the Goldilocks zone, as you say.
If I've got this right, the Kepler probe, I believe it's called, is only going to go out and try and detect Earth-like planets. In other words, not traverse space to them, but only detect them. Is that right, Professor?
That's right. It may take perhaps another century before we get enough technology to send a probe to the nearest stars. However, the Kepler probe, in just 2 years, will scan about 100,000 stars.
By what means will it scan?
It has a telescope by which it looks at dimming of starlight. When starlight dims a little,
a planet's going in front of it.
That's called the transit. Not a total eclipse, but a dimming of the light because the planet goes in front of the face of the star.
Got it. All right. Well, how will this probe be able to detect very much more than, say, telescopes on Earth, which have, I believe, detected that already?
No, these are transits caused by Earth-like planets. That's the whole key. We've discovered 150 Jupiter-sized planets orbiting other stars.
No, but what I'm asking is, what additional power does this probe have
it's not-
above and beyond the Earth space
Well,
telescope?
it's in outer space where you don't have problems of scattering of light and thermal currents and blurring.
Here, but wouldn't you also have that the moment you left the atmosphere? I mean, in the space station, for example.
That's right. You could put this satellite pretty much on any platform up there in outer space. But the Kepler is one that's specifically designed to scan 100,000 stars, and hopefully it'll get about 600 Earth-like planets identified in outer space.
God, that would be exciting.
And that'll cause an existential shock when people look up at the night sky and feel very romantic and feel very cosmic,
Yes.
realizing that here, over there, over here, all of them may have twins, virtual twins of the Earth, perhaps with liquid oceans, because they are in the Goldilocks zone, which is just right to have liquid water. Liquid water, in turn, is the universal solvent in which DNA gets off the ground. And so we may have an existential shock, realizing that there are twins, and that when we look in the sky at night, somebody else could be looking back at us.
Well, I'm not going to be shocked at all, but there are a lot of people who think that life is very rare. In fact, it's so rare that, well, frankly, we have not yet connected with anybody at the SETI level. We've not received the real signal yet, as far as I know, and these people can make a fairly strong case. Got to make you wonder anyway that there might not be others. Life may be so rare that maybe we're it.
Yeah, I don't believe that. If you have a bunch of ants in the country and they're trying to observe workers building a 10-lane superhighway next door, the ants wouldn't have the foggiest clue as to which frequencies, what modes by which to analyze the presence of workers working right next to their anthill.
Well, SETI says, look, it'll be near hydrogen. That's a marker.
Yeah, but I think personally, I think that's the stupidest thing to do. It's like the blind man who looks for a key under a lamp because that's the only place he can look. I mean, a person who's nearsighted, the only place he can look for a lost key is under a lamp at night because that's the only place that's illuminated. The key could have fallen someplace else, but he only looks where things are visible.
Well, sure, but still, isn't it a logical assumption for them to be making that the signal would be sent near this wonderful hydrogen marker because it's just so outstanding?
I think it's logical for a primitive civilization like ours to look that way.
Really?
I think it's quite logical, but I think an advanced civilization would just have a big laugh, thinking that, oh my God, they're so primitive, they have to communicate at the hydrogen frequencies.
I doubt Seth Shostak is laughing right now. He probably doesn't want to hear this at all.
Yeah, well, I talked to him, and I mentioned the fact that, real aliens would not broadcast on the hydrogen frequencies.
Well, you weren't laughing like that when you said it. Were you?
In some sense, I was, yeah.
And
he laughed back, and he said, but what else can we do?
well, isn't that a fair retort? What else can he? Well, of course, they're looking now at, I think, light and some other things that they hadn't been previously. So they're beginning to do a few other things.
Yeah, if they had a bigger budget, they would start to look at other frequencies. They would start to look for example, the presence of laser communications in outer space.
Yeah, I think they're underway with that.
For laser light in outer space.
I think the beginnings of that are underway, and that SETI is looking at that.
Yeah, but the budget is so tiny. I mean, Seth himself admitted that he's limited by the constraints of this minuscule budget. So I'm not surprised at all that they've detected nothing.
Well, since this is such a big damn question, I mean, it really is a gigantic question. If we were to come in contact with others, it would be the story of, since Christ was here, it would be the biggest story, certainly. And we're devoting so little money to it. Why do you think that is?
Oh, well, it's the giggle factor again.
Oh, but I'm not giggling. I doubt many are giggling about this. It's almost like, well, it's not quite getting the answer about God, but it's up there.
Oh yeah, definitely, it's up there. Mark one of the biggest turning points, since we left the forest. But you talk to a person in Congress, and they're just gonna, their eyes are gonna glaze over.
Huh.
Is very sad. The SETI budget, if anything, they depend on handouts. Handouts.
I
So
know,
of course
I've heard.
they haven't found anything yet. I mean, the budget is so limited. And as I also mentioned, any intelligent species is going to change the frequency, spread their signal out over many frequencies. The universe is quite noisy, and they would have spread signal technology, whereby they would spread signal over many frequencies,
Sure.
and then reassemble it at the other end. And that's what your email does. Your email is split into many pieces, and it's reassembled at the other end.
Yes, spread spectrum.
Yeah, and however, they're not capable of analyzing spread spectrum messages.
That's
They
right.
don't know exactly how the messages are cut up and reassembled through the Fourier transform or what.
We could be hearing it actually now, and of course not even know it.
We could be listening to all these cosmic conversations and we would be totally clueless. It would appear to us as gibberish. Just like if you intercept email, it appears as gibberish because you're only looking at one piece of an email, which is spread out over many cities. You'd be listening to nonsense. And so, of course, we're just going to be listening to nonsense, but we could be listening to the tiniest piece.
So is it your view we probably are listening to nonsense, that there's a lot of it out there and we just are looking in all the wrong places with not enough instruments and money to buy them?
That's right. Like I said, ants trying to listen in on human conversations wouldn't know the frequencies. They're being bombarded by all the vibrations and noise from workers next door, but they're clueless because they're listening to the wrong frequencies. They don't know how to process the information. And so I think just like ants cannot detect the presence of humans.
Okay, you've described many times different forms of civilization. 1, 2, 3, and then of course, here we are, haven't made one yet, right?
We're type 0.
Okay, type 0. So is it or is it not reasonable? I mean, you've already sort of jumped to the proposition that there probably are many instances of life out there. Isn't it probable they would, some of them certainly, be ahead of us in the type 1 or 2 even?
Well, I think the chances are that they're not going to be exactly at our level. Like in Star Trek, for example, all civilizations are within about 100 years of each other. The probability of that happening is astronomically small.
Well, except for Q.
They're almost exactly technologically advanced.
Well, don't forget Q. You can't throw out Q.
Yeah, well, Q would be type 4, I think.
Right. He's way out there. So they did, I mean, not everything was within 100 years of them, but for the most part, you're correct.
Yeah, the only thing separating these species is a cloaking device. Otherwise, they're all identical.
Yes.
They all have different nose makeup.
Okay, so you think there's probably a bunch of them out there.
That are separated by millions of years in technology.
Certainly, but some of them with quite a bit of technology, probably more than ours. As many with less than ours as just as many more than ours, and some of them much more than ours. And so I guess I'm working up to this kind of question. You see so much in our skies. You give a little bit of credence to the possibility that, well, yes, they're out there, and yes, they're monitoring us for some reason.
Well, you can't dismiss it. I've looked at a lot of UFO stuff. People email me stuff. Oh, and by the way, I should mention that my website contains my email address. It's mkaku.org, mkaku.org. And we're also setting up a online journal. My webmaster, Corey, is setting up an online journal where people can subscribe and get the very latest information about these kinds of things.
Okay.
So anyway, it is certainly possible that an intelligent species could be monitoring us. And it's certainly, there's nothing in the laws of physics that says that it's impossible that we're being observed.
All right, well then, here's a kind of a casual observation for you. Modern ufology really began about when we exploded the atomic bomb. Now, that could be, of course, just simple, pure coincidence. But I don't much believe in coincidences of that magnitude particularly. And, we exploded the atomic bomb and then we started seeing these things. So, sound logical?
Oh, well, if you saw the movie 2001, it's based on the premise that a civilization making the transition between type 0 to type 1 becomes interesting and in some sense worthy of contact. When in the movie they reached the moon and they made contact with this monolith, that's when the aliens realized that yes, humans have arrived. They're type 1. They have an operating moon base. We are about 100 years away from that technology. Arthur C. Clarke was, I think, off by about 100 years. It's not going to be 2001. It'll be 2100 when we have an operating moon base capable of scanning the entire moon for the presence of a monolith. And the whole purpose of that monolith was to make contact with a type 1 civilization.
That's very depressing that it's going to be that long until we get a base on the moon. I was
100 years, I think, before we have an operating base capable of detecting anomalies like that on the moon, like in the movie. And that means that we are now interesting, worthy of some kind of contact.
By the way,
those civilizations are probably dime a dozen. And
yes.
Struck.
By the way, just for fun, how likely is it, how good a scenario is it that there would be something like that perhaps buried on our moon?
Well, I personally think that if there is concrete presence of extraterrestrial visitation, it will probably be in the as an artifact left on the moon. If I was a passing type 3 civilization spanning thousands and thousands of planets, I'm not going to send Captain Kirk to visit each one. It would take them thousands of years to do that. I would send robotic probes, self-replicating von Neumann probes, like a virus. A virus lands on a cell and hijacks the cell and makes copies of itself. So the probe would land on the moon, build a factory, which would then send thousands of other probes to other moons. Moons are stable. They don't have erosion or wind or water, and so they're quite stable. And then these probes would simply sit there, do nothing, and just wait for the presence of a type 0 civilization to become type 1. Type 0 civilizations are probably dime a dozen. They self-destruct rather frequently, so they're not really worth monitoring that much because they're not permanent. By the time you're type 1, you become interesting. You're planetary. You have planetary music, planetary culture, planetary art, planetary mathematics. You become interesting. And so,
but as things move along in evolution, wouldn't that moment when an atomic bomb detonates be a kind of marker?
That's right. I think the detonation of an atomic bomb would signal the fact that a civilization is approaching type 1 status. And if a probe is sitting there for 1 million years, waiting for an intelligent species to come out of the swamp and gradually rise up this sequence, then they would the first interesting signal would be a nuclear detonation, and every nuclear detonation releases a very characteristic flash called the double flash. We have a satellite up in space called the Vela satellite, which is specifically designed to look for these double flashes, which are the fingerprint of a nuclear detonation.
But we're looking back at Earth, I'm sure, right?
We're looking back at Earth, and it found several nuke flashes in the past. The Israelis.
Quick question. Wouldn't it be useful to have a satellite out there pointed the other way, looking for this double flash?
Well, a double flash on a distant star or a distant planet would be too faint to pick up. Our satellites, like the Vela, can definitely pick up double flashes on the Earth, and it has picked up, signals of an unauthorized detonation of a nuclear device on the Earth. But in outer space, they're just too far away. We just barely make out the presence of Jupiter-sized planets in outer space. But the point is that as the type 0 civilization begins to make the transition to type 1, that would be very one noticeable signal that it is nearing type 1 status.
Okay, that was my whole point. I mean, modern ufology was born just when that happened. And you think that's a coincidence?
Well, it's hard to say, but all I'm saying is that the probability is that the most likely place to find evidence for visitation is on the moon. Because of the fact that they're ideal places to simply observe the rise and fall of type 0 civilization.
Well, here's another one for you. If a very advanced alien civilization detected an atomic bomb going off and then hydrogen bombs, and that they'd begin really looking. And we did plenty of, above ground testing to give them lots of examples, right?
Right.
Might they not regard such behavior as not worthy? In other words, that maybe they're out there looking just for civilizations that develop in some peaceful way.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, gee, are detonating these monsters.
80 megatons.
Definitely might have said, sent another message. And their reaction to that could be, and why wouldn't it be, these people cannot be let loose.
Well, it's conceivable. Many science fiction stories are based on that fact. The point is that Type 0 civilizations are probably still quite savage. They're just coming out of the swamp. They have all the signs of the savagery of the swamp, fundamentalism and sectarianism and racial strife. By the time you're Type 1, you are planetary.
Professor, maybe you can answer where we are. If there was a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being when you made Type 1, where are we on that scale, roughly?
Well, Carl Sagan tried to answer that question. He put it at 0.7.
0.7. And you?
Well, he did his calculation on the basis of energy production. A full Type 1 civilization can utilize all the light coming from the sun. All light coming from the sun. And you realize that we only take a tiny fraction of the light coming from the sun and utilize it. A Type 1 civilization, by definition, utilizes all the light coming from the sun. And if you think about it, we're about 100, 200 years away from being able to produce energy on that scale. That is the scale of all the light that hits your planet. And so on that scale, Carl Sagan calculated, we're about a 0.7.
Acknowledging that English is used by flight controllers, all aircraft are directed in English all around the world. That's a given. However, Rob in Atlanta, Georgia says, I agree with most of what Kaku says, except English being the dominant language of 100 years hence. In fact, all indications point now to some form of Chinese. And, that's pretty powerful stuff. What do you think, Professor?
I think that we are fairly close to becoming a Type 1 civilization within about 100 years. But already, English is the number one second language on the planet Earth. All elites, business elites, entertainment elites, scientific elites around the world speak English. And I think the momentum is pretty much unstoppable now.
Even by the Chinese, who are, you've got to admit, they're probably going to pass us sometime, inevitably. I was in China and I was terribly alarmed by what I saw. And the pace going on over there is frightening. And they're going to be big.
Well, I think by mid-century and later, there'll probably be 2.5 superpowers on the planet Earth.
Think so?
The United States, China, and perhaps India. But you realize that even though China has access to vast resources and human resources, its people,
yes,
that it has problems. First of all, innovation. Innovation in the West is much more prized. Creativity, being the maverick,
true,
is much more prized than in Asian cultures. In Asian cultures, they have the expression, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down.
That's absolutely correct.
In the West, there's the expression, the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Mm-hmm.
You see, diametrically opposed worldviews. And China will also eventually have problems with, workers that demand more salaries. Salaries are going to have to rise in China, and China will become a little bit less competitive.
But it has to be
higher wages.
It has to be noted, Professor, that Oriental children, Chinese children, because of no doubt family pressure and many other things, perhaps even genetics, that come to this country tend to get straight A's, and they're absolutely brilliant. And it's true in their home countries, and it's true here.
Well, I
So,
think it's a question of culture more than anything. If you're an immigrant coming to the United States, this is your big opportunity. Don't blow it. Immigrants coming to this country hit the ground running, and they work very, very hard. They feed themselves dry so that their kids can get accepted to Harvard and Yale and places like that.
yes.
So the immigrants sacrifice themselves so that the next generation can get the access to all the goodies.
Okay, but I'm saying it's not just immigrants that kind of ethic reigns at home as well. In other words, I'm saying these are very bright people, scientifically bright, and the kind of cultural differences that you're talking about.
Mhm.
I'm not sure they'll last. Already, Japan is changing radically, and China can't be that far behind.
Right, but take a look at Japan. People once thought 15 years ago that Japan was going to take over the world.
Well, yes.
Now we see the fact that its population is aging very rapidly, and that young people, a lot of them are punk rockers, and a lot of them are just as silly as American youth.
Yes.
And I think in China, it's
But that's
taken another.
but that's making my point. In other words, that change is well underway in Japan, and yeah, China's ruled by an iron hand right now, but those changes are inevitable.
Well, China is rising rapidly just because it's experiencing a first industrial revolution. The West also rose very rapidly on a first industrial revolution, but
You
then
bet.
it tapered off.
Well,
It actually tapered. People became middle class, demanded more consumer goods, and the rate of economic growth began to slow down. The same thing will happen in China. Its
Well,
rate of economic growth will also gradually slow down.
it may.
Workers demand a middle class life. They don't want to work so hard, and their kids are going to become punk rockers.
But there's a damn big, Professor, that it's going to slow down, at a slower rate. In other words, it's going to go on and be a big power for a long time.
Yeah, but there are a lot of structural problems. Look at the male-female ratio in the countryside, for example.
Oh, it's true.
It's horrible. I mean, in some villages, it's like 75 men to 25 women because of the selective abortion of female children.
Oh, God, you hear
rural.
terrible stories about little girls being drowned like puppies. Oh,
Yeah, and
horrible
there are a
stuff.
lot of structural problems. So, of course, in the United States, it's always the hysteria always sells newspapers, right? So people want to get into this hysterical mode. But Japan did not take over the world 15 years ago,
True.
and I think that as long as the West maintains its competitive, innovative, creative spirit, that will be the engine of prosperity.
Well, you're certainly bullish on America. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. However, the educational system in this country is one of the worst known to science. So then, how come the United States doesn't collapse in the technological age?
Well, how come you're so bullish on America?
Well, there are two reasons why the United States does not collapse technologically. One is brain drain. 50% of Silicon Valley is foreign-born. If you are a high-tech person overseas, you get the H-1B visa. You go right to Silicon Valley. The United States is a gigantic vacuum cleaner. It's sucking up all the top brains of the world, which is a tremendous secret weapon. Most people don't know that we have a secret weapon called the H-1B visa. Every once in a while, some stupid politician tries to close that H-1B visa, and then even the Wall Street Journal, has to tell people that we have this secret weapon, this genius visa that allows geniuses to float right to Silicon Valley.
Out of curiosity, Professor, who makes those decisions?
Well, the United States, Immigration Authority has authority over immigration, but thank
But,
God.
I mean, who sits in a paneled room somewhere saying, all right, here go these visas, we found these people. I mean, there must be some great decision-making apparatus in place to even do
You think
this.
so, but after 9/11, MIT, Stanford, they were all howling at the fact that the brightest minds of the world were not coming to America because their visas were not being approved because the Homeland Security got overcautious and denied permission. At our university, quite a few of our Chinese PhD students could not come to the United States because Homeland Security got too antsy, as if these Chinese young students are going to be future terrorists in America, right?
But we got smart.
Right. And the other advantage that our educational system has is that it does allow the so-called genius to thrive. Now, see, Bill Gates as a kid probably would not have done very well in China at all. While in this country, the Mavericks, the Iconoclasts, the Richard Feynmans, the Bill Gates, they are allowed to flourish.
So you assign a really big a quotient of importance to our individual entrepreneur life.
Well, it is one of our secret weapons.
I guess
that
it
we
is.
attract these people from around the world. They are innovative. They're not welcome in their home country because they are considered oddballs in their country. But in this country, they're called geniuses. And so we prize them. And, these people start entire industries. These people don't take away jobs from American citizens. They create entire industries.
Well,
they're the engine of high tech.
There is a fear, and I do know that a lot of ideas, inventions, and new things come from America, but we have this problem of inventing them here and then not doing the practical application, but letting that part of it get away to Japan or China or wherever, that we don't produce it here and that we're not producers. People are concerned about that. The factories are not cranking out anymore. Yes, we have information technology, but we're not producing anything, and there are those who worry about that. Do you?
Well, producing in the sense of producing like steel, and
things.
But we're entering a post-industrial society where value is more and more intellectual capital rather than commodity capital. And nations that stick with commodity capital that produce agricultural products, steel and tin, commodity prices have been dropping for 150 years. And that's not where wealth of the future is going to be. Those nations that have, quote, lots of factories and produce lots of things, they'll have an industrial revolution. They have their first industrial revolution. But they're not going to be competitive in the future because it's intellectual capital that's going to be worth a lot.
So, in other words, you're saying we'll win by being smarter.
Smarter and more creative. You realize that Hollywood is a tremendous intellectual capital engine. The internet, web designers, all that is creative intellectual capital. Intellectual capital is not just being a software programmer at some high-tech firm.
Yeah.
Intellectual capital is creativity, leadership, it's talent, it's stuff that we usually associate with the arts, in fact. So I think that we have to realize that commodity capital is not going to be the future. That we don't want to be an industrial society. China's undergoing their first industrial revolution. In America, we're entering a post-industrial society where we don't necessarily want to have lots of coal mining jobs and lots of steel making jobs. We want to have people create entertainment, create creative things like websites, become software engineers, create intellectual capital rather than simply commodity capital. The world is making a transition.
And you think that there's an economic model that makes all of this work and makes us win?
Well, I do a lot of traveling, and when I go into Europe, all the people in Europe are envious, just tremendously envious of the United States, because it is this creative engine. Now, in the United States, we like to bellyache. Everyone bellyaches in the United States until you go overseas. And when you go overseas, you realize that most people think of the United States as a creative juggernaut.
Well, it's
that
true.
All the software, all the Hollywood movies, all the songs, everything comes from here.
No, in fact, in Japan, for example, all of their advertisements on television and billboards include English words, Professor. They are fascinated, absolutely fascinated with America, and it's almost some sort of compulsion. It's a high-class thing in Japan to include English words in advertisements. I mean, they do look at us that way.
That's right. And that's another reason for believing that English will be the type 1 language. Because if you're in China, what language do the educated people in China speak? English. If you're Tibetan, Mongolian, Japanese, Thai, Cambodian, you have a conference in China, what language do they speak? English. You realize that when I go to Europe and there's French, German, Italians in the audience, what language do we speak to each other with?
English.
English. In Asia, if you're Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Thai, and you get together, what language do you speak in? English. in some sense, it already is the Type 1 language. And all the elites already speak it, and in the future, we'll have even the middle class of these countries speak English.
All right, let's switch subjects for a second. You believe in string theory.
That's right.
All right. Apparently, George had a guest on, Lawrence A. Krauss.
Oh, right. Larry's a friend of mine.
Is he?
Yeah, I've had him on my radio show, and
Even after some of what he said about string theory?
oh, he said some pretty nasty things about string theory, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. So,
Wait, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
no,
Huh?
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Uh-huh.
I mean, with all due respect, I have great respect for Larry Krauss' astronomy, but he knows nothing about string theory. He's illiterate in string theory.
Uh-huh. Well, Krauss says that string theory is a monstrous failure.
Yeah, that's his opinion. Okay. You could also say that Newton and Einstein were monstrous failures because it took time for their discoveries to come to fruition. You realize that black holes were predicted to exist about 200 years ago. It took 200 years to prove that black holes really exist in outer space, since they were first predicted by an English clergyman in the UK. And so it takes time for some discoveries to come to fruition. So I think that belly aching is not the way science should be conducted.
Actually, he says one thing that I think he regards as a nice thing at the very end. He says, I want to add some balance. It's fascinating to think about, meaning string theory, and maybe one day it will have a success that will actually explain something. That's pretty rough.
No, I don't think so. You see, science is rough and tumble. Okay, so I don't mind when people who know what they're talking about.
So do you guys fight a lot?
No, not necessarily. In the literature, we have fierce debates about equations and things like that. But like I said, Larry Krauss is not a player. He's not a string theorist. He's illiterate in string theory.
I see.
He's an outsider. Okay, now, we live in a free country, so outsiders can say anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
But he's basically an astronomer.
Mm.
I have a lot of respect for his astronomical stuff. But, if you look at his astronomical stuff, a lot of it is not grounded in a fundamental theory because he has no fundamental theory. So my attitude is, instead of belly aching about somebody else's theory, create your own. In other words, my attitude is put up or shut up.
All right, why do you think he has this attitude about string theory? I mean, it must be based on something.
Well, what happens is every 10 years in string theory, there's a revolution. As we peel away one more layer to get to the essence of what's happening, string theory is evolving backwards. But after about 10 years, the well runs dry before the next big revolution. And then you have people, harping that, gee, we don't have any more big revolutions anymore. I mean, what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
It's human nature. It's human nature to say that, well, you had your glory days, but what have you done for me recently? Right? And again, every 10 years or so, we've had these monumental sea changes in our understanding of string theory because it's evolving backwards. We discovered it by accident in 1968, totally by accident. We were not meant to see this theory really for another 100 years.
All right, for the audience, the fastest version of what string theory is that you can logically present.
Well, simply, it says that point particles, like electrons, that we used to think are points, we think are actually vibrating rubber bands. If you had a super microscope, you would probably see that an electron is not a dot, but it's a vibrating rubber band. And so physics is nothing but the laws of harmony of these little vibrating rubber bands or strings. Chemistry is nothing but the melodies you can play on these strings. The universe is a symphony of these vibrating strings. And the mind of God that Einstein eloquently wrote about, the mind of God, we think, is cosmic music resonating through 11-dimensional hyperspace.
Wow.
That is string theory.
That is string theory.
Right? We're looking at nothing less than the mind of God. Now, I'm prepared to wait. Some people are impatient and say, I want results now. I want to get the data to correspond to our atom crashes now. Well, I'm a little bit more, I take a bigger view, because that's what we're looking for, reading God's thoughts. Now, you realize that next year, the first piece of evidence may come in, may not, the Large Hadron Collider, the biggest atom smasher ever conceived of and built by the human mind, will
How
be
much
turned on next year.
How much of a chance is there that when it's turned on, it will either confirm or blow away string theory?
Well, some of my friends who are very, very optimistic think that the Large Hadron Collider could nail it to the wall. I'm a little bit more cautious because I take the long-term view. The stakes are so high. We are talking about the end of physics. The stakes are so high that I'm prepared to wait. I don't necessarily need to have a result tomorrow. However, there are some friends of mine. I was at Aspen last year where we actually talked about this among other fellow string theorists. And there are some string theorists who think that the Large Hadron Collider may find particles. Particles are superparticles. We think they make up dark matter in the universe. And so we may be able to create, in some sense, our own dark matter.
And if we find particles, how strongly suggestive of string theory would that be?
Well, the only consistent theory of particles is string theory.
I read from his book in the first part of the program, at least the beginning of his guest appearance, and it's fascinating. I mean, if you want a good book to read, I'm an avid reader. Parallel Worlds, A Journey Through Creation, Either Dimensions, Higher Dimensions rather, and the Future of the Cosmos is a total must. You're absolutely going to love it. That's all there is to it. Now, if you hear some meows in the background, the two newest members of the Bell household, both of them kittens, don't like having the door closed at all. So that will be the sound you hear in the background. Hopefully it won't penetrate, but they are out there making their case. God, I hope string theory is real. I really hope you're right, Professor, because string theory allows, in some instances, for time travel. And boy, I'm a big fan of time travel. Maybe bigger now than ever. And anyway, so I hope you're right. I really hope you're right. But suppose this collider does its thing and string theory gets blown out of the water. I mean, there's some sort of conclusive thing that really does blow it out of the water. I mean, you're kind of tied to string theory. How would you take it, Professor?
Well, first of all, I don't think that's going to happen. But if there is a piece of evidence that is totally inconsistent with string theory,
right?
Then you have to just pick up the pieces and keep on moving. However, the problem that we string theorists have, in other words, if I'm going to be my worst critic, if I'm going to be my own worst critic, the problem with string theory is not that, not that at all. The problem with string theory is that there is a multiverse. It predicts millions of different kinds of possible universes.
Yes.
And if we have a multiverse, we have millions and millions of soap bubbles, each soap bubble being an entire universe, then how do we figure out which one is our universe? If something comes out of the atom smasher in Geneva, Switzerland next year that is inconsistent with one version of string theory, there's another bubble that is consistent with that piece of data. And so at that point, it has no predictive power anymore. You see, a predictive power means that you can say ahead of time something which will then decide the truth or falsity of some kind of theory, right?
So are you suggesting there really is no way that it can actually get blown out of the water because there'll be an alternative explanation? There's nothing that would really blow it out of the water?
Yeah, now this for me is actually a defect, but in some sense it is not a falsifiable theory in the normal sense of the word. Usually science is based on falsifiable propositions that you can test and once and for all settles the question immediately.
Yes.
But string theory predicts a multiverse, millions and millions of parallel worlds. That's the title of my book, Parallel Worlds. If we have this multiverse of universes, and like I said, if the Large Hadron Collider comes out with data that doesn't fit one bubble, then perhaps, well, we don't live in that bubble. We live in this other bubble there.
So,
This, of course, drives Larry Krauss crazy.
because you could just say, well, okay, but these laws don't apply in this bubble, doesn't mean they don't apply elsewhere. And
Right. In our universe, this happens to be this other bubble. Sorry about that. Now, this, in some sense, means that string theory does not have that much predictive power because in some sense it predicts all universes. And this, of course, drives Larry Krauss crazy. My attitude is different. My attitude is that we haven't found the final version of the theory. The theory was discovered by accident. And when we find the final version of this theory, this one-inch equation that gets you all of string theory, then we'll be able to settle the question once and for all of all these bubbles, which one is our bubble? Which one is our home?
I can understand why Mr. House goes nuts on this one because he can't win.
He can't win. And on the other hand, it is a weakness of string theory that it doesn't have the predictive power that we once thought it
Yes,
had.
you said it was discovered by accident. There must be a story there. How was it discovered?
Well, back in 1968, there were two young postdocs, Veneziano and Suzuki, who were at CERN, the same institute that we're talking about in Switzerland,
Yes, indeed.
come into a math book. And they found the Euler beta function, which fits the properties of colliding pi mesons. Now, science is not supposed to be done this way. You know, in elementary school, we learn about the scientific method, do an experiment, make a theory, do another experiment, make another theory, and tried and true method called the scientific method.
All right.
Well, in reality, it's never done that way. There's a lot of accidents.
Go back for a moment and explain to me. You just said several things that I don't understand. What was discovered, please?
A formula, a pure mathematical formula
That explained.
that explains the collision of subatomic particles. Now, the collision of subatomic particles is one of the deepest secrets of Mother Nature. And yet, coming to a math book, for God's sake, we had no right to find an elegant, beautiful formula called the Euler beta function that seemed to fit the properties of the collision of subatomic particles. So this set off a fury of papers. Hundreds, thousands of papers were published immediately trying to explain the Veneziano formula. And then finally, around 1972, Yoshiro Nambu at Chicago and others said that there's a vibrating string involved, and that's what's causing all the magical properties of the Veneziano formula. And so that if I had this super microscope to look at a pi meson, I would see that it's really nothing but one vibration of a rubber band.
How did the scientists in question decide that this formula represented anything at all? How did the light bulb go off?
Because before then, people were saying the collision of subatomic particles must obey certain properties. So let's try to guess some of the properties of this formula. So the general features of the formula were known. People had guessed the general features, but no one ever suspected you could write down a formula that was actually first proposed 150 years ago by Euler that actually fit all the criteria that you wanted. It created quite a sensation in physics.
I bet.
And people at that point had to discover what was making it vibrate and what happens if these things collide. In fact, my PhD thesis was to calculate all the possible interaction of these colliding strings when they collide and form all sorts of different kinds of bizarre diagrams. That was my PhD thesis, to catalog all these things. And then we needed an equation 1 inch long that summarizes the entire theory, and that's string field theory. That's what I did.
Okay, so everything is vibrating. Everything, the desk, the chair, the floor, the earth.
That's right.
Everything.
Everything is based on music. That's correct.
And that music translates directly to mathematics.
That's right. The mathematics of music, we incorporate wholesale into physics now. And, the Pythagoreans 2,000 years ago, the Greeks suspected that music was the language of nature, but that never got anywhere. We needed to have discoveries of atoms and nuclei and protons and neutrons. But now that we have discovered the protons and neutrons, now we think that they're nothing but musical notes. The proton, the neutron, they're just like A, B, F sharp, B flat. different notes on a vibrating string. So when I got my PhD, I had to memorize the names of hundreds of subatomic particles.
Remember Close Encounters at the third time?
Yes.
Do you remember when the giant ship was sitting there and it was playing notes to us?
That's right, a universal language.
So that string theory would be then consistent with that approach to contact.
Metaphorically speaking, I
Yes.
would suspect that on the other end of the galaxy, there's probably an alien out there who's also, discovering string theory for the first time and writing down the identical harmonies that I'm writing down in this quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy.
It certainly is elegant, isn't it?
Right. And the first octave, by the way, the first octave of the string includes all of Einstein's theory. The sum totality of Albert Einstein's work is contained in just one note of the first octave of the superstring.
Yeah, very elegant. I see how it all works out. So that would be then, you could understand such an approach to contact.
Mm-hmm. That's right. And so you realize the power of this theory. Mathematicians have been totally bowled over. New mathematics has come out of this theory, for God's sake.
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's the other way around. Usually we physicists learn mathematics from the mathematicians. In mathematics, it's something called the Fields Medal. That's the Nobel Prize.
Yes.
3 Fields medalists have gotten their Fields Medal in part from inspiration from physics and string theory. So mathematicians are desperately trying to catch up with us, trying to learn about string theory.
All right.
It's taken everybody by surprise. Like I said, we were not supposed to see this theory for another 100 years. This theory is so bizarre, it's mathematics so alien, that we were not really supposed to see this theory for another 100 years. I like to think of it as like, we're Polynesian islanders and somebody drops a laptop from an airplane. The laptop lands and they figure out how to push the buttons and how to use Windows. But then they open the back of the laptop. And then they realize it's an alien physics, an alien science that makes this laptop work. That's string theory. We have this laptop. We can play with it. We can actually do all sorts of crazy things on the screen of this laptop. So we think we know it until we open the back. And then we realize that there's alien mathematics there. That's string theory.
Is there some of string theory that would suggest that perhaps before contact with another dimension or anything else, there will be something in string theory that will allow some crude beginning form of communication?
Communication.
Yes, communication, for example, with another dimension. Communication using some science within string theory to in other words, if time travel is possible, if there are multiverses, if there are other universes out there, who's to say we might not be able to contact them?
Well, the first signal that we may get from another dimension may come from the next generation of microwave satellites. We have a satellite up there called the WMAP, which is revolutionizing all of cosmology. It picks up the echo of the Big Bang itself.
Mm-hmm.
We have essentially baby pictures of the Big Bang.
Yes, I think the first chapter is something about baby pictures, right? Baby pictures of the universe.
That's right. We have gorgeous photographs of the infant universe.
How sure are we that?
Years of age.
How sure are we that those are accurate?
Well, the radiation that we photograph in the microwave range fits exactly, precisely the prediction made by George Gamow back in 1948.
So mathematically certain.
Yeah, we're talking about not just 1 or 2 data points. Thousands of data points match perfectly the black body radiation predicted back in 1948.
That's very impressive.
Very impressive. So we have photographed the original explosion itself, 300,000 years after the original explosion. And the next generation of these satellites may give us the first inkling to the pre-Big Bang universe. This is LISA, LISA, Laser Interferometry Space Antenna. LISA is scheduled for launch in about 6 years' time or so.
Well, now wait a minute. I guess I understand how we can sort of look back on the Big Bang itself or the explosion, but I don't see how you're getting where you say you're going right now.
Okay, the next generation of these satellites are going to be gravity wave detectors.
Huh.
3 satellites will be launched in space, making a triangle connected by laser beams. Laser beams making an equilateral triangle in outer space.
Right.
Any gravity shock wave, not microwaves now, but gravity shock wave that is still reverberating around our soap bubble, if it hits this triangle, it'll cause it to jiggle. The laser beams will go out of sync and will detect the presence of a shock wave, a gravity shock wave from the instant of creation. This will give us a baby picture of the baby as it emerges from the womb.
Wow.
The instant where the baby emerges from the womb.
Wow.
We hope to pick up the signs of an umbilical cord. The umbilical cord, perhaps, that connected our bubble universe to perhaps the parent bubble universe. And the radiation should give us the first signal from another dimension. That if our universe was created in this fashion, one soap bubble peeling off another soap bubble,
Yes.
the radiation has certain predicted frequency. Lisa should be able to get this frequency and check it against the data and rule in or out some theories. String theory makes some predictions about what this frequency should look like because the universe came from a parent universe.
Boy, that's really astounding.
And this, again, within 5, 6, 7 years, depending upon when they finally get the satellite launched, measurable results that should tell us about the pre-Big Bang universe.
Professor, would there be any paradoxical problems at all in communicating with another universe? Is there anything within string theory that says, look, there's a paradox here that isn't going to allow it to happen?
Well, in the end of my book, Parallel Worlds, I speculate, and I say this is strict speculation now, about what an advanced civilization will do as our universe dies. Our universe is dying. It's accelerating out of control.
It's an extremely depressing chapter in your book.
But it ends on a very uplifting note.
Well, that we might escape. That's kind of a small little bone you're tossing, though, because it's a big problem.
Yeah, but even in the 1800s, Charles Darwin realized the laws of physics seem to indicate that the universe is running down, and he was quite depressed.
Okay, I guess some of the audience might not know what we're talking about, and it's this, folks, that the end will not be necessarily quick unless we bump into a black hole or something. Otherwise, the end will be a very lonely, empty sky with everything having separated us from us at such a distance that we are all alone. And I suppose the sun finally blinks out, and it's a pretty dismal ending, all things considered. Yes?
Right. See, the philosophers ask the question, are we going to end in fire or ice? And we can answer these questions. The Earth will end in fire because we'll be eaten up by the sun about 5 billion years from now. The sun will end in ice. It will turn into a small black dwarf star billions of years from now. And the universe, we once debated whether it will end in fire, like a big crunch, or ice, like a big freeze. And all the data indicates that we're headed for a big freeze much faster than anyone thought. The universe is accelerating, it's not slowing down at all.
Nothing that should be concerning us, I take it, personally.
Yeah, you don't have to take insurance on this. We're going to happen billions and trillions of years from now. But there will be a time when the entire night sky is black. All the stars will have blinked out. The universe will consist of black holes and dead neutron stars. And all intelligent life will die because it's too cold to sustain intelligent life. And the universe will be near absolute zero in temperature. And it seems as if the laws of physics are a death warrant for all intelligent life in the universe.
It does seem that way.
But there's only one escape. If the universe is dying, then the only escape is to leave the universe. In evolution, if the weather changes, either you adapt, change, or die. That's it, folks. I mean, there's no other alternative than that, says evolution. And our universe is getting awfully cold in the future. And at that point, if we're type 4, type 5, we may have to leave our universe because there's no other choice.
I'm curious what leaving our universe would entail. Can you even imagine?
Okay, in the last chapter of the book, I give you a hypothetical blueprint of a machine that may be capable, a type 3 civilization may be able to put together most of it, of what it would take to leave a dying universe and to go through hyperspace.
And you're saying it would take a machine.
A huge machine, much bigger than the hold it right there.
Amazing interview, amazing subject, isn't it? Dr. Michio Kaku is my guest, and here he is once again. And I just realized, Professor, that I have not yet asked you one question from the list of questions that they sent, set up for the show. We got off onto so many other tacks, but before I do ask at least a couple of those, I want to talk about this machine. I really like machines, Professor. And a machine to escape to another universe because ours is failing and getting cold and no longer livable is really intriguing. What would the nature of such a machine be?
Well, first of all, if you take a look at Norse mythology for some inspiration, they have the Twilight of the Gods, or Gotterdammerung, or Ragnarok, where there's this gigantic battle in the heavens, and Odin and Thor die, and the whole universe becomes cold and dies as a consequence. But then an island forms, a tiny island, and seeds begin to sprout, and then the human race starts up again in this island. And that's how this whole Gotterdammerung myth ends, this Norse mythology. Well, the universe is dying. The latest data indicates that it's accelerating out of control. It's going an exponential expansion called a de Sitter expansion. And it's going to get awfully cold in the future, so cold that intelligent life will necessarily die when temperatures reach an absolute zero.
The machine.
Now, the machine is designed to reach the Planck energy. The Planck energy is the ultimate energy. It's the energy at which space and time become unstable. Bubbles begin to form, and the so-called space-time foam becomes visible. We think that at very small distances, space becomes foamy, like soap bubbles. But at the Planck energy, these bubbles can become large. And so I advocate, in the end of the book, an advanced civilization facing death will build a gigantic accelerator like the one that's opening up next year in Geneva, Switzerland, to concentrate enough firepower at a single point to reach the Planck energy. They may have to use super laser beams and atom smashers the size of the asteroid belt of the solar system. I even give you some of the details of how big it would have to be.
How big?
Probably about 10 light years across.
Oh my God.
We are talking about something that will stretch across star systems. And its final acceleration may be inside the asteroid belt, where stations inside the asteroid belt concentrate the energy in a circle, and then slam all this energy at a single point, reaching the Planck energy. The Planck energy is a quadrillion times larger than that'll be attained next year in Geneva, Switzerland, with the Large Hadron Collider, right? And it could be the last ditch effort, the last project ever done by an intelligent species in our universe. It's make or break to create a machine about 10 light years across, sufficient to slam particles to reach a temperature approaching that incredible amount. Now, you can calculate the size of the wormhole that may be created. Hopefully, it'll be big enough to transport a whole civilization through. But I even give you in the book a worst-case scenario, in which case perhaps only molecules can go through this wormhole that's created. But even at the molecular level, you could probably transport enough data through the wormhole to recreate the DNA of your species on the other side of the wormhole.
Oh my God. So you're not really saying that we escape. You're saying that our DNA
Well,
escapes.
I'm saying that if we can stabilize the wormhole, then we that human beings, our descendants, many times over, all of us will go through. Okay? However, in a worst case scenario, okay, maybe the wormhole is not large. Many physicists believe that wormholes can be created, but they're going to be small. You would need fantastic amounts of energy to open up the mouth of the gateway so that it is big enough to create a looking glass.
Well, that's one sad ending, Professor. I mean, we don't end up sending ourselves, and so
I know we might be able to send ourselves.
No, I got that, but you're suggesting that, well, maybe not too, and maybe the only thing we could send would be our DNA.
Well, in our memories and our personalities, to recreate them on the other side, so that you would send robots, tiny molecular-sized robots, to then create DNA back that would then clone the species with their memories, which is nothing but information, right?
I'm not clear how the DNA transports memory.
The DNA does not, but you would send binary code to the wormhole, which encodes the personalities, memories of everyone in the previous civilization.
Oh my God! So all you believe that, for example, a planet full of people, however many there would be at that time, could be reduced to
memories and molecules. That's right.
Memories and molecules.
Right, and you would send both the molecules, which would then form DNA factories, which would then clone the species without a memory, and then the information would go through the wormhole, which would then program the brain to have the memories and personalities of their predecessors.
Professor, then why isn't it possible that that's how we got here? That somebody did exactly that? And
it's possible that a neighboring soap bubble next to ours is very old, and it is experiencing its considered expansion.
Yes.
And perhaps they left their universe to go to a warmer one. And we, by comparison, are much warmer than a universe where all the black holes are blinking out and there's nothing but Hawking radiation left. So it's conceivable that they would probably want to enter our universe much like our universe, which is, still relatively young.
I mean, that's a whole theory of creation there, buddy.
That's right. We are talking about mythology. We are talking about Genesis. We're talking about Nirvana. We're talking about God of Dameron. All the ancient mythologies start to come into play when we talk about the life and death of the entire universe or a multiverse.
But if it's something we could do, then it would be something somebody else could do.
That's right.
And that could easily be how we got here, and it would explain an awful lot of things, wouldn't it?
Well, you would have to be at least type 3 to even begin to create a machine that is several light years across. And, preferably type 4 to have all the energy necessary to play with these things. But again, there's nothing in the laws of physics.
But there are things in the laws of math that say, according, I believe, to your theory, that there must be type 1s, 2s, 3s, and maybe even 4s out there right now.
Right. Highly likely that if you have a type 0 civilization, getting off the ground, that unless it self-destructs, it'll go through this sequence and eventually become type 3 and eventually become galactic. In fact, Carl Sagan used to wonder if there was a type 3 civilization in our backyard, would we be intelligent enough to even know it? And he came to the conclusion, no, we are so stupid in our technology, we wouldn't even be able to know that we're in the middle of a type 3 civilization.
But we could have been seeded.
Well, Fred Hoyle, one of the world's leading cosmologists of the 20th century, believed in the panspermia theory, in which case we were seeded. He claimed that life starts very soon after the age of meteors ends, and how could life have started so quickly after the meteor bombardment stopped on the planet Earth? And so he believed that spores came from outer space to jumpstart life on Earth. Who can say for sure? It's one speculation versus another.
Yes, although I suppose there could be a kind of forensic proof of something like that someday. In other words, the fingerprint of a designer.
Well, on Star Trek, there was this one episode where they tried to explain why the Klingons and Romulans look just like us and are separated by just 100 years in technology. And in that episode, rather ingenious, there was a primordial DNA created by a species that seeded our sector of the galaxy. So we're all descended from the same DNA, and that's why the Klingons and Romulans look just like us, except they have different nose makeup. So that was one way to explain how these species can mate with each other. Because if you have two aliens, they cannot mate with each other because their DNA is totally different. That would explain why mating is possible on Star Trek, because we were seeded from the same original DNA.
You know, almost everything you say is so optimistic about life being out there in various stages of development, some of them very far advanced. And since you seem to believe that, certainly I've listened very carefully tonight, and you seem to believe that, then you ought to be a supporter of SETI-like affairs. You should be a supporter of attempts to locate life, and I guess you are, aren't you?
Yes, but I just think that SETI's not going to find anything. I would put money on the table that they're probably not going to find that much in outer space because we're looking at the wrong place. Our instruments are too crude.
If you were running SETI and had a unlimited budget, something SETI can only wish for and dream about, but if you did, how would you look, Professor?
Well, assuming I had an unlimited budget, I would start to look at different frequencies beyond hydrogen. That is, I think, the worst place to look because that's all the garbage is. Why would an advanced species want to communicate on the garbage frequencies of exploding stars and dying stars? There's a lot of static out there. Why communicate on the static? I would start to Fourier transform all the different frequencies and start to look for different kinds of harmonics, different kinds of frequencies, possibility of laser communication, possibility of red spectrum communication, all of which cost much more money than SETI can afford. So I'm not astonished at all that they found nothing.
Well,
if they find anything, it would be a miracle.
Well, all right. Would it be justified if somebody came before Congress with a plan and asking for enough money to really go at it the way you just talked about? Would you back such an effort?
Well, as a scientist, I would. However, politicians, they have the purse string, and they look at healthcare costs rising.
I know. But if you were called to testify about the worthiness of such project, you would support it.
Oh, sure, I would definitely support it because, like I said, since we left the forest, this could be an event on that magnitude if we were ever to make contact with an extraterrestrial civilization.
How much concern do you have that contact, certainly our military has a lot of concern about this kind of thing, that contact with another civilization could indeed be dangerous? How much concern would you?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, if you're ants confronting workers building a 10-lane superhighway, your concern is not that you're going to be invaded, not that you're going to be experimented with. Your concern is that you're going to get in the way.
Yeah.
You're going to get taped over.
Yeah.
That's the big concern, that they are so advanced that they plow you under and not even know it.
Just as though you step on an anthill by mistake. Kill all the poor little ants.
That's a big concern. When we meet another intelligent species in space, we will be separated by 2 million years.
How big a concern? 50?
Well, the distance between an ant and a human is actually small compared to the distance between type 0 and type 3.
70%? I mean, you're answering a question no one has ever been willing to answer for me.
What is the question again?
Well, the question is, by what percentage would you be concerned that it would be a negative outcome to have contact with a very advanced civilization? I'm assuming that only the advanced one would contact us.
Well, I think we should have 100% guard that they could be hostile, but I think the probability that they are hostile is very near zero. Because by the time you're type 3, you are immortal. Nothing known to science can destroy a type 3 civilization. Supernovas, ice ages, meteor impacts, all can be deflected or dealt with. By the time you're type 3, you are immortal. Nothing known to the laws of physics can destroy a type 3 civilization other than suicide. And so I would suspect, because also they're so old. Type 3 civilization, just to get one off the ground, a minimum of maybe 100,000 years, or a million years to get one off the ground, have gone through all the savagery and all the chaos of their origins from the swamp. They'd had time to iron out all the sectarian, fundamentalist, racial, religious differences that typified their rise from the swamp. That they're not going to want to come to Earth to plunder us because, first of all, there are many other uninhabited planets that have mineral wealth that can be plundered. Why bother to, plunder a planet that's inhabited?
Sure.
There are lots of mineral-rich planets that are not inhabited that they can plunder at will. So, and they're not going to want to necessarily mate with us or do hidden experiments because we're not going to be made out of the same DNA.
They are a woman. Here's a question for you, Professor. Is there any rationale that you can imagine for a civilization to commit suicide?
Yes, there are. I mean,
really?
I think there are rationales. I think by the time you become type 3, there is the possibility that you've seen everything and therefore cease to have any interest in the rest of the universe.
You have learned all there is to learn?
Yeah, this actually happened in human history in the 1400s. The Chinese assembled the largest fleet known to humanity to sail around the world, and the emperor wanted to know what was out there. This is way before Columbus. The fleet was huge compared to Columbus's fleet, a few decades later. And the fleet brought back, lions and tigers and elephants, and their engravings of elephants.
Yes.
In Beijing as a consequence of this. But the emperor's attitude was, is that all? And as a consequence, he burned the boat. And that's why China was set back 500 years. That's why the West overtook China, in some sense, because they burned the boat. They ceased to be curious about the outside world. They thought that we're number one. In fact, what does China mean, right? Central country. So they thought they were number one, and therefore there was no need. There was no need to explore the rest of the world. And that's how the West overtook China.
So then you can imagine a type 3 civilization simply, finally, knowing it all. And then concluding there is no good reason to go forward because there is nothing more to be known.
That's conceivable. Again, I don't think it's the most likely avenue. There are 100 billion stars in the Milky Way galaxy, and if even only a fraction of them have planets, that means there's an awful lot of planets to explore, each one with a different ecology and a different probability of life. And so I would expect that they would have many, many new frontiers to conquer, not to mention the possibility of higher dimensions. So I would say that the probability they're committing suicide, like how the Chinese committed civilization suicide by burning the boat, I think would be kind of small. I think they're going to be peaceful because they've had millions of years to outgrow the savagery of their origins. And I think they're going to be curious.
In the end, you're actually a very optimistic person, aren't you?
Well, optimistic in the sense that I think if life is a crapshoot, then the odds favor an optimistic type 2 civilization.
All right, I've got to do this. I mean, it's ridiculous. I got off track with Professor Katu, which is easy to do, and so let's roll through these very quickly. We just captured dust from a comet. Now, I kind of thought maybe it was dangerous. I guess it's important, and I'm worried that it's dangerous. Professor?
Well, it's not dangerous because the tail of a comet is better than any vacuum we can create on the planet Earth. The tail of a comet is basically a vacuum. However, there are tiny little ice particles and dust particles which could give us an indication of how the early solar system formed. Now, this is also important because we think that a comet storm may have killed off a dinosaur 65 million years ago. The solar system is surrounded by a shell of comets called the Oort cloud. It's a spherical shell that surrounds this disk called the solar system. And as as our solar system moves through the galaxy, it encounters galactic dust and debris, and it jiggles. It jiggles the Oort cloud of comets, sending some barreling down into the solar system. So some scientists believe that that's what killed off the dinosaurs. That solar system probably dipped into the galactic plane, where it was quite dusty, because that's of course where we come from. We come from galactic dust. So as the solar system dipped into the disk of the galaxy, it jiggled the Oort cloud of comets, sending comets barreling down to the planet Earth. And that's probably what wiped out the dinosaurs. And that might wipe us out if our solar system goes to more galactic dust and causes more jiggling of this Oort cloud.
Yes, I saw a Discovery special, and they described exactly what would occur if a large comet hit Earth, and they showed the Earth ultimately becoming a ball of fire nearly as hot as the surface of the sun, and all life being extinguished, except, the theory went, perhaps life at some depth in the Earth that would live through the heat of, be in just the right place so that the surface heat wouldn't kill them, and the heat center of the Earth wouldn't kill them. And this thin little layer of microbial life would emerge eventually when the planet cooled to once again start life on Earth. Does that make sense?
That's right. That may have been what killed off the trilobites. You realize that the comet or meteor that wiped out the dinosaurs was probably only 6 miles across, approximately.
Yes.
But Halley's Comet, the famous Halley's Comet,
Yes.
It's about 20 miles across, about the size of Manhattan. So if Halley's Comet were ever to hit the Earth,
Yes.
and we go through the tail of Halley's Comet all the time, every 76 years, but if we were ever to be hit by a Halley's Comet, the devastation would be much worse than that of 65 million years ago.
Do we have the capability to stop Halley's Comet if it was on a trajectory?
Well,
To Earth.
The worst thing you could do is to blow it up. Then you'd have a whole bunch of mini comets coming at you, which would cause even more devastation than a single comet. What you want to do is nudge it out of the way.
With what?
When it's far out, put thruster rockets on it, just enough to nudge it so that it misses the Earth. And that's probably the safest way to keep the comet intact.
And that would be scientifically possible today?
Not today, but however, we are going to be, harpooning comets and doing all sorts of landing maneuvers on these, extraterrestrial bodies. We've landed on asteroids, and one of these days we're going to land on a comet. The idea is to harpoon it, and then at some point stick a booster rocket on it, just enough to nudge it out of the way so that it misses the Earth.
Okay, a Pluto mission. We are, in fact, Pluto's in trouble. I think in danger of being declassified as a planet altogether, but we're going to Pluto. Is that correct? And apparently we had 20 pounds of plutonium on board the last space shot, and I take it you don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I'm all for exploring the solar system. I'm a great fan of the different missions that have taken gorgeous photographs of, Jupiter and Saturn. However, they're not going to go away. They're going to be there next year, the year after. There's no rush. So I think we should create a fleet of space probes that use solar, ion, different kinds of energy generating methods without nuclear. I have my doubts as to whether we should send large quantities of nuclear materials into space, because what can go wrong eventually will go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point, the odds catch up to you. We have booster rocket failure about 1% of the time. And it's sad to say, but the 2 shuttle disasters came in pretty much on time. That's the record for massive failures in outer space, about 1%.
Or here on Earth, I live very close to this neat little place called Yucca Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And they've had so many fiascos with regards to whether or not they can keep it buried for 10,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the latest federal judge says, well, the possibility may be for millions of years. Because we physicists believe that this radiation could be, dangerous for millions of years. The 10,000-year figure that they pulled out of a hat is quite arbitrary, actually. So, that's my attitude. That sooner or later, the odds catch up to you. We had a great shot just a few days ago with the New Horizons mission to Pluto, 9.5-year mission to Pluto. So my attitude is Pluto's not going to go away. It'll be there next year, maybe the year after that. And we should think of more advanced systems that don't use nuclear because that could be the end of the space program. If we have a misfire with plutonium in space and plutonium lands on Disney World, there are going to be a lot of angry people saying that we should shut down NASA. And I want to save the space program, save it from itself.
How big a risk are we taking when we launch a vehicle like that, equipped like that?
Well, again, 1% for booster rocket failure, for a major catastrophic failure of the mission itself. And if you take a look at the number of space shuttle launches, we are talking about that general ballpark.
Would NASA make a case that the plutonium, even in a massive explosion, would survive without killing people on the ground?
Oh, well, they say that they've hardened the RTG. They put, different kinds of layers of protective stuff around it.
Yes.
But when something blows up, you get a lot of shrapnel. And the shrapnel and the heat would, I think, be sufficient to breach the containment and release the plutonium. And NASA itself, if you read their environmental impact statement, has gorgeous maps of Florida showing the areas of possible contamination. And we even talked to one of the retired NASA officials in charge of evacuating Florida,
right.
And he mentioned that in some scenarios, the cloud of plutonium dust will go over Disney World. Now, he said that this is what they planned for. And again, the probabilities are very small, I grant that. We're not hysteric saying the sky's going to fall tomorrow. But my attitude is sooner or later the odds catch up to you. And even the hint that a plutonium cloud went over Disney World would be sufficient to wipe out the economy of Central Florida. And we have a lot of angry parents calling for the end of the space program.
Oh, yes, indeed. I think that indeed would be the end of the space program.
So my attitude is let's save the space program and not endanger it unnecessarily by having space missions of, marginal scientific value like this one.
Well, Professor, maybe then you could explain to me how the mission got authorized in the first place.
Well, there are people who want to push power in space, and Prometheus is the next thing down the line. That's a nuclear rocket, not just a nuclear battery. The previous missions just had nuclear batteries in space,
right?
But the next one is Prometheus, which is a nuclear rocket. And, in its defense, they say that they'll put a reactor in space in orbit and then turn it on in orbit.
Right.
So it's not going to blow up on the launch pad.
Is that not reasonable?
Reasonable, yes, but nature has a way of subverting the reasonable alternative. If you have a misfire in orbit and you have a crippled spacecraft in orbit, like we've had many times in the past, we once had an angry alligator when the escape shroud did not leave our space capsule, and we had a dead satellite orbiting the Earth called the angry alligator. Well, let's say we have an angry alligator with a nuclear reactor on board.
Right.
And we have this time bomb orbiting the Earth, and people taking odds as to where it's going to land. And we've had this before. The Russian space program was much more clumsy at this than the U.S. space program.
I seem to recall something with nuclear materials coming down in Canada.
That's right. Cosmos 954 plowed into the northern territories of Canada, spewed out 100 pounds of enriched uranium over several hundred miles.
Really?
And the contamination was enormous. They had to, of course, try to pack the ice so they wouldn't contaminate the surrounding environment with enriched uranium. But if that thing had hit London or Moscow or a populated area, again, that would have been the end of the space program. People would say it's simply too dangerous to put, radioactive materials in space.
Would something like that re-entering over a major city, would it kill thousands of people?
Not initially. The most of the damage, there would be, of course, damage from the impact.
Long-term cancers?
You would have plutonium dust and uranium dioxide dust in the air, sufficient to be lodged in the deep lungs, about a micron or so in size, sufficient to give you cancer over a long period of time. And you wouldn't be able to cough it out because the ciliary action of the lungs would not be able to pick up particles of that small size.
There'd be a lot of people very upset about that.
Yeah, property values would plunge.
Mhm.
People would be ruined. People would be very angry. And even if it didn't, quote, kill that many people instantly, it would eventually perhaps kill hundreds of thousands over a long period of time.
Well, that's a pretty damn big risk.
And it's just a risk that I think is small. I mean, I agree with NASA, it's a small risk, but why even bother to put the space program at risk when there are alternative methods? There are fuel cells, solar, ion, there are different kinds of alternatives that have been looked at in the past. And a Pluto mission, I think, is nice, but it's kind of marginal. Pluto, we think, is actually a comet, an overgrown comet of the Kuiper Belt, not really a planet at all. So why bother to risk the space program for an atomic rocket called Prometheus? The advantage of Prometheus is that it can go to Mars not over a 2-year span, but maybe over 3 to 6 months.
Interest of time here. Stephen Hawking is beginning to back off recent statements. Now that's really a headline grabber right there. He's backing off recent statements about what?
He made the front page of the New York Times last year when he backed off by saying that black holes will eat up information forever. If you throw the Encyclopedia Britannica into a black hole, that information is gone forever. It's never retrievable again. Well, that violates string theory. String theory is a quantum theory, and as such, radiation should slowly seep out again. Encoded in the radiation seeping out of a black hole should be the Encyclopedia Britannica's information. So he admitted he was wrong last year.
I see.
And he has at least the guts to admit that. But he's also beginning to back off on the theory of everything. He was one of the early people to push the idea of a theory of everything. Supersymmetry, supergravity, superstrings, all excited his imagination. So he said, we're nearing the end of physics. So now we have not hit the end of physics, and the naysayers are coming out. And he's beginning to say, well, maybe we were premature in saying that, it's around the corner. But again, my attitude is I have a longer term perspective. We'd all like to have the theory of everything in our lifetime, but maybe it's not going to happen in our lifetime. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means we're not smart enough. The equations are well known and well defined, by the way. I wrote many of them myself. Any young kid listening to this program can read my book, Introduction to Superstrings and M Theory, learn the equations, and finish off the theory. The theory is unfinished at the present time.
And it probably will take a young, brilliant person, won't it?
Maybe listening to this program.
Maybe.
Inspired to, get a copy of my book or other books, learn string theory, and finish it once and for all. And then we'll know for sure whether it's a theory of nothing or a theory of everything. So it's a decidable question.
Do we have our current quota of Hawkings? Do we have? Are we producing as many Hawkings and Kakus as we should?
Well, the problems are tougher. And remember, Einstein had experimental clues that he could latch onto. The wobbling of Mercury, for example. He could latch onto these things, and he knew he was on the right track. Now we're talking about, looking at the instant of creation. So we have not that much data on these things. And so we don't have the experimental clues that Newton and Einstein had back in those days. And the mathematics has gone right through the roof. So it takes a very skilled mathematical physicist to be able to work with string theory.
So again, my question is, are we getting our quota of people who can handle this stuff?
Well, these people come around once every 100 years or so. It took 200 years between Newton and Einstein. So sometimes we get impatient, just like, we get impatient for the next Hollywood movie star and the next hit movie. Science is not done that way. Sometimes it does take time and we get impatient.
Is it your theory that generations could go by without getting that brilliant mind that comes from who knows what?
It could happen that way. Like I said, it took about 200 years before black holes were finally discovered in outer space. After 200 years of naysayers, 200 years of snickering and thumbing your nose at black holes. Now we have gorgeous photographs of the accretion disk of black holes in outer space. So,
so on the other hand, somebody could come along, as you mentioned, tomorrow and suddenly solve it all. And I remember asking you once, if we solved it, if we came up with that equation that literally explained everything, it really wouldn't mean all that much in practical terms to us right away, would it?
Right. If you're looking at a chess game, it would take you a while to figure out the rules of chess, right? How pawns move. But that does not mean you're a grandmaster. Once we figure out the chess game of life, the chess game of the Big Bang, the chess game of physics, it doesn't mean that we're grandmasters and that we'll be able to manipulate and create wondrous things. It just means we figure out how pawns move and how kings move and the rules of the game. So that's where we are today. We think we're very close now to figuring out the rules of the game being the universe.
Well, the rules of my game are about up here on that. I have to pay attention to the clock. Parallel Worlds, your book, is it available now nationwide, generally?
That's right. Go to my website, mkaku.org, mkaku.org, and it tells you about the book. And also go to Amazon.com. And in England, by the way, it was a finalist for the Samuel Johnson Prize for Nonfiction. That's the rough equivalent of their Pulitzer Prize.
Congratulations.
I was my British publisher were just elated that
I'm sure they were.
I was a finalist for their Pulitzer Prize.
All right, Professor, congratulations. And I read a little from the book so people could understand it is so eminently digestible, not stuffed up at all. Professor, thank you for being here, and we'll do it again soon.
Mm-hmm.
Take care, my friend.
Okay, anytime.
Good night. That's a brilliant, brilliant man, Professor Michio Kaku. And that's about it for me tonight, folks. I'm sorry I didn't get to the calls that I had waiting. Perhaps it is as well. Please, the hour that's coming up is going to be a repeat of what I had to say about the loss of my very dear wife. And so, though there are some difficult moments in it, I would ask you, as one gentleman obviously did in Oregon, do not call the sheriff's department, please. I think I'll be okay. I've done I've done all my life with broadcasting. But love broadcasting? Huh. Baby, it's in my blood. Radio is simply in my blood. Be a lot of blood talked about next hour with Tess Garrett, but it's in my blood. And if I'm not here, then I'm on ham radio, as most of you know by now. And I simply decided, I did do weekends, as you know, for a year. And I decided, well, that's not really giving me the break because look, if you do a talk program, you have got to live that program. You virtually have to live the program. And that means day and night. You're preparing for it if you're not doing it. Frankly, doing it is the easy part of it. And the talk show host makes it sound very easy. Well, it's not. It takes a lot of preparation. In the old days, I went out and got all the guests. I pre-interviewed all the guests and did everything else. So 20 years of that is a lot. And I decided I wanted to spend a little time with my beautiful wife, who for 20 years, supported me. And so that's what I'm doing. And I'm only doing 2 Sundays a month. To be specific, the 3rd and 4th Sundays of the month. Now, one exception to that will occur this month. I will be doing the yearly prediction show. And on that score, I want to urge those of you who call me to make predictions during those couple of days that I regard this very seriously. We number the predictions for the year coming. We review the predictions made for the year past. And we do this in a very serious manner, and I expect you to treat it seriously. I want you to think very hard about the prediction you're making, not just something you're pulling out of your navel in order to call a talk show and get on the air, but a really thought out prediction, whatever it may be. Now, I'll be doing those prediction shows, it seems to me, let me look, on the 30th and the 31st. And then they're numbered, sealed in the Bell Family Vault until the following year. So please think hard about it. Now, the Bell family is all fine. All 5 kitty cats are great. Sadly, though, Tower is not. Tower, our bird, has expired. Tower expired because Tower lived in a house with 5 cats. And our cat, Yeti, made a jump that was unnatural. Now, our cats don't have front paws because, they're all inside cats all the time. And if you let them out, coyotes get them. So to save the furniture and all the million other reasons we do, I'll get emails, I know. They don't have paws in the front. Nevertheless, Tower had learned to fly from Tower's cage all the way around the room, circumnavigating the room perfectly at a high altitude, and then landing back on the cage as exercise. Well, incredibly, beyond all reason, Yeti, who had been lusting after Tower for, forever, since Tower came in the house, actually made a jump from the floor to at least 7 feet in the air, snatched Tower out of mid-flight, and then ran into the living room with Tower in the mouth. And we, of course, Ramona was chasing after Yeti, throwing things at him, unclamped his little jaws and pulled Tower from what seemed like a sure death. Well, Tower lingered for about a day and then passed on from internal wounds. So rest in peace, Tower. He was a good bird, and we did give him, or her, we didn't ever really know, 6 months of life that otherwise Tower would not have had, but it was very sad indeed. And Yeti, these are instinctual things in a cat. A cat wants bird. That jump, nevertheless, was unbelievable. Mid-flight, really fast too. So how he could have done that so accurately, we have no idea. Yeti, of course, is proud. He is so proud of himself. It was like the other cats made way when he walked. He didn't just walk; he strutted. It's like, did you see what I just did? Did you see it? It was the ultimate. I am the king. And that's the way he acted, and still is to some degree acting. It's like all other cats are now lesser. I did what all of you dreamed of doing and were unable to do, and I did it in midair. A football analogy would be the pass caught and the toes coming down just a quarter of an inch inside. That kind of jump. It was incredible. So yet he's still strutting around like he owns the place. The other cats are showing respect. They actually move away when he comes by. All right, the webcam photo tonight is of my mom, myself and my mom. She was just here, is back in North Carolina now, but there she is. That's my mom. Now in her 80s. Better than I do. And I, of course, want to plug smeter.net. It's a secret way you can sort of listen into the shenanigans that we indulge on amateur ham radio. And we're going to be talking a little bit about ham radio tonight because I've got a couple things I want to say. So anyway, that's webcam shot tonight. My mom and smeter.net, the secret place to listen. www.smeter.net, not .com. I got so many emails. I couldn't find .com, not .com. It's www.smeter.net. And then you'll find the prompt receiver and other receivers. Soon going to have one back in Tennessee. You can listen to hams back east. Many emails about this, like this. Art, I heard the rebroadcast, the Madman Markham rebroadcast, and his time machine. Does anybody know what happened because of him? What became of him? I have no idea. I've not heard from that man. And in addition, I have not heard from Dr. David Anderson. He was another time travel expert, a real expert in the field. And I'll tell you something, it's been years now, and he's just gone. For God's sakes, Dr. Anderson, if you're out there somewhere in our time, Get hold of me, buddy, and we'll get you on the air. Same with Madman Markham. Love to have a follow-up, as with the rest of the audience, but both of the men who were really involved in time travel are, for all intents and purposes, gone. Draw your own conclusions. A quick look at the usually and not the disappointing, depressing national news. Bush asserts U.S. is winning the Iraq War. That's the first story. President Bush asserted Sunday that the United States is winning the war in Iraq, and he issued a plea to Americans divided by doubt. Do not give in to despair and do not give up on this fight for freedom. On-time address, he said all this and more. Second story of the national news is analysis. Bush dropped rosy Iraq scenario. No more rosy scenarios. After watching his credibility and approval ratings crumble over the course of 2005, the president completed a rhetorical shift Sunday night by abandoning his everything's okay pitch to Americans and coming clean. He was wrong about the rationale for going to war in Iraq. He underestimated the dangers. The country has suffered terrible loss, and the bad news is not over. Even with his high-profile display of candor, a step-anxious Republican leaders have been demanding for weeks, Bush remained unyielding. Mexico's President Vicente Fox stepped up his attacks on the United States' plan to build a fence along the southern border on Sunday, saying it was, quote, shameful for us. A shameful initiative for democracy. He said barriers between nations belonged to the last century and had been torn down by popular uprisings, referring to the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Build not a fence, keep our people out. The movie Kong made about $50 million in its debut, doing very well. People like monsters. And of course, I watched with a big smile on my face while our San Diego Chargers ruined an undefeated season for the Colts. Score 26-17. It was a glorious game to observe, absolutely glorious. All right, we'll get to the rest of the news, as Paul would say, in a moment. I wonder how many of you remember the last show I did with Major Ed Dames. It was the last Sunday program that I did. And in that program, Ed came up with a brilliant idea to assassinate a top Al Qaeda leader by causing a bomb near him to go off. Well, it may not be the same exact target, or maybe it was. Who knows what Ed had us working on subconsciously, but I did flinch a little bit when I read the following story from CNN.com, titled Al Qaeda number 3 dead, but how? Witnesses say missile strike. Pakistani officials dispute the claim. Pakistani officials have indeed confirmed the death of a top Al Qaeda official, looks like Abu Hamza Rabia, but witnesses and officials give very conflicting stories of how he died without elaborating. The Pakistani president said on Saturday he was 200% certain that Rabia, the operations chief of Al Qaeda, the terrorist network, was indeed killed Wednesday. He was killed north of the border town of Mareem Shah. Now, other Pakistani officials also confirmed the death, but said he died during an explosion at a home in the northern tribal area, northern tribal area of Pakistan near the Afghan border. A Pakistani information minister, Sheikh Ramad Ahmad, told CNN that Rabia apparently died while working with explosives. No, I'm not saying that's a hit. in every form, but maybe. All right. The Earth's magnetic pole is drifting very quickly. Now, this is back in the news again heavily. The Earth's magnetic pole, in fact, is drifting away from North America so quickly now that it might end up in Siberia in 50 years, according to scientists. The shift could mean that Alaska will lose its northern lights, auroras, might even be more visible in areas of Siberia and Europe. The magnetic poles are different from geographic poles. The surface points marking the axis of the Earth's rotation magnetic poles are known to migrate and occasionally even swap places. This may be part of the normal oscillation, and eventually it may migrate right on back toward Canada, but it may not. It may flip completely, and we may be in the middle of something right now. In fact, let me stick my neck out. We really are in the middle of something big right now. It's happening. If you care to step back and look at what's happening around the world and on our Earth right now, there is no question about it. One of the effects of the magnetic movement would be occurring on shortwave radio. Here's an article, interesting article. What effect will all this have on radio propagation? Well, it's clear the regions for best VHF auroral propagation will move as the magnetic North Pole drifts. I'm not clear on how this would affect the United Kingdom, obviously written in that area, but some people speculate the drift of the magnetic pole into Siberia would increase visible auroras in parts of Europe. If the Earth's magnetic field collapsed during a flip over, we might see increases in incoming cosmic rays and particles in the solar wind, because, of course, a magnetic field protects us against all of that, which would normally be deflected by the Earth's magnetic field. This may well affect the ionosphere. Could we see increased ionospheric propagation at, say, 50, even 70 megahertz? Who knows? But one thing's for certain, we live in interesting times. That's from Ham, M5AKA, and he's sure right about that. We live in very interesting times. I work a band called 75 and 80 meters, 3.5 to 4 megahertz. Now, I must tell you that unprecedented things are occurring. At this point, when the sun goes down at night, those people that we've been able to reliably hear at 100, 200, 300, 400 miles away, they're gone. And propagation is gone. Now, is this the result of the shifting Earth magnetic field, Earth's magnetic? I don't know. But I can tell you we are in the middle of a big sea change in almost every aspect of what's going on in the world. I called it the quickening. And I maintain that what I wrote then is now manifestly becoming the truth. Since I only have a couple of Sundays a month, I've got a lot for you. Siberia is melting. It's part of it. A peat bog in western Siberia, about the size of France and Germany, began melting 3 or 4 years ago and will spark an irreversible ecological landslide and unleash billions of tons of methane gases. This is potentially awful. The New Scientist, very honorable, reliable New Scientist, reported in August a Russian researcher visited the region, which has warmed faster than anywhere else on our planet. Temperatures increased 3 degrees Celsius in the past 40 years. Now, bear in mind, this ecological area is existing on a very, very tiny temperature gradient. In other words, a very few degrees rise, and you begin to get a very great deal of melting. And so already we've got a 3 degrees Celsius a rise in the last 40 years alone. The findings followed a June report that said thousands of lakes in Siberia's east have dried up over 30 years. And if that's not enough, it may be the latest evidence of global warming. Polar bears are now drowning. Scientists, for the first time, have documented multiple deaths of polar bears off Alaska, where they likely drowned after swimming very long distances in the ocean amid the melting of the Arctic ice shelf. The bears, you see, spend most of their time hunting and raising their young on ice floes. But as it gets warmer, the ice floes are melting. In a quarter century of aerial surveys of the Alaskan coastline before 2004, researchers from the U.S. Mineral Management Service said they typically spot a lone polar bear, perhaps swimming in the ocean far from ice once, perhaps every 2 years. Polar bear drownings were so rare that they've never been documented in the surveys previously. But in September of 2004, when the polar ice cap had retreated a record 160 miles north of the northern coast of Alaska, researchers counted 10 polar bears swimming as far as 60 miles offshore. Polar bears can swim long distances, but have evolved to mainly swim between sheets of ice, if they're there. The researchers returned to the vicinity a few days after a fierce storm. They found 4 dead bears floating in the water. Extrapolation of survey data suggests that on the order of 40 bears may have been swimming, and that many of those, of course, drowned as a result of rough seas caused by high winds. So there you have it. All the while, our ocean currents, the ones that give Western Europe the relatively balmy weather, are beginning to stutter. I'm sure you've seen the headline perhaps on Drudge the last few days, and the fear is they may halt, as in the coming global superstorm, or the day after tomorrow, the movie that was based in part on that. And of course, we wrote that as well some time ago, and it sadly would appear to be coming true. So what we have going on in front of us is a shift. The following is from Whitley Strieber's Unknown Country, but I assume it appeared elsewhere, certainly. Another asteroid headed our way. Yet another asteroid is heading our way, and it could hit us in 31 years. Will this one spell our doom, like an earlier one did for the dinosaurs? This one is called, I guess it's Apophis. Apophis, that looks right. After the ancient Egyptian spirit of evil and destruction, the asteroid is now aiming for Earth. In fact, it's being watched by astronomers all over the world, and it looks like it will hit a body of land. If it does, they may try to figure out how to deflect it or break it up in space. Most asteroids that hit the Earth land, of course, in the ocean, since oceans cover most of Earth. NASA says that an impact from Apophis, which could come in 2036, would release, this is bad, 100,000 times the energy of the nuclear bomb that was detonated over Hiroshima in World War II. No matter where it does hit, we would all be affected by the nuclear winter that would affect millions. We get effects certainly from dust particles being released into our atmosphere, and that probably would bring on nuclear winter. It's probably what killed off the dinosaurs and would do a job on us. Astronomers have tracked this rock ever since it was discovered in June, but it has only started worrying them now because they say the odds of it hitting Earth in 2029 are becoming very alarming. We don't have much time to lose. It will take many years to design, test, and build the technology we need to deflect the asteroid. Meteor expert Monica Grady says an impact by this rock could cause mass extinction, and we're overdue for the big one. So that'll give the next generation something to worry about a little bit, huh? There's a legacy of the tsunami out there, and it's not a good one. There's a dead sea, a dead zone, devoid of all life, has been discovered at the exact epicenter of last year's tsunami, 4 kilometers beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean. Scientists taking part in the Worldwide Marine Survey made an 11-hour dive at the site 5 months after the disaster. They were shocked to find nary a sign of life around the epicenter, which opened up an 1,000-meter chasm on the ocean floor, a 1,000-meter chasm. Instead, there was nothing but eerie emptiness. The powerful lights of the scientists' submersible vehicle piercing through the darkness showed no trace of anything living. A scientist working at on the Census of Marine Life Project, Ron Odor of Dalhousie University in Canada, said, quote, "You'd expect a site like this to be quickly recolonized, but it just hasn't happened. It's unprecedented." And speaking of unprecedented, that's the right word. I just got a quick fast blast from another ham operator, John out there, who says, "Art, I have to disagree with the comment on the propagation on 80 meters. The band isn't dead, it's just fantastically long. Conditions to Europe, especially Scandinavia, have been fantastic." Well, yes, John, I understand that. But that's not been the nature of 75 and 80 meters since I've been licensed in 58 up and down through a few sun cycles. It is unprecedented that on a regular basis, as soon as the sun goes down, propagation for the short range completely disappears. And that's part of a pattern, John, of change that's occurring, whether it's to do with the Earth's magnetic field or some other ecological change. The sun cycle notwithstanding, I have never, ever seen anything like it in my life. And while it's great for talking to Europe, it's not so good for talking to your buds. And beyond that relatively minor difference and change, I mean, it's not a big deal if we can't talk to our friends, but it is a big deal that it's changing like this because I believe it has never done this before. And it's part of the larger change. It's just one small aspect that I'm able to observe as a radio person that I think points to what's going on, the bigger picture, that is to say, with our environmental changes. They're predicting another bad hurricane season, maybe even tragic hurricane season ahead. That shouldn't be a surprise for anybody. Storms are going to become more and more violent as time goes on. To the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Quite well, sir. Thank you.
I just want to jump right to the chase. I'm calling from, the area of WABC in New Jersey.
77, 78. Yes, of course.
Yeah, no doubt. I got to tell you, Art, this is on the level. In around June or July, 03.
Yeah.
I was taking out the trash one night on a Sunday night to pick up on Monday morning. I spotted a UFO above my neighbor's house, and that's how it appeared to me. I was setting the trash out with two other people. When I pointed the object out to them above the neighbor's roof, they both ran into the house and locked the door behind them. I was left out on the curb alone. And Art, I got to tell you, when I was looking at this thing, I was tracing it with my index finger, pointing at it. It was moving so slow and changing color. Gradually, I thought my eyes were playing games with me. You know?
All right. Are you able to give us a sense of the size of it compared to the house, for example?
Exactly. Well, here's the weird thing about it. As it was above my neighbor's house and just floating around, no noise at all, it appeared to be right above their chimney, yet at the same time, it seemed to be way off on the horizon towards New York City. I mean, it was the visual was it's here, but it's there. But at the same time, the weirdest feeling was all time kind of stood still as I was looking at it.
Yeah.
And it drifted across the street into the wood line, and I was staring at it as it was just so slightly, gradually changing color. And then in like a blink of an eye, don't know what direction, it took off. It was gone with no trail of light behind it. Just zapped us out of here.
Well, bud, we're sure they're here. Somebody's here.
Yeah.
They're watching us. They're doing something. I wish I understood their motives. I wish I understood what they want from us, why they're watching us, what will come of it.
Art, it was just.
But all I can say is welcome to the club. I mean, millions and millions of us have seen these things. We know they're real. We just don't know what they're all about.
The strange thing about it was there was no sound except the sound of nighttime, 11 o'clock at night.
That's not strange. Thank you very much. What it is and they've got a matter of propulsion that simply doesn't make noise. And everything we do here on Earth right now, propulsion-wise, makes noise. Takes engines, fuel, rockets, rotors, jet blast, propellers. All the things man does on Earth to move through the air make noise. If it's silent, there's a good bet it's not from here. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. If they are capable of attaining zero mass, just their light would be an accelerator, and they would be able to hover with just light or accelerate to extreme speeds with light and the zero mass.
Well, that might be true in space. I'm not sure about within the, the gravity of Earth.
Well, and in the neighborhood where they have zero mass on the craft, it could affect the neighborhood, including the time that the man talks about distortion.
Yeah, it's true. If it had zero mass, true enough.
But what I wish to talk about is all the large bodies in our solar system are not only departing from the solar system, but increasing in speed.
Yes.
And one of our space platforms is going out of our solar system and increasing in speed.
That's true.
I wonder if someone like Stephen Hawking.
Not only is that true, sir, but scientists are unable to explain why.
Well, and my question is it feasible that as these particles go through the imperfect vacuum of space, that would drag on them? But what if as it proceeds around the back of the planet or the space platform, if there's enough turbulence to annihilate antimatter or some phenomena of dark matter? We need some lessons on dark matter.
Yeah, I would probably I'd opt for dark matter. I think scientists now believe, theoretical physicists believe, that dark matter is what is propelling objects away from each other. There's nothing else obvious. Otherwise, physics laws say that no matter how small it might be, the drag or friction of anything in its path would tend to slowly to slow an object like that down, not cause it to go faster. So you're right.
And the next time we have a vehicle that we want to send out of the solar system, we ought to send it 180 degrees in the opposite direction to see if it does the same thing.
Yeah, I agree. And my guess would be that it would. Thank you very much. There is something out there that is pushing on these objects, pushing hard enough to get them going faster, not slower, but faster, away from us. As all objects are slowly moving away from us, modern theoretical physicists believe firmly that ultimately our fate is to be alone, that other star systems, other planetary bodies are all moving away from us, so that the end, if Earth should, and man should be so lucky to live that long, the end would be a lonely, dark, cold existence. Man would go out of his house, if it could happen, should he live that long, and there would be nothing in the night sky, save perhaps our own moon, and by then it may have moved far enough away too. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Oh, how you doing?
Very well.
Well, I wasn't talking exactly, or earlier I wasn't talking about this, but I found out something about, you guys were talking about the Vero chip earlier.
We were?
Well, not earlier today, but this was a couple days ago. We were talking about the Vero chip.
Okay.
And I found out that there was an emperor of Rome named Nero. And it's just and a lot of people think that that was like the beast back then when they were talking about Revelations. And it's just funny how it sounds exactly like the same thing of Vero meaning Nero. For buying and selling stuff.
And so you're referring, of course, to the mark of the beast.
Right. And it's just funny how the Vero chip name is sounds a lot like the emperor that they were thinking about was the beast. Back then, and like 100 years.
Well, let's try this out on you, sir. They say that eventually we shall all have to take the mark and perhaps have a chip implanted in ourselves to buy and sell things.
Right.
And without the chip, you cannot buy and sell. You cannot buy food. You cannot exist. You can't buy gasoline. You can't go down to 7-Eleven. You can't do anything. So, wait a minute. If it comes to that, and it comes your turn to take the chip, the mark, are you going to do it?
No.
You're not.
No.
You would starve to death first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny how Nero translates 616 and after 666, and this was like an emperor that.
I know. Yeah, but there was a Ronald Wilson Reagan. sir. I mean, that was six. I appreciate it. There's a lot of sixes out there if you look for them. But again, that's a classic test of a true believer. Would you take the chip? Would you take the mark? Not me. Well, maybe not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, no chips here either.
No chips there either. You would starve to death.
Pretty much so. Good evening.
Good evening.
I just wanted to bring up one thing about the pole shift that's been going on here.
Yes.
Edgar Casey brought that up a long time ago, and he also said that there'd be, along with the pole shift, that there'd be a change in consciousness, kind of at the same time.
I can believe that.
Well, you know how birds, they seem to be losing their migratory paths.
Yes.
I mean, what do you think it's doing to human consciousness? We kind of depend on, kind of the magnetism ourselves, don't we?
You bet we do, sir. There's magnetite in the human brain as there is in other mammals. Right. And that's how birds navigate. And so human beings could also be suddenly confused. We could become something else altogether. There could be that's why I said there could be a shift in consciousness. It could be true.
Oh, yeah, Casey brought that up. I mean, no telling.
No telling. But one thing, I kind of summed it up at the beginning of the program. There's so much going on right now that points to a profound shift of some kind going on right before our very eyes if we just take the time to look at it. People don't look at what the South and the North Pole looked like 40 years ago and now. They don't take the time to recognize the weather that's changing. They're like the little boiling frogs, getting hotter and hotter. And rarely do we take a moment out to look at what's going on around us, but that the change is happening now.
I agree.
Right now. I appreciate your call, sir.
Take care.
Take care. That's happening right now, all around us. Can't you feel it? It's a kind of a quickening feeling. And every news article leads you a little further down that trail if you're paying attention. But most people have their heads in sand. But this change is occurring around us now. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, how are you?
I'm quite well, sir.
I wanted to bring up an interesting point that you were talking about how the northern pole is going to be shifted to 50 years in Siberia.
Well, if it continues its present pace, it will in fact be in Siberia within 50 years, yes.
Okay, sir, how about the whole Mayan calendar? I mean, if it's going to be there in 50 years, that means that it's moving at a quite quickly pace. So wouldn't you think that the Mayans had some intelligence of that and produced that into their calendar? All the catastrophic events that are going on with weather nowadays.
Of course, it's entirely possible that the Mayans understood the cycles better than we do today. I believe that I see a cycle, or a change of a cycle right now, going on right now. But the Mayans may have known and may have seen and may have had access to history that goes far back beyond what we really understand, other than soil samples and ice cores and that sort of thing, and understood cycles that we don't yet understand. And that's why a lot of people do pay attention to the Mayan calendar and believe it does portend something.
I think it does kind of talk a lot. I listen to your show quite frequently since I'm graveyard shift, and it's just kind of weird that all the correlating facts, all the different subjects kind of come together into one point.
You can feel it yourself, huh?
I sure can.
I appreciate your call, sir. Thank you.
Very much.
Take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi there. How are you?
Quite well, sir. Where are you?
I'm in Richmond Hill, which is north of Toronto in Canada.
Way up in Canada. Okay.
Yeah.
Fire away. We don't have a lot of time, but go ahead.
Okay. What I wanted to let you know about, we've got a radio station up here that doesn't operate anymore. It's called CFGM AM.
Okay.
And there's a gentleman that used to be on. His name was Ron Knight. And it was the Ron Knight radio show, and it was a late night talk show.
Yes.
And they were talking about UFOs one night. I believe it goes back to 1975, so possibly one of the producers can get the audio tape. The gentleman called in saying that he was looking at 3 UFOs over the lake in the back of his house.
Yes.
As he's describing these UFOs, they started to change. They were changing formation. Anyway, all the power went out in the radio station, and all the phone lines went down. Only in the radio station. The radio station was a small building above a pharmacy. The pharmacy still had power. The alarm never went off in the pharmacy because it was hooked into the phone lines. It's quite a fascinating story. I can't remember all the details, but I did want to bring this to your attention.
Well, that's quite all right. I appreciate the story. As you know, we've been portion of many extremely credible stories. As a child, she would dissect snakes, collect buckets full of lizards to study. It's no wonder then that her college studies focused on biology and physical anthropology, which in turn led to her study of medicine. A Phi Beta Kappa graduate of Stanford University, she earned her BA in anthropology, then went on to receive her MD from the University of California, San Francisco. She completed her internal medicine residency in Honolulu, Hawaii, rough duty there, where she worked as a physician. Tess is the author of 8, count them now, 8 bestsellers, and in her free time, what free time? She continues to compile a weird biological facts file viewable on her webpage. We have a link up to that right now, www.tessgerritsen.com, and appropriately, the background to all her material appears to be black. Coincidentally, my favorite color. In a moment, Dr. Tess Gerritsen. Perhaps even the Alfred Hitchcock of the medical world. I don't know. Dr. Tess Gerritsen, welcome back to the program.
Thank you for having me, Art. And I have to say that is the best comment I've ever heard. That I was a female Art Bell. Is there a higher compliment?
There are. Tess, you know, you are a doctor, and doctors heal. Doctors promise to make things better, and at the very least not worse. And yet somehow your studies sort of turn to the dark side. I mean, a fascination with death, not life. Explain that.
You know, it's more a fascination with things that creep me out, and we all are. That's why you have so many listeners on your station. We all are fascinated by things that just freak us out.
Yeah.
I can trace it back to my childhood. My mother was an immigrant from China, and when we were growing up, really her English was not so good. So she took us to horror films. That was the one thing she did understand about American culture. She loved American culture.
Well, horror crosses all cultural lines.
Yeah, because you don't need to know a lot of English to know that when Frankenstein is coming after you, it's a bad thing. So I spent most of my childhood, cowering in movie theaters and screaming as a 5-year-old. So I think that from an early age, I was very aware of the dark side, and I'm aware that when you opened up a room to a locked door to a room, that there was something bad behind that door.
Really, you were raised in the Chinese culture, weren't you?
Yes, well, my mother was very traditional, and like a lot of little Chinese girls, we all took piano lessons. We all were very good at school. We all got straight A's in class.
Yes.
So that was quite traditional.
And the expectation is that you become a doctor or a lawyer or some professional of some sort.
That's exactly what it was. I think that if I had, been allowed to do my own thing, I might have actually gone to journalism because I'm just curious about things, especially strange things.
What is there? You must have some insight then into the Chinese way of looking at things. I mean, the way we look at the paranormal, for example, or what we think of as paranormal, or the strange stuff you talk about, versus the way the Chinese culture does. I've never had anybody explain that to me. Do they believe as we believe, or profoundly differently?
I don't know enough about it because I was raised so thoroughly in Western medicine. In the belief that things can be proven, that there are double-blind studies that can show whether something works or not.
All science.
Yeah, and my understanding of Chinese culture is that it really believes more in some spiritual things and
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, whether things are either cold or hot, or yin or yang, and it's all, you get sick when things are out of balance. I think that's really kind of what summarizes as far as I know about Chinese medicine.
Up front, doctor, and there aren't very many doctors. I interviewed countless doctors and scientists, and I asked many of them, do you believe in God? And most don't. Some are very concerned to even begin an answer to that, and you're welcome not to answer it. But being so immersed in science, there aren't too many physicians that express publicly a belief in God, are there?
I think that probably there are fewer physicians who believe in God than the general population. I mean, when you look at the poll numbers for Americans in particular, they say about 90 to 95% believe in a supreme being, whether it's God or some other form.
Right.
But physicians, I suspect, will be like scientists. That'll be a little bit lower. And to answer your question, because I have actually,
you don't have to.
I have answered this question before on your show, and I always get into trouble, but I'll do it again.
Sure.
Which is, I consider myself an agnostic, simply because I feel that I have to see evidence of things, and faith is one of those things that requires no evidence. That's sort of like the definition of faith.
Well, would you describe yourself as perhaps spiritual in some sense?
I think all human beings are spiritual in some sense. It doesn't mean we believe in a supreme being, but to me, spiritual means you have a sense of wonder about just being alive.
Well, for example, a patient is being operated on, and they're in anesthesia.
Mm-hmm.
Deep into anesthesia, really out as far as the surgeon is concerned. And some surgeons just absolutely believe there's no way in hell that this guy or gal lying on the table with me opening them up is hearing or understanding anything I'm saying. Some of the more spiritual surgeons are careful what they say during the surgery because they know or think or believe or have faith that the patient can in some way understand at some subconscious level what's being said. I mean, if the guy above says, man, this guy, look at that bleeder, he's not going to make it.
Yeah, not a good thing to say.
Yeah. You think not?
I don't think you have to be spiritual at all to believe that patients can hear through anesthesia. I think it's just a matter of understanding, neurological chemistry that there are some patients who do hear things, and perhaps anesthesia wasn't as deep as we thought it was.
Sometimes not at all. In fact, aren't there these horror stories of people waking up in the middle of, gut heart bypasses and stuff like that?
Well, the worst stories I've heard have to do with kind of crooked anesthesiologists who are stealing drugs or stealing pain medications. There was one case of a gas man, as we call them, who would put them under lightly, and then he would paralyze them, which is normal. You get a form of curare to keep your muscles totally relaxed,
right?
So that when the surgeon opens you up, you want your muscles to, they don't want them too tight. And these patients would wake up and they'd be paralyzed, and there was no way they could say or do anything to tell anybody they were in pain. So they would lie on that table and endure surgical procedures, cutting everything else you can imagine, and would feel the whole thing. That to me is probably the most nightmarish thing I can imagine.
I would like to say that I cannot imagine it, except I went through it.
I didn't know that.
No. Yeah, I didn't wake up during a surgery, but when I was in the Air Force, I had a little thing in my left shoulder. It wasn't a little, kind of a big bump, it was a possible tumor, and they took me in and said, we'll just open this up and pop it right out. We'll do it with xylocaine, and you won't feel a thing. It'll be easy. Well, I was 4 hours on the operating table. It went deep into my chest, and they started the xylocaine, and they told me that they couldn't put me under general because they were already deep into my chest, and they were giving me all the xylocaine they could. I bet I had 30 something or another. And they said they couldn't put me under general, much as they would like to. And believe me, doctor, I felt every snip, clip, and cut.
Oh, that is a nightmare.
It was, yes, it was. But I was awake during the whole thing, so I can. But I can't imagine what it would be like to be anticipating your next conscious moment. Looking at flowers in the room or something. But instead, you see the bright light, you see the hands moving, and you feel the sharp cutting.
Yes, and you're awake the whole time. Oh, yeah, again, it's such a terrible crime to imagine that a doctor would put a patient through that. Now, I mean, it doesn't, if you are a good anesthesiologist, it should not happen, even inadvertently, because you're supposed to be monitoring blood pressure and pulse rate, and those things go up in pain. And when you see that happen on the monitor, you maybe think you dial up that anesthesia a little bit higher.
Well, listen, you're a doctor. Maybe you can tell me. The physician, and I ended up, it was going to be a simple procedure. I had 4 or 5 doctors in there doing this thing to me by the time it was all over. They told me again that they could not give me general anesthesia because they'd given me so much xylocaine. Was that BS?
I don't. You know what? I'm not an anesthesiologist. It sounds a little strange to me, though. I would think that when you start getting in deep in there, you cause so much stress to a patient, you really want to put them out.
I agree with you. Anyway, that's what they told me. I thought at the time, it sounds, well, that'd be true. The doctor, you believe doctors. And
well, the other question you have to ask is, was there an anesthesiologist in the room, or did they not want to call one in?
Yeah, see, I don't know. They just gave me that BS story, and I had no idea. Some captain. And then to top the whole damn thing off, I worked in the hospital, and so when the report came back from Lackland Air Force Base, the test on this stuff they could get them, it came back and it was completely benign, but the doctor took me in there and told me I had 6 months. And then he cracked up and actually fell on the floor. We were pretty close. We all knew each other in the hospital, but I didn't think it was funny at all.
That isn't funny at all.
It wasn't, no.
I hope you never had to go back for anything else at that hospital.
No, that was it. That was enough. Anyway, these things do happen. People do wake up, and the trouble is you'd be paralyzed, right?
You'd be paralyzed, and then there is even a case of an anesthesiologist who tried to hide it by giving his patient a beta blocker, which suppresses the ability of your heart to speed up, so that nobody else in the room knows the patient was awake because they could not see the monitor and did not realize that the pulse should have been higher. But the patient's, normal reaction to pain was muted because the anesthesiologist did that.
There's got to be like a special place in hell for people like that. I mean, if you believe in such things.
Yeah, and I think he was just a drug addict.
There's really no end of material for you for writing books, is there, in this field?
No, there isn't. Right now I'm doing crime thrillers, but a lot of the fiction that I write about, I base it on true crime, things that have actually happened.
I did notice you kind of did start down that line of crime, more crime than medicine.
Well, I think it's because we're all fascinated by evil, and is there any better way to explore evil than with crime fiction? What people do to each other, and that's the stuff that really freaks me out. And unfortunately, because of the subject matter, I am meeting a lot of very strange people.
I bet you are.
I'm getting a lot of strange correspondence. When I go out on book tour, I actually encourage people to tell me their own personal crime stories because I'm always fascinated by it, and I'm getting some real doozies that make me come home with nightmares.
You want more of that material? I've got the audience for it.
Well, you know what? I would love to put out just tell your audience if they have any personal weird crime stories. Let me know because I collect these things. And by the way, while I'm on the radio with you, I just want to say hi to the Coast Writers. And say hello, and particularly to Tim, who has been corresponding with me. You have a lot of fans out there.
We do indeed. With police, there is the great blue wall. If something internally goes wrong, there's the great blue wall. With physicians, there's a similar wall. It's probably white, I suppose, huh?
You mean that we're protecting ourselves?
Yes. In other words, I just have always wondered how many people die, due to the stupid mistake of some doctor or some surgeon, and it gets covered up. It gets covered up. You bet.
Well, I think it's probably. I hesitate to give you details because this is somebody I know. He's an anesthesiologist who works in Texas.
Yes.
And he works at a hospital, and there are 2 surgeons that he works with in this hospital. One of them, he says, is fine. The other one, he says, the saying in this hospital is, if you send a patient to them, tell them to buy the coffin. And they all know this person is incompetent.
Yes.
But I think that they are all concerned about getting sued for they're hurting his reputation if they were to say anything.
And probably blackball themselves.
And blackball themselves. And this man who told me this story, he just does the anesthesia. He does not want to get in trouble with the hospital.
Well, Tess, when you go into the military, you go through basic training, which basically strips away your personality and makes you subservient and makes you obey orders. And I think that as a doctor, when you go through medical school and then you're an intern, it's kind of the same psychological thing, isn't it?
It is, and well, there's another thing going on too. I think a lot of doctors feel that there, but for the grace of God, go I. Everybody makes mistakes. They all realize that, and maybe if they see a colleague make a mistake once, they're not going to say anything. But you know what? If I think that most doctors, I think that was the exception that I was talking about, that hospital in Texas. Most doctors, if they see somebody who is incompetent, who is doing bad things, who's losing patients, they're going to say something quietly to the hospital, and the hospital is going to, quietly withdraw their privileges.
Yeah. But that could take some time and some number of mistakes, right? And
it could. But that's really where medical licensing boards come into play.
Yeah, but there's politics, right?
There is, but you know what? Here in the state of Maine, my husband actually is the president now of the Maine Medical Association, and he is constantly doing reviews, quality assurance reviews. Whenever there is a complaint, they have a panel that includes not only doctors but also lay people, attorneys, and they decide whether the doctor did something wrong. And they're not at all shy about removing somebody's license.
How does one, in so many cases, discern between a bad decision and incompetence? In other words, a lot of times, given a set of, I don't know, the patient presents with this and that, they simply make a wrong diagnosis and give the patient the wrong thing, and the patient dies.
Well, that happens, and I think that's what doctors do when they're on these evaluation boards is they look at what the original doctor was presented with, what was the evidence, and they think to themselves, could I have made this mistake? Or knowing what I know, would it have been clear what should have been done? And it's really a matter of judgment of the particular panel that has been chosen to evaluate that case. It's the same thing with airplane mechanics or lawyers or anything else. You see something you think that's really stupid, then it's clearly a case of incompetence.
Oh, lawyers can certainly tell you that there's some kind of white wall out there.
I think that there is to some extent because doctors work with each other; they're friends. They are all colleagues, and sometimes they just don't want to turn someone in.
Yeah, well, as I say, the difference between an honest mistake and just a misdiagnosis and issuing the wrong medicine and actual incompetence, that would be one hard line to try and discern.
It might be, but I think that if it happens more than once, then every doctor's on alert and they know. I had surgery recently, and before I chose my surgeon, what we would do is we would go around to our doctors we knew and said, if your wife needed this operation, which doctor would you send her to?
Oh, did you now?
We did, and because the same name kept coming back again and again, that was the one I chose.
So, when is death not really death?
This question actually came up in a news article that inspired my book, Vanish. Here's the real story. It was in the suburbs of Boston, and a young woman was found dead in her bathtub. And the state police were called, the fire and rescue team came, they found empty pill bottles on the floor and said, she had an accidental overdose. They dipped her into a body bag and sent her off to the morgue. And a couple hours later, she woke up and walked out, apparently completely healthy, and with 6 months follow-up later, it was fine.
Oh, God. We get these stories every now and then. We really do. They're in the Associated Press, people waking up in morgues. Oh, God.
And, it happens so often that I have a friend that happened to.
Oh?
time on the gurney, they had just declared him dead of an arrhythmia. He was being wheeled down to the hospital morgue when the orderly bumped up against the doorway, and my friend woke up. And the orderly turned right around and brought him back up to ICU. It's such a common story that I actually did a search on LexisNexis looking for some examples of how often it happens.
I wonder if it ever happens to a coroner, scalpel in hand, ready to begin the autopsy, and the eyes blink, and oh my God, that could kill a coroner.
It did. And it did once. In the 1980s in New York, there was a man who was about to be autopsied. And the doctor had the scalpel in hand, and he was about to make the cut, and the so-called dead man woke up and grabbed the doctor, and it was the pathologist who keeled over dead of a heart attack. I understand the man who was supposed to be autopsied survived that. So it does happen, especially, I think it probably happens quite a bit that people were buried alive in the days prior to embalming.
Yeah, we've talked about that, of course, on past shows, but I mean, how can we get it so wrong? There's a criterion, right, for declaring somebody dead. They check this and that, hopefully. I mean, pulses and respiration and everything. So how do we get it wrong?
Well, in the case of the girl in the bathtub, she had taken an overdose of medications that probably depressed her respiration, so you could not see them very well. And whoever was listening to her heart, who knows what happened? I don't know how they could have missed it. But it does happen, and I can tell you as a doctor that it's not that out of the question that if you are in a very noisy room, if you have a lot of relatives who are crying around you, that maybe you don't hear the heart as well as you should. Or you don't watch long enough to see whether there are any respirations.
Speaking of that, when somebody codes, that is to say, I guess when they code, their heart stops, they stop breathing, they are more or less dead, right?
Yes, and I mean, if you were to check somebody's vital signs at that moment, they would appear dead, even though their brain cells may still be alive.
Okay, so many times the paddles are applied and they're brought back, right?
Yes.
Are all patients who go through that, who code, are they told about it always?
Afterwards?
Yes.
Oh, they all know about it. I mean, we always tell them, we had a hard time with you yesterday, your heart stopped. I mean, I think that they all know about it.
Okay, I always wondered.
And the other case in which you may not know it is drowning in cold water. I don't know if you're aware of this.
I am. The lowering of the body temperature, I guess.
It's a diving reflex. It turns out that it's such a primitive part of our brains. I mean, it probably goes back evolutionarily to when we emerged from the oceans, possibly. But especially with children, if you are to submerge them in cold water and bring them back out, they will look dead. They will not be breathing. They will not have a heartbeat, but their brains have somehow managed to preserve themselves. And so that is one criteria for continuing to code on a young child, even though you don't have immediate response for quite some time. They will put them on respirators alive.
Doctor, people who come back from things like that and other things similar, do they frequently have personality changes? I mean, I'm told, for example, the people who go through a heart bypass surgery frequently come out